All right, everybody go? Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the September 17th, 2024 County Board recessed meeting. And thanks to our school board colleagues for letting us use their room. Ours is undergoing some renovations. Right now it's just preparing for those renovations. And it's really great to be able to use this room, although, as I've said before, we're not quite so accustomed to it, so everybody seems very far away, but we're glad you're here. And right here, we have myself, Libby Garvey, Chair, my Vice Chair, Takis Karantonis. Matt DeFerranti is from home, I think, virtual. Do we have Matt on the line? Yep, okay, Matt is here virtually. He's has a temporary medical condition that's going around these days, and he'll be with us again soon. And we also have Maureen Coffey to my right and Susan Cunningham to my left. So thank you all for being here. And I think what we'll start is, this is a busy month. There are a lot of proclamations. There's a lot going on, so we're going to just try to move forward, move through it, and we're going to start with our recognitions and proclamations, and I will start with Urban Agriculture Month proclamation, and Takis is going to take care of that. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you. That's
The
such
Urban Ag people have arrived.
Yes.
Yeah, just in
Right.
time.
Just in time before urban harvest, right? So it's a long proclamation, you are warned, because we care a lot about that. So Urban Agriculture Month, whereas Arlington County supports urban agriculture in the emerging indoor and rooftop operations, along with the strengthening of regional food system efforts, including matching grant funding to support commercial controlled environment agriculture enterprises in the sector, and whereas Arlington supports community gardens and the design elements of biophilic cities to encourage an appreciation of natural processes and the importance of a healthy local ecosystem that also works to support the health of the Chesapeake Bay watershed. And whereas through the Food Security Coalition, Arlington's resiliency planning, it addresses natural disasters, extreme climate events, and man-made emergencies to highlight the importance of sustainable food systems and of a coordinated regional approach to grow and distribute fresh food. And whereas Arlington County has 10 farmers market with direct sales of up to 4,000 customers each market day along, with matching SNAP, WIC, and SFMNP benefits, pop-up food markets distributing fresh food, 433 county-supported community garden plots, including an ADA-accessible space, yard and food waste collection for composting, and county libraries supporting gardeners through education and demonstration gardens, and school gardens offering learning opportunities for our youth. And whereas the Virginia Cooperative Extension and its Master Gardener and Master Food Volunteer programs provide extensive public education and volunteer training programs to local residents that facilitate the production and preparation of nutritious food. And whereas Friends of Urban Agriculture and its Plot Against Hunger program promote urban agriculture by and developing demonstration urban gardens in partnership with the county and local civic and regional associations, and by supporting school gardens, local gardeners, and gleaning opportunities at area farms to provide fresh produce for individuals and to local food pantries. Now, therefore, Libby Garvey, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, does hereby proclaim October 2024, that's a little bit earlier than that, Urban Agriculture Month. In Arlington County, we want to educate residents and the commercial sector on the benefits and importance of urban agriculture programs in our community and promote healthy and sustainable food systems. That's the proclamation.
And I think it gets a little longer every year because we're doing more every year.
It gets a little longer. We have to probably make it a little more concise and to the point.
That's
and
good.
Celebrate that amazing contribution that so many, you are just four of so many. We have seen you out in the gardens in every place around here. If it went according to you, everything would be now blooming and ready for harvest.
I think we should invite them up for a picture. Do you want to do that?
Yes.
come on up. Take this.
I will have to give it.
Yep, you'll have to give it to them.
What are we doing?
We stand. We're ornamental.
Well, I wasn't sure if the
I think.
standing was going to be a little aggressive.
I don't know. It's not, yeah, it doesn't work as
Under the
well.
circumstances.
You are okay. I'm height challenged. It's nice to see you again. It's good to see you. Hi, how are you? Congratulations to everybody. Yeah, look at all of this.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Everybody's happy. You're gonna have to get off of that. I don't know, we're trying to be a backdrop, but we're not doing very well.
Down this.
Think we should come down? We'll come down.
Healthy food. We're
All right.
And then you guys can get on this side.
Great, thank you so much.
Join us. Actually, Susan, yeah, I was gonna say, slide it just a little bit on the angle. There you go.
Okay. I want to take my glasses off. Okay? Thank you very much. Enjoy the harvest season.
Thank you for your support.
Nope. Wrong.
Wrong seat? We could play musical chairs. That would be fun. All right.
Can you roll around?
Thank you so much. Next proclamation is for National Preparedness Month. We're going to be talking a lot about preparedness, so I'm not going to read the entire thing, but I'll start off and do a little conclusion and hit the high points. Whereas the Board of Arlington County, Virginia recognizes the importance of preparedness in ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents, and whereas, it's an important point, emergencies and disasters can occur anytime, and being prepared is essential for effectively responding to and recovering from such events, and whereas residents can enhance preparedness by staying informed about local emergencies, by subscribing to Arlington Alert, creating a family emergency plan that includes communication strategies and evacuation routes, assembling an emergency supply kit with essential items such as food, water, medications, and important documents, learning life-saving skills like first aid and CPR, and encouraging others to do the same, and volunteering with organizations dedicated to emergency preparedness, response, and recovery, such as the Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, and the Community Advancing Resilience and Readiness Together, CART. And whereas the theme for this year's National Preparedness Month is Start a Conversation, emphasizing this important step toward taking more actions to prepare. By taking simple steps, you can build your preparedness at your own pace and encourage others to ask questions. We will be talking about this again a little bit more. Now, therefore, I, Libby Garvey, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby proclaim the month of September as National Preparedness Month in Arlington County. So here we go. Will, should I present this to you? All right, come on. No, this is fine. Although I don't know, I think I like it up here. It needs to be tall for sure. Here, I should give you that. Yeah.
All board members should,
What?
actually all
Yep.
board members.
Yeah.
Everybody, come on.
Yeah.
This is your exercise for the day, because we're going to be here for a while. Just sit. Stand up. I think we should make the manager come up and down.
Yeah, go ahead and open it. And you guys can scoot in a little bit.
Right.
There you go. Scoot in a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. Next up.
I know.
All right. Next up is Hispanic Heritage Month, and this proclamation I think is going to be read several times, but I will read. It's not really all that long. So, whereas Hispanic people comprise 19% of our nation's population and 16% of Arlington County residents, strengthening our mosaic of business cultures and talents, and whereas Arlington County recognizes that the Latino community is multicultural and multilingual and extends beyond the South and Central America and the Caribbean to include people with ancestry around the world. And whereas the Alianza Employee Resource Group was established as a place for Arlington County's Hispanic and Latinx employees to share their various cultures with each other and the rest of the county employee community, and whereas This community is made up of individuals, past and present, who've led the push for innovation in human rights, politics, sports, arts, sciences, business, and many other fields, making countless contributions to the betterment of society. And whereas the Hispanic and Latinx experience is defined by resilience in the face of adversity and an unwavering spirit that both serve to inspire future generations. And whereas people of Hispanic or Latinx heritage from all walks of life stand united as pioneers of change, shaping the future together. Now, therefore, I, Libby Garvey, Chair of the County Board in Arlington, Virginia, do hereby proclaim September 15 through October 15 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Arlington County, and to urge our residents to join and support the county's celebration of the rich heritage of our Hispanic residents. And I think there are lots of celebrations going on, which we may talk about a little bit later. I don't think there's anyone to present this to. All right, thank you. That brings us to a recognition of one of our citizens who's been active in, what was the field? Transportation? I think so. Mr. Carantonis, take it away.
So, this is bittersweet, Mr. Slatt. This is a certificate of appreciation. And I believe we are gathered here, several people, to actually show exactly that appreciation. So I was thinking of what I could contribute to that, besides the deep thank you for more than a decade of service to Arlington, to the Transportation Commission, and enormous accomplishments in terms of contributions to the overall level of nerdiness in this county. So I was really thinking about that. And there is one thing that I really learned from you, and I cannot emulate, but I think it's a characteristic of your leadership and of your presence in the community. You know, we have a lot of subject matter experts in Arlington. We think sometimes that we are a community of only subject matter experts in absolutely everything and beyond and in between. But you are definitely one, or became one. You are one of the ultimate citizen, transportation nerds. But here's the difference that you made, in my opinion. You converted this nerdiness in something very accessible and actually a resource for the public. And for that, exactly for that, I thank you deeply. You could translate terms like sustainable mobility, public transit, biking, walking, intermodality, and all this, kind of esoteric terms. Let's think about 10, 15 years ago where we were floating in the ideas of smart growth, but actually these concepts were just beginning to materialize with investments, and for the very first time in the last 15 years, maybe Arlingtonians began to to see where the bifurcations are, what the trade-offs are, what are the actual decidables are. So you're one of those, and a leading person in this, who converted this citizen-based nerdiness into a public resource. I know many elected officials, past and present, myself included, who are deeply indebted to you for this. So thank you for your leadership and for your service. And we know that we are not going to miss you immediately, because somebody told me that you are still maintaining a seat in the Master Transportation Plan Update Group, right? That gives me a lot of comfort. Thank you so much. Here is the...
It's a souvenir. Sure.
And then we're gonna have speakers following.
We'll have the speakers next. But that's all right. Yeah, bring one up. If you're over 5'5", you're not allowed to stand up. Great hair.
Let's see. Yeah, let's scooch in a little bit. Okay, make sure every face.
More speakers.
I think we're good to go. No?
It'll power itself on automatically.
It goes on automatically.
Yeah.
It does?
Just a moment.
Isn't that awful?
Just wait till that red ring lights up.
It's lit up. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Karen Tonis, and I'm thrilled you brought up our community of subject matter experts. I didn't have to, so thank you very much. That helps with my remarks. We have really appreciated, there you are. We have really appreciated your service, Chris, from the staff perspective. And so my name is Sarah Crawford, Assistant Director of Transportation, and I will be providing remarks on behalf of DES leadership, Greg Emanuel, and our DES Deputy Director for Transportation, Hui Huang, and the multitude of other staff who are not speaking on their own because we have a limited amount of time. So I've already taken up 30 seconds of my time. But some of the things that I'd like to highlight, Mr. Karen Tonis already brought to bear. I have appreciated that you have understood the grounding of Arlington's history of linking transportation and land use and not allowed us to rest on those laurels, but to push us to innovate. And we appreciate that. I want to be clear that at the staff level, we've appreciated the nudges to further innovation in the transportation realm. And I think your participation as chair and providing that level of preparation you bring to every commission meeting, as well as to your presence in other committees and commissions throughout Arlington and other public meetings. You've spent time acquiring knowledge over the 13 years that you've spent on the Transportation Commission, and your willingness to learn and willingness to push staff to learn and to improve in turn has benefited the entire community, and we appreciate that. Your advocacy for ensuring that all modes are recognized and part of all of our projects and plans and policies has been beneficial to everyone, and it's not something that I think could have been done without the artfulness that you bring to the dialogue. You push, but you do so in a way that allows for dialogue and allows for different perspectives to be heard. And we've appreciated that from our perspective because, we've got all the rules and the regulations in the MUTCD. So there are things that do bound our work. I've also appreciated engaging with you personally within the CIP and the budget processes. The Transportation Commission has been incredibly valuable in providing feedback to guide our spending, which is really what it comes down to, where we put our dollars and where we put our investments. The Transportation Commission's role in Vision Zero and the external stakeholders group has also been instrumental in ensuring that the work that we do on safety is encompassing all of the voices in our community. So we appreciate your role there too. And the thing that will lead me to the end of my remarks is your ability to understand trade-offs. We have trade-offs in the right-of-way, and that requires balancing modes and priorities. And that knowledge and that disciplined level of conversation and dialogue that you bring will be really helpful as we plan for Arlington's transportation future. And with that, I just wanted to say thank you for all of your time in the past and your time to be spent yet to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Especially good afternoon to Mr. Slatt. I'm Lynn Rivers, and I'm the Transit Bureau Chief. And just wanted to say just a few words about Chris, who's been a great advocate for good transportation for many years. And for someone like me who has been in the business for a long time, I won't tell you how long, we look for folks who are champions, who are visionaries, and dare I say, prodders. Did I say that? I like to be prodded, to help keep public transit in the forefront of the public's mind. Chris has seen the growth of Arlington Transit on both the operations and capital sides of our house, raising the flag for growth in the Columbia Pike Corridor, both on bus service and capital projects, transit stations, championed the growth of the Art I Ride student program to be free and now expanded to Metrobus, pressing on transit signal priority, which we will launch this fall. And has weighed in on our overall transit planning with the original transit development plan and most recently the transit strategic plan, encouraging us to visualize the future of transportation in Arlington and then in short order to get it done. So on behalf of the Arlington Transit team, I just want to congratulate you and thank you for both being our thoughtful and vocal advocate, and we look forward to seeing and hearing your voice for many more years to come. Thanks, Chris.
Dan Maliff, Regional Transportation Planner and Transportation Nerd. Thank you, Takis. Chris, I just wanted to express my admiration for you as both an advocate and a government leader. Those are two really different worlds, and they're very hard to swim in at the same time. They speak very different languages, but you have done so and continue to do so supremely well and supremely effectively. You've pushed the government with creativity and fearlessness and truth, but you've done so with the respect and equitability and measure that the government has a responsibility to uphold. And this rare combination of gifts that you have has made you one of the most effective people at shaping the world around you that I've had the pleasure to meet. And I've very much enjoyed my time swimming in those worlds with you and look forward to seeing you around. Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else, or is it just Chris?
I think.
Does anyone else want to speak before I turn the mic over to Chris for a short period of time? Chris, come on up.
Thank you all. I will be super brief. It's so hard to accept something like this for me because it feels like I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. There are so many people who came before me without which, I couldn't have accomplished anything, whether Peter Owen and other past Transportation Commission chairs who wrote our existing transportation plan, into Malice, who worked tirelessly on Columbia Pike for probably before I was born, and who first drafted me into commission service, to all of the just absolutely amazing staff without which, an advisory commission can't accomplish anything. We are, at our core, not professionals in transportation. We know what we experience in the world, and we pick up what we can along the way. And so without just absolutely rock star staff that we know cares and has immense knowledge, nothing would be possible. So I look forward to continuing to fight for a better, more sustainable Arlington. I will not be a stranger, and I look forward to making a really fantastic transportation plan for Arlington and carrying it out. So thank you to everybody who took time out of their day for this. Normally I don't invite people to things that are this boring.
This was not boring. Thank you. All right. Sometime we have to list all the kinds of nerds we have in Arlington. There are a lot. All right. I think that brings me to the chair's report. And I think it's the first slide deck emergency preparedness. Let's see what pops up on the screen, and then I'll talk to that. I think that's what it is. We're in these new offices. It takes a while to kind of go back and forth. And as we've all pointed out, we've got a lot of different reports and things going on, so it's keeping our staff and our clerk pretty busy trying to find it all. So we'll see what we got. I can, of course, just talk. I have toys to share. I do. I have my own. I can just start. Is it emergency preparedness first? Is that okay?
No, pardon me, it's 2050.
I think it's 2050. Yeah. So we want to get the right thing that we put up. So that one I don't have. Although it'd be interesting if we did mix and match and you tried to guess which I was talking about at the time. All right, that's fine.
Take a moment.
There it is. Just as you think you have to give up, there it is. All right, good. And I won't go, as you all know, we've been doing Arlington 2050 for some time, trying to find what people think Arlington should look like in 2050. And my notes say all summer we've been out in the community. We have a lot, particularly Kristen Clark has been doing this. Next month I'm going to have her present because she's really been doing a lot. And we've been collecting all these postcards, which I think everybody's familiar with. And she's been out at the county fair, Hispanic Heritage Festival, and collecting all of these things. So far, we've collected over 1,100 postcards, 708 are physical, and 421 are digital comments. And then we've gotten voicemails and audio notes, and some other ways of getting it. And something new we've tried is voicemails from the future. I think there's a slide to go with this next one. Yeah, there we go. This was Kristen's idea. It's great. We got a phone booth. Does everybody remember phone booths? Anyway, you can go in and people can talk. Everybody kind of really enjoyed this. I think it's something we're going to do more. Mark, I haven't talked to you about this yet, but I think it'd be fun to have it in the lobby, a little phone booth that people could go into and talk on anyway. I think that might be fun. We'll see. But if you want to leave us a message, you too can do this, Brown. Just call 571-400-2970. 571-400-2970, and we'll get more information out about that. We've heard from a lot of different people. We're getting some clear themes that are starting to come out, which I've talked about before. Which the overall one is community, but it's coming up with a lot of different kind of questions. We'll be wrapping up the postcard collection at the end of this month. And we also are working with CPHD, which is in the process of starting off the redo of the comprehensive plan, and we're going to be working with them, I think, and both leverage, so we can leverage the comp plan renewal, and the comp plan folks can leverage what we're doing, and just help with more citizen input, which I think is great. And let's see, and there's the next steps. Okay, I think that will do it. This time we've got some interesting driving questions that are coming up, and as I say, I'm going to have Kristen present next month, because she's really been doing all the work, and I'd like her to take the credit. And it's coming up next month, and we've got a lot to go, so I will go ahead and move to the next one, which is Emergency Preparedness Month, which we've already established. That's what this is. As we move on to the next one, there we go. Thank you. So this is I do this every year. I brought my little show and tell box. Part of the point of the Preparedness Month, it's an annual initiative, get everybody thinking about preparedness. And I like this line actually that was given: disasters do not plan ahead, but we all can. So I think it's always a good idea to plan ahead. So I have my own little, they say make a kit. So what's that mean? All right, for me, get a shoebox, handy shoebox. The bigger one is helpful. And one of the most important things in an emergency is to be able to get good information. My handy dandy radio is in here. I can open it and pull it out, I think, but I might take time to do that, so I won't. I tested it last night. It works. It's a flashlight. It cranks. It can go with batteries. It can go with solar. It can go by cranking, and I can plug in, and we can plug in your devices, and you can charge them up in case the power goes out, because sometimes the power might. Another thing is it runs on batteries. Always good to have. So I have the batteries here in a bag, because if you store batteries in a machine that you don't use very often, the batteries can spring leaks. The younger you are, the less you might be used to batteries. So for all you that don't use batteries much, you want to keep them on hand. So they're here in a bag, and I check the date every September. And I also have, when they have make a kit, one of the things to talk about is water. All right. And I keep thinking, how are you going to store enough water to drink? And if you're trying to like move fast with a go bag, who's going to lug along a couple gallons of water? I mean, it's just silly. So it's good to have some water on hand, but it's also nice to have these little potable tablets, and you just put them in a gallon of water. You need a container, but you can get water that is maybe questionable. You may or may not be able to drink it safely. And if it's got bacteria you're worried about, these little potable little tablets will do it. Used them in Africa. Believe me, the water was questionable, and we did not get sick that trip. And I also have, which I did not, oh, I think it's in here actually, is the headlamp. So let me see if I can open this quickly because it is good to show. Yeah, here we go. So here's the handy radio. Just show and tell. There are the water tablets. Here's the headlamp, and I also have the batteries for that. I checked it. It works too, and I think I left the batteries in it so it would work. Yeah. So the point is, you tell people that you ought to have a flashlight, and everybody says, well, I got my phone. Have you ever tried to fix something or find something or use both your hands and hold a phone at the same time? I have seen people holding their phones in their mouths to do it, but it really doesn't work very well. It's much better. This is inexpensive just to have on hand, a little headlamp. This has got different lights, lights that you can go, and I practically blinded myself turning it on, but it's very handy to have. So that's good. And again, I checked the batteries. There's that. Light source. So power might go out. It does that sometimes here. Could go out for a while. And actually, most emergency preparedness folks, they say you should be ready for 2 weeks. Kind of 2 weeks to be on your own. Think of it as a 2-week camping trip. Unlikely that it will happen, but it might. I don't know if people remember the derecho. That was like 5 days, right? This is a long time. So it's nice to have. I've got candles. Those are a fire hazard. This you can't really see. It's just a little electric candle, but it's like a nice little night light. If you've got kids, people are nervous, you want to have a light source at night, it's nice to have something on hand to use. And then I decided for fun to bring something new. Actually, it's really old. This is my little camping stove, little camping gas stove. My husband and I bought it before we were married, over 50 years ago. It's been to Africa. It's helped us through the derecho. When we're doing kitchen renovations, it's a little portable burner. I tried it. It still works just fine. And you can get new canisters. I have some on hand in case I need them. It's very handy. It's just like a single gas burner. They're not expensive. Yes, you can get it at Amazon. So those are fun to have. And then the last thing I did, which again is for you young people, but actually older people too, because we all forget. So I never worried about having people's phone numbers because at home I have a family. We used to just type up and print out. My husband, bless his heart, would update it every year, and we'd get everybody's addresses and phone numbers so that we would just have it in a handy little phone book, because that was when we used phone books back in the day. So now we don't use phone books. And in fact, I was talking to somebody who realized that their children don't know a single phone number, not a single one. And I even have trouble sometimes with mine. I have to put it down sometimes. My daughters, I don't know it anymore, because they're all in these things. So it's really good and really handy and really handy until these things don't work. Maybe they might not. Maybe the power goes out and you haven't been able to charge it. Maybe for some reason the towers and the internet's kind of down for a little bit. But you want to reach somebody, or you're maybe on the road trying to get somewhere, and it'd be nice to be able to call them, and there maybe are some phones there, but you don't have the phone number. So I did a little family list of phone numbers and actually addresses, so I know where people are in case I ever need it, and I put it in the email and sent it to all my kids so they would have it too as our little family and friend contact list for emergencies. Good idea to have one on hand. I suspect none of my kids are going to print it out, but I'll probably do it for them and stick it in their stockings. So that is my emergency preparedness bit for my own little personal kit here. I have fun with it. I've made a complete mess up here at my spot, but we'll clean it up. And now I have actually some prepared slides too. The staff has done, so let's go into the regular part. All right. Oh, yeah, power backup system. I talked about this the last time. So maybe the power goes out. So this is really handy to have little batteries and all that, but if you want to be a little more comfortable, they do now have on Amazon, other places too, they call them solar generators. It's really a solar battery, and you can get the little arrays to go with it. It's not all that expensive. You can spread it out in your yard. It's meant for camping and for emergencies. And that's enough to power One, that little air conditioner that you see there. And I think I mentioned the last time I've done that for my mother because she's 96 and the temperature has to be 75 degrees no matter what is happening outside. And I realized, oh my gosh, if the power goes out even for a short period of time and it's really hot or really cold, I'm in trouble taking care of her. And she's not in a shape to be like picked up and taken somewhere. So this is our little backup that we've got to power that, and it will power a few other things too. So that's just something to think about. Not super cheap, but not super expensive and good. And the whole point is to prepare and plan ahead and get yourself, think about what you want to do. I did all of this fun stuff just to show how simple it is, and you can put it in a box. It's not a big deal. You can get more and more sophisticated with what you want, and there are a lot of websites and stuff to go to if you would like. The important thing, of course, in part, is to stay informed, which I think brings me to the next slide. Yes, Arlington Alert. I bet who in this room is not signed up for Arlington Alert if you're brave enough to raise your hand? Probably. Ooh! All right, sign up. You need to sign up for Arlington Alert. And actually, it's quite handy. I get little notices here all the time about, when roads are closed and things, which is handy to have. It will send messages about bad weather. And if there's really something going on, a lot of things can come in on your phone. We'll give you good information. And believe me, in an emergency, absolutely the key at first is information. Where should you go? Should you go outside, or should you stay inside? Or is there some place to stay away from? Or is there something you should know about? Particularly if the power is out. What's the first thing you want to know when the power is out? When is it coming on again? So it's really good to have a way to get that. Arlington Alert can help with a lot of those things, and mostly just to let you know when there's something you need to be aware of. Next slide. What do we got? Lots of official county sources for good information. We'll be talking about this more. In an emergency, there's a whole lot you need to know, and I think as we're realizing, and I think we're going to have more of a report when the manager talks, getting into the election, we're talking more and more about deep fakes, false information, misinformation. There are a lot of folks out there that would like us here in the Washington area to be really confused and not know what we're doing, and sending out all kinds of scary things that might startle us or make us do something that we wouldn't really ordinarily want to do, and then you realize that's not really happening because it's fake. So if you're wondering about anything, and you should question anything that seems odd, check on the official county websites that are here. And then let's go to the next slide. Okay. The next thing you can do, if you want to really prepare ahead and help everybody, which is great, we have CERT, which is the Community Emergency Response Team, and this you get trained on to help other people. And it's a nice force that we've got. It really is a force multiplier because in an emergency, our first responders can't do everything. And in fact, in a lot of cases, if you think the first responders, if there's something major going on, they're busy. And that's why you need to be prepared to kind of take care of yourself and your neighbors if you can, which is what CERT is all about. It helps make us more resilient. And there, you can go online and check that out. There's some training coming up. I think it's for CERT on the 19th. Is that correct, Will? I'm forgetting which training we're having. Yes, it is. Okay, on the 19th of this month, which is Thursday? Thursday. So if you would like to do this, check in real quick, and you might be able to do part of that training, but it happens on a regular basis. Next slide is the Community Advancing Resilience Readiness Together, CART, and that's more of an advisory group, and we welcome that, and that's sort of getting deeper into the civic associations, and some people may be age challenged or whatever, and I feel like I'm fine at giving advice or sending out information. I'm not so sure if I'm good at hauling things and moving things around anymore. Next slide. Until help arrives, which is great. And this is basic first aid, that training that you can get. And this is good in all kinds of situations. And it might not be an emergency that we have. It might just be somebody next to you who has a heart attack or something happens. And it's really good training. Just the more people have this training, the better off we are. And the next one is, this is the 19th at Lower Run Community Center. Finally, Volunteer Arlington. That's just in general if you want to help out. Just in general, not even for emergencies, but for emergencies or something else, Volunteer Arlington takes volunteers and connects folks together and does a great job with that. I think that's the last slide. Yeah, no, it isn't. There's one more pop-up. Yep. So there's a new subject. Finished with emergency preparedness for the moment, guys. But it's never finished. And I think sometimes people think, emergency, I'm not really interested in emergency. Well, an emergency might be interested in you. You just need to be ready because there's sometimes things happen we don't have control over. Meanwhile, Arlington's a great place, and this Saturday is really busy. I can just barely read that. We have got at Met Park, we've got Community Day. We have Green Valley Day in Green Valley. We've got the Taichung Tu Children's Festival. Somebody can pronounce that better than I for our Vietnamese folks at Kenmore. And we also have a centennial celebration for Glen Carlin, which is going to be cool. And I think there are even more things going on. I just have this up just to show you there is a lot going on. There'll be one or more of us at all of those. I don't think all 5 of us will be at any of them, but we're going to be out and about in the community this Saturday, and I encourage people to get out. And if you see us, say hi. And I think that brings me to the end of my chair's report. All right. Thank you all. You guys were a great audience. Thanks for listening and laughing at my jokes. I appreciate it. All right. This moves on to appointments, if we're ready, guys. Colleagues, ready? All right. I would like to move the following appointments. Arlington Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, please appoint Brooke Moore. I move appointment of Brooke Moore for a term ending September 31st, 2026. To the Arts Commission, reappoint Adam Green and Griha Singla, both for terms ending September 31st, 2027. To the Civil Service Commission, reappoint Adora Williams for a term ending September 31st, 2028. To the Commission on Aging, reappoint Audrey Kremer for a term ending September 30, 2027. To the Community Services Board, reappoint Joseph Clem for a term ending September 30th, 2027. To the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, fondly known as C2E2, reappoint both Mark Greenwood and Cynthia Lewin for terms ending September 31, 2026. To the Crystal and Pentagon Cities Council, reappoint Emily Norton for a term ending September 30, 2026. To the Park and Recreation Commission, the PRC Commission, appoint Erica Allen, Andrew Domitian, and William Bay, all for terms ending on September 31st, 2026. To the Sports Commission, appoint Lizzie Stell as Vice Chair for a term ending September 31st, 2026. To the Technology Advisory Commission, reappoint Jonathan Edelstein for a term ending September 30, 2027. To the Transportation Commission, appoint Alexander Mendelson and reappoint Donald Ludlow for the same for terms ending September 30, 2027. A second for this motion is not required, so all in favor of these appointments, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. DeFranti, I heard you. He's there.
Yes.
Thank you.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Next on appointments, this is not really, doesn't require a vote, but we've had a lot of discussions about what's been going on at the Quincy site, and when our last meeting, we talked about how we were going to have a board liaison. And so we have chosen a board liaison, and I believe, Mrs. Cunningham, that is yourself. Thank you so very much for volunteering to do that. Do you want to say anything about it here? You're welcome to say a few words. That's fine.
I think just briefly, I'll turn to the manager. I think we have a community meeting getting scheduled for the fall on Quincy site, community engagement.
Erica, do you know the date of that meeting?
So that's in motion. And I think I appreciate the staff and the community's engagement across the year to try to make sure that as we finally pull the buses back out of the Quincy site, we have a kind of steady way to keep in touch with each other and make sure that the use of that county-owned site complies with the adjacent needs of our neighbors. So looking forward to being the representative.
Yeah, and thank you for doing that. And then final issue that I want to do regarding our commissions is we adopted a new establishing the Community Criminal Justice Board, and that we need to amend the resolution from before. And Mr. DeFranti is prepared to just explain that a little bit to us, but it's not a big thing. It's actually bringing in our friends in Falls Church a little more. It's a request that they had for that commission. And Mr. DeFranti, do you want to explain briefly what that is?
Sure, we can go to the next slide. It's really just adding a position. The Falls Church mayor, we tried to engage before Saturday's meeting, but we just didn't quite get there in time. And they have asked that in addition to their police chief, they have a sheriff. Their sheriff be eligible to be appointed, and so we added one position to be good partners with Falls Church. And that's really, I think it's maybe covered on the next slide, if there is one, but that's really it. You can see it in red just at the bottom. And the Falls Church City Council will have the authority to appoint this additional person, but that's the thinking behind it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. And I'll go ahead and move that the county board adopt the amended resolution reestablishing the Community Criminal Justice Board as per the new positions on the slide. And Mr. DeFerranti, you want to second that motion?
Sure. Second.
Thank you so very much. Any conversation, questions? I seeing none. All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye.
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 Thank you. All right. Motion passes 5-0. So we've got that set and doing more close work with our friends in Falls Church, which is great. That brings
Thank
us
you.
to board member reports, and the first one up on my list here is National Recovery Month, and Mr. Karantonis, I believe that is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. You're absolutely right. There's a lot going on this September. I think most of us, if not all of us, have had the opportunity to participate in events that are related to the National Recovery Month. That is the month of September. I don't know if we have a single slide for this.
There we go.
Okay.
It's up.
So before I go to what this slide is about, I want to recognize that we had a vigil about a week and a half ago to commemorate the past victims of substance abuse here in Arlington. Most of us had the opportunity to be there. Because of that vigil, I also took a look on the current statistics about opioid and general substance abuse and the fatalities and casualties that we have out of this. And I was very pleased to see that in 2024, as we go, still with data until August of this year, that we are faring significantly better. In the total of 2023, we had 22 fatalities due to opioid overdose. As far as I know, as of August, we had only 8. So this is significant progress, and the way it connects with the celebration of the Recovery Month is because it shows that when we invest, we actually get the results that the entire community has been expecting. So there is a bold argument to be made that 2 or 3 years of intensive, focused investment of us thinking very carefully and in a very focused way on how to confront the opioid epidemic as it hit our community, that we actually did the right thing. We appropriated, we deployed the right resources, and we see now the improvement in the numbers, but also in the people. The second event that I had the opportunity to visit, and I think that Ms. Coffey was also here and there, and Ms. Cunningham as well, was an event at the Central Library showcasing the stories of how substance abuse can be overcome with the help of the entire community, but clearly also within the frame of the continuum of care that the Department of Human Services provides in so many ways. The focus of this annual event, for which I really thank staff, was it's organized every year. This year it was about peer-run recovery services. And I have to honestly say that I didn't know or I didn't realize how important these peer-run recovery services were. Peer-run is a safe, stigma-free service delivery program that is built around people who have experienced themselves dependency, and they are now helping to deliver a program to the others who are experiencing mental illness, substance abuse, and homelessness. We see here two of these speakers there. They shared really compelling stories of how they turned their own journey, their own challenges into an asset and into a resource for our community, for the recovery of others. So that was the highlight of this event. We had at least 4 or 5, if I remember correctly, individuals speaking there, and they also formed a panel and they answered questions. This, filled me with hope that we are on the right way, not only in terms of material resources that are invested in these programs, but also of human resources invested in this program. So as we go along and this month, I feel pretty confident that we are doing the right thing. We need to try harder, of course, always, because we haven't eradicated, dependency and abuse in our community. We're not out of the woods, but I'm pretty satisfied with the set of resources that we are deploying right now. That's from that.
Thank you. And I think, we've been working hard for a number of years, and it is paying off some. Always more work to do. I think you also are going to talk about small businesses.
Yeah, something different. So a week, I'm waiting for a couple of slides.
Go ahead and get started. Will be a moment.
Sure. Thank you. So a week ago, on Tuesday the 10th, the Economic Development Commission hosted a session focused on small businesses in Arlington. I should point out that it's that this is somewhat. The format of the session was somewhat unusual, but it was very well received because it was including presentation, staff presentation, and a panel discussion before the discussion was to the commission. This was a very, very helpful format and somewhat innovative, and I found it really very interesting. September is not typically a month for small business specific celebratory events, but it has become, over the last 3-4 years, the time of the year where both economic development professionals and entrepreneurs, usually they take stock of the current state of the marketplace, and this is always accompanied by a vigorous discussion about the way ahead into the new year. So this was really a place where really very thoughtful discussions were had in this meeting. So I borrowed a few slides from the otherwise very detailed and in-depth presentation that Lourdes Morales with BizLaunch provided. And before I proceed here, I want to make clear that there is a definition of what a small business is. So the small business is a business that has less than 50 employees and typically less than $5 million in gross revenue per year. So this is the federal standard, and it's also our standard here in Arlington. So next slide, please. So in this first slide, this is a selection of slides that gave me the most insight and they were most thought-provoking. This graphic shows on the teal bars. Vertical bars are the share of establishments, let's call them the share of the number of businesses, the list number of businesses, and the darker bar is the share of employees, what's the number of jobs that these businesses support here in Arlington. So 94% of establishments in Arlington are small businesses, are businesses that have less than 50 employees, 94%. They employ the highest rates of workers. 1 out of 3 Arlingtonians, jobs in Arlington, works in such a business. It's less than 50 people. If you count the businesses with less than 100 employees, then 50% of Arlingtonians have a job there. So every other job is created and maintained by these small and medium-sized businesses. That should give us a lot of pause, especially on the employment side. Which also means, of course, that the other 50% is employed by bigger companies, far bigger companies, as you can see on the other side of the graph. Next slide. In terms of contribution to our economy, so 93%, that's the left graph, the left pie chart, 93.5% of the establishments are a small business, but they produce only 20% of the gross receipts. So they employ a lot of people. They are therefore extremely important for policy, but they are not top producers in terms of money. And 6.5% of our large organizations, large corporations, but they produce, of course, 80% of the gross receipts. So that tells me that what we always knew, that it is extremely important in Arlington to balance our economic development strategy on both sides. Next slide. So some key takeaways. So the first one that I already mentioned, estimated 94% of private business establishments in Arlington are small business and make up of 30%, a third of private sector employment share. 46% of the small business employment is made up of the professional and business services and hospitality and leisure industries. So there is a strong service-based economy here that rhymes with the idea that we are a strong information-based economy here. Third, that's important because we are discussing very often the issue of vacancy, commercial space vacancy. Tenants with less than 10,000 square feet make up 86% of commercial leases, number of leases, and account for 24% of total occupied space. So there is a constellation of many, many, many small leases, and that, of course, is an important insight because different strategies will help and apply to different types of tenants. 94% of active business licenses in Arlington are held by companies making less than $5 million in revenue, which accounts for 20% of total gross receipts, as I mentioned before. And small businesses account for at least 10% of gross receipts in major commercial centers and drive business in major commercial corridors. We will see something about that a little bit later. Next slide, please. So this is a very concise slide about all the programs that the Arlington Economic Development has set up in a collaborative and interconnected way to help and support entrepreneurship and small business in Arlington. They are a lot. And behind that is BizLaunch, which is kind of the umbrella program of all this. What I have seen is that in the last 2 or 3 years, we have seen a significant consolidation and higher sophistication of this program. It provides higher quality of business support, and I believe that this is showing in the results of the program. During this conversation and during the panel discussion, we received some feedback of what professionals and practitioners see in the marketplace. Next slide, please. These are the takeaways. So number one observation, new business clients, we are seeing currently the highest growth in women and entrepreneurs of color. So I remember when with Ms. Coffey we were visiting down in Crystal City, the showcase. So this is actually a trend. It's not a one-time. The needs around access to capital, strategic planning, shift in demographics and target markets, and marketing and branding assistance are increasing. In fact, they are skyrocketing. We're talking about substantial services that are needed there. Guidance and policies and regulations are impacting day-to-day operation of small businesses. So trademarks, copyright, procurement, and industry-related governance. This is all significant knowledge that needs to be converted into some sort of consultancy that is also provided by BizLaunch. Relocation assistance is in high demand within Arlington. That means that people need to move from one place to the other. There is significant move in this market, and this is a significant challenge. Hybrid work has created new demands in how and where business is done. And the last point here is that BizLaunch has seen that the top industries that it serves is startup tech, government consulting clients, GovTech, is a rising sector, professional services, consultants, retail, and food services. Next slide, please. So this is a kind of a little bit more detailed graph. The takeaway here is the teal bar is the small business number, or the number of establishments in different corridors. Or you can see in Roslyn and in National Landing, small businesses are there, but they are not the dominant form of business. But very interesting to me, in Ballston, we have almost equity between small and big businesses, and definitely on Columbia Pike and in Langston Boulevard, and in Courthouse Clarendon, Virginia Square, small businesses are a dominant part of the distribution of grocery receipts here. I have also a link that I wanted to add here. There is currently a case study unfolding right now on Columbia Pike. Pike entrepreneurs, especially in the eastern part of Columbia Pike, they are facing significant challenges because of the ongoing multimodal improvements in public works. This includes, of course, loss of customer traffic, loss of revenue, deterioration of the market image of the area. So AED has stepped up and found ways to support and promote these businesses. And since mid of this month, we have already a website with a lot of marketing materials and videos and social media promotion kits that in collaborative way with the local partnership, the Columbia Pike Partnership, and the businesses themselves are trying to counterbalance this tough times that businesses there are going through. So this was a very good reason to discuss small business support this month of September, and this is also the practical evidence that we are actually doing what we are promising. So thank you for that. That concludes my
Thank you.
report.
Very interesting. I actually, how significant small businesses are, I kind of knew that, but these numbers make that really, really clear. It's sort of our bread and butter. Very interesting. Thank you. And I think that brings us to Ms. Cunningham. I think you have a report on several issues. So I'll let you just take it away.
So we will
And we probably have
get
to
it.
wait for the slides to get up.
We'll get it
That's
up
okay.
on the
Yep.
board. I just wanted to share a little bit of what's happening behind the scenes to celebrate some of our staff, and also to let the community know what we're working on and how the ducks are paddling under the water. So the first piece is really just looking at our board operations. So I think anyone who's been in the board office or trying to onboard 2 brand new board members in 1 year, along with a lot of other changes, knows that there's been a lot of balls in the air. And so just wanted to do a shout out to our team. We've had a lot of transitions and change in our team this year, and people have been working like triple hard to make it all go. And we've been starting to tackle some of the feedback we'd heard from the community about little/big things like, I can't find the document for the board meeting, or the link that worked yesterday is not working today, and that sort of thing. And so with Mason's leadership and many others in the office and across the manager's staff as well, really good strides on making sure that some of the system rollouts that we're getting had gone sideways a little bit are working well for us, and that those issues are fixed both going forward, and then we're working on moving back to fix them as well. Secondly, we are continuing to hear, I can't find things on the website. That's a bigger, longer project, and we hear you, and we'll keep working with staff on that. But some progress points so far on the board side of having an inventory of all the ordinance changes. Mason and his team have done a great job over the summer getting that set and stabilized, and having AI-assisted searches for minutes and for ordinances as well. So hopefully those new tools will be useful to folks. We'd love to hear feedback as you use them, and how we can make them easier. Next one. Similarly, we've been really thinking hard about our own communications and how to increase the level of service and the sort of customer response feeling and engagement with the community. So, I would kind of characterize this as still rebuilding post-COVID, and this is absolutely a partnership with the manager and with all of the staff, particularly on constituent services, where we have recently expanded the team and put new tools in place and new kind of operations in place as well, so that when you call whatever door you come in, whether you literally come through a door, you make a phone call, you send an email, or you hit report a problem or request a service on the website, that it all is getting tracked and getting to the right person and getting responded to more quickly. And I think the manager has described this as our DNA for a 311 system eventually, but we are. I know we have a long way to go still, but we are making good progress as well. And then our social media presence for the board is there is one again now, so that's exciting. Again, we have a long way to go, but there are social handles there for folks to follow. And then I think the last thing is just the board meeting experience. So for those who come to speak to us in a board meeting and make public comment, we have made some adjustments to try to make sure that our Saturday meetings and Tuesday meetings are consistent. And so where you'll be making comment closer to the time of the item being heard, which is exciting. And then our team has been reaching out to public speakers ahead of time to make sure they're comfortable and ready to go. So really, nuts and bolts, but really important pieces that make our government and community engagement work better. And we'd, again, love to hear more from you as we go. So I think the next step is the commissions. It's all on the same slide there. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, we missed one. So if you haven't used the request a service or report a problem button, it is the top of our website there. Also, if you have the My Arlington app, you can be on a bus and see something broken. You can be at a kid's soccer game and notice a pothole or whatever. Please just let us know, and then we will get back to you with how it's been resolved when it's resolved. Next. Okay. Last piece on this kind of basic nuts and bolts is there's been a lot of work behind the scenes, and there is a lot more work to come about strengthening our commission system. So also since COVID, we have more vacancies in our commission system, and we are experimenting with some new ways of supporting and recruiting, but wanted to let you know that, and then also make the public service announcement that we do have all those vacancies are listed on the website there at the bottom. And we have 300 commissioners that are currently serving in one of these roles, which is great. We heard from one who's been serving for 13 years, I think, earlier. And I think Chris Slatt, who was here earlier, put it really well to say, the commission members aren't experts and don't have to be experts, but really help bring to the board and to the staff that community lens to help us get it right most of the time. So particular shout out for Fiscal Affairs, Human Rights, Joint Facilities Advisory Commission, and the Public Facilities Review Committee. They have the most vacancies right now. So if any of those are of interest, we'd love to hear from you. And then the others are listed as well. And we'll be doing more push out on that in the fall. And likewise, behind the scenes, some basic operating procedure updates, enhanced record keeping, things that will make it easier to be a commissioner and easier to interact with the board as a commissioner. We have a questionnaire out right now, as well as handbook updates. So lots of work for our team, but really helpful in re-cementing kind of how our commission system works. I think that's it on the nuts and bolts pieces. Oh, one more thank you slide, I think there. Yeah, so again, I said this earlier, but huge thank you to all of the county board office staff, as well as the county manager's office. I mean, you guys have been like holding hands through a lot of change this summer, and I can see a lot of great progress, and I hope the community is going to begin to see that as well. So just a big thank you.
I appreciate your report, because I don't know that we look like swans gliding across. But underneath, everybody is working really, really hard, and it doesn't always sound. Sometimes I think it looks a little bumpy on the surface, but thank you for that shout out to everybody, because I will include my thanks to everyone. Lots of really good work happening. Thank you.
Great, and then there's a second topic, unless you wanted to say more, no, Madam Chair. Okay. We also wanted to share a September back-to-school report. So many, many happy dances across the county as children went back to school, mine included. And our transportation team and schools team have been working intensely across the whole year, but especially the last couple of weeks and months to make sure that all of our schools could open with as much safety investment and support as possible. And so our transportation team has shared some of the many, many projects that have been underway. And if you've been in the county at all in September, you've no doubt encountered one or more of them. But we've updated school zones to be 20 miles per hour. That's been a 3-year project, which is now concluded. We also had 20 safety improvement construction projects near schools this summer, so you can see pictures of some of those painting, striping, signage. We did a tactical speed hump pilot to just try out, and I love what our transportation team is doing of trying things that we think will work, and sometimes they do and sometimes they don't, but we can use data to drive our final decisions and builds. And then the long-awaited safety camera program. So only in school zones when the school zone signs are flashing. They are currently on warnings, but they're about to switch from from warning to real. So want to make sure people know about that and remember to slow down. I think you can go one more. There's just a little bit of the speed hump pilot results. I think we'll get more input on this as the year goes on, but very impressive results, really. So you can see a couple different locations, 19th Street, Lang Street, and Queen Street, between 30% reduction and 70% reduction in speeding, which is just tremendous. And those were piloted for the speed humps because the signage and other enforcement was not working. So really great progress there. A few more pictures of stuff that's been done furiously in the last couple of weeks and months to add dedicated bike lanes at W&L, Career Center, crosswalk as they get ready for construction. Kenmore got a new signal to improve their crossing. And then I think that's HB Woodlawn got a mid-block beacon. Here's where the speed cameras are. You should go online if you don't already know where they are. They're pretty big boxes, so you can see them. But again, September 25th is coming very quickly, and we can't help you if you get a if your car, even if it's not you driving it, goes through above the speed limit, you will get a letter with a fine. Next. Just wanted to remind us all, South Carlin Springs is still kind of absolutely a focus for our transportation communities. Our transportation team. We have a big study starting in a couple more years, and we have been doing 5 years of improvements iteratively. There's also an open house September 24th at 6:30 at Kenmore Middle School. So we'd love for folks to come and see what's been done, what's still in process, and what might come after that. So, and this is all on the website, but all the things we have done already, it's an incredible list. Many more things were done already this year in 2024. And then there's still other things that are planned, including additional sidewalk work as we negotiate easements with the private property owners. And that's it.
Excellent, thank you.
So-
Many thanks to our transportation and DES folks for making that
absolutely. And
happen.
Mr. Manager, I don't know if there's anything you want to add, but thank you to staff for all your work and also for educating the board about it.
Yeah, I want to thank the staff that's here. We've done some other things outside of the school area, like we're doing a survey right now about hardening the center lines, and we encourage people to offer their views on that because, as you said, we're going to try some things. Some will work and some won't, but we look forward for more input from the public.
Excellent. I think the speed bumps and the speed cameras that really affect people directly and hard sometimes are probably the most effective. It'll be interesting to see. I assume we'll get some statistics on that, but that's just great. Everybody just needs to take a deep breath, slow down, and we'll all be better off. So thank you. All right. I think that brings us to Mr. Schwartz, your reports.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a lot today, so
Join the club. It's okay.
I don't know if we all want to get up and stretch, but I'm definitely going to ask Wayne Vincent and Devanshi Patel to get up and stretch. Devanshi. Oh, there you go. Okay. So I wanted to talk a little bit about our Youth Restorative Diversion Initiative. So back in 2020, with the police practices group, one of the recommendations was to find alternatives to our criminal legal system. And one of the suggestions was to do that through diversion. So our police department began conversations with the Center for Youth and Family Advocacy back in 2019 to create a program that removed entry points into the juvenile justice system. And in October of 2022, after the county board had appropriated $100,000, we went through a notice of funding availability, and CYFA won the competitive restorative justice grant to implement a diversion program. And that diversion program was launched in August a year ago. So now we have a full year's worth of data to examine. So I've asked Deputy Chief Wayne Vincent and CYFA's CEO, Devanshi Patel, to give us an update on the county board appropriation and first year results. So I'm going to turn it over to Wayne to start us.
Well, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity for everyone. I want to first thank Devanshi for this partnership. It's we're a little bit over a year so far, and as we go through this presentation, I just want to say that she has been phenomenal with this partnership with the police department. I also want to acknowledge that I have not been through this journey 100%. There are other police officers that started this journey with CYFA that I just want to recognize them, especially Lieutenant Alicio Pilco and Captain Damon Washington, who did a phenomenal job when we first started this journey. So we'll go ahead and start. Next slide, please. So what you have before you, some of the county goals when we first started this journey, Youth Restorative Diversion Initiatives. I'm not going to go through all the bullets, they're pretty obvious, but I will say this. When we think about, diverting youth, why is it? And we see that studies have shown that the earlier that we can divert youth, the better chance they have in society. And as you can imagine, when we have youth, young people that are involved in the legal system, it truly stigmatizes them. And I think when you have that in there, I think when you have a diversion, I think you give them an ability to grow. And so rather than put them through the system, it's an opportunity to rehabilitate them and give them more personal growth. We all know that there is an overrepresentation of the BIPOC youth in our legal system. Arlington is also subject to that. And I think, again, with this diversion, what we've seen so far, and we'll show some data later on, you'll see that we are definitely addressing that and giving people a better chance as we move forward. When we talk about, and I'm going to talk about this on the next slide a little bit, but I think when you talk about police resources, that is especially important for us. This board knows and the manager knows where we are as far as our staffing shortages, and I will tell you, and I'll talk about it in the next slide a little bit, but when we have the opportunity, when we go to any call of service where there's a young person involved, it takes several hours to do a processing if we're going to make an arrest. So again, to have this diversion in our pocket, shall we say, it gives us an opportunity to take our resources and put them where they really should be used, and that being in our hot spots, and that being where we're more visible in our community and our neighborhoods. That's one, increase youth. You want to talk about that?
So the last bullet is, of course, what we were thinking about the grant. We want to make sure, and Arlington has for a long time, at least 3 decades, been focused on how to increase youth developmental assets. So this particular initiative is a multi-pronged approach. So it's not only a diversion initiative, it's also an educational initiative, and we'll talk about that later as well.
Next slide, please. We know that most kids that we arrest are for nonviolent offenses, so that's why I think this diversion program is especially useful for us. And I'm proud to see, as you can see, when it comes to recidivism, we have shown so far after this first year, we have not had our recidivism rate for those that diverted are absolutely zero so far. And so we're very proud of that. We're very proud of the work that CYFA and Devanshi have put into the program. And again, when I think about that deflection that officers have, think about this. When we are arresting any kind of young people and processing them, it's on average 2 officers and 2 hours. And so when you translate that into the time that takes those 2 officers off the street, that is a lot of resources that could be put elsewhere. So again, we see this as a win-win for our officers. But I also want to emphasize too, and we had to really push this into our department, to our officers, that this is not about just diverting, keeping them out of the system. It's about accountability. We are holding these young people accountable, just in a way that they don't know, they're not used to. And again, to me, it's more of an involvement as to what harm they did, as opposed to putting through a system where they may not learn anything as to what they did and how to overcome it.
Next slide, please. So under the grant, when we were thinking about diversion and deflection, the two main programs that were proposed were the Promoting Empathy Through Equitable Resolution and the Youth Peer Court program, so PEER and YPC. The county grant had solicited essentially best ideas. They wanted to think about ways that we could meaningfully divert kids and that promoted and supported the county's racial equity goals, racial justice and equity goals. So our program proposed these particular options, and both programs are community-based restorative practices programs. As you've heard from Wayne, they are for kids, so anybody under the age of 18 who could be charged with a misdemeanor or nonviolent felony, and any young person who wants to take advantage of an opportunity to be diverted from the system must take meaningful accountability for their actions. So these programs are not available to anybody who wants to litigate whatever it is that they are being charged with. The primary differences between the programs is essentially the methodology. The PEER program uses what we think about as a traditional circle process. So the individual who has caused harm and the direct person who's directly impacted by that harm, along with the community, are in a circle together, and they're having facilitated dialogue to work through. But an equitable alternative is the youth peer court process, and that allows young people who seek to take accountability, but for whom the person who's most directly harmed is unavailable or does not seek to participate, they still have an option to be able to take that accountability. All of our processes, again, when we're thinking about youth developmental assets, they are all youth-led. And so young people, particularly high school students in Arlington, they are allowed to participate as facilitators, and they go through a multi-prong, multi-stage training academy to serve in this capacity. Next slide, please. So the Youth Restorative Diversion Initiative has multiple opportunities to use the PEER and YPC program. So here you think about the lifespan of a case once it enters into the juvenile legal system. What we are focusing our presentation today is specifically focusing on circles 1 and 2, so deflection and diversion. On Thursday, we had an opportunity to speak with our counterparts in the courts, so the JDR court judges as well as the Juvenile Domestic Relations Court Services Unit. And there was good conversation and exploration about how to further integrate this programming and expand it for other kids who are system involved. Next slide, please.
So we're quite often asked who is eligible and what's the process. I won't go into detail so much about the process, but I will say eligibility is again between the ages of 10 and 17. And if you're within that age and you again commit certain specific eligible crimes that are misdemeanors or nonviolent, then you are eligible. And our officers have, they know this now. I give you some of the offenses that we came up with in our MOU with CIFA. And officers have definitely taken advantage of this to divert young people when they are eligible. There are a few occasions where they will fall outside of these qualifying offenses because, again, it includes misdemeanors and nonviolent felonies, so we couldn't list every one, but certainly the resources are there for the officers when they go on scene. If they have a child that has committed a certain act or crime, that they can certainly refer to CIFA or call one of us, and the decision can be made. Will that child be eligible for referral? I want to say, too, that this is not a mandatory referral, that these are at the discretion of the police officer and certainly requires the approval of their guardian and the victim of the crime. Next slide, please. This simple graph just kind of shows what the numbers look like as far as what we've deferred so far this year. And of the 54 referrals, 19 have been larcenies, and we see that quite often where we were going to some of our vendors, whether it be the malls or in our high vendor areas. You'll also notice that domestic assault and batteries on there as well. We had actually 11 cases that were referred, and your simple A and Bs, we had 5 of those cases. And we'll get more specific in a little bit, but that just kind of tells you a little bit as far as what kind of referrals we're looking at that's been referred.
And just to note, I guess, as Mr. Karen Tokas talked about the September recognition of Recovery Month, we had 7 referrals during this period of time for kids who had been in possession of or used unlawful substances. So those cases have also been coming to us. Next slide, please. So, now looking at the data, one of the things that we wanted to ensure and we had committed to was being transparent with the community around the kids who were being served through our program. And so you all may have seen the infographic that's on the left side of the screen. That infographic provides a breakdown of the cases that came to us from ACPD and those that came to us from our courts, from CSU. It also broke down the types of offenses, the months in which those referrals were received, and of course, age and race and ethnicity. So that was from August 23rd when we launched this initiative to December 31st. Now, as County Manager has noted, we have full year data, and we are able to break it down by race and ethnicity for all of the referrals that have come in. And you will see one of the concerns that was raised by many members of the community as to whether it would truly disrupt the disproportionate representation of kids of color in our legal system. We are seeing that the largest numbers of cases that are coming over really are achieving that goal. Next slide, please. Similarly, equity was a issue for looking at equity and different ways to be able to ensure that we were going to be able to meet kids where they are. These programs are really doing that, and residence is not a precluding factor. What we know is that, sometimes, these boundaries and these borders that we have, there are fake. They don't exist in real life. And so, people are not only from Arlington. They are, from Alexandria and Falls Church and D.C. and Maryland. We've had a referral from somebody who's from Hagerstown, Maryland. I mean, they are coming from quite a distance. And we wanted to make sure that this community continues to be a place that is safe. And by making sure that any person that wants to take accountability for their actions has an opportunity to do so that we reduce the risk of them engaging in future harmful acts. And so you can see the number of people who reside in Virginia is the overwhelming number of cases, and of that number, it's overwhelmingly Arlington, but also our DC and Maryland friends are utilizing the program. Gender, we have observed that mostly individuals, young people who identify as female, are our majority of the cases that we've been referred thus far. Next slide, please. And then youth assets, we wanted to kind of touch upon this as well. Again, it's not just a diversion program, it's also an education program because kids learn best from one another. And so we have over 40 kids right now who are either trained or in the pipeline of being fully trained as ambassadors across nearly all of our high schools. We are going to be making a push for HB because HB is not on that graph, but you can see that we have good representation there. The other part is that CIFA has entered into a partnership with APS, so places where we can include further system alignment on this initiative, we are looking forward to being able to support the services moving forward.
I just want to end by saying that we truly believe at this point that although it's only been a year, I think we're going in the right direction. We're excited about the future. We're constantly thinking and working together as far as where to take this program. I will say that Devanshi and I have actually presented this at a national forum recently, and we believe that we have at least a regional program that can be something that other jurisdictions can look at. And so we know that Falls Church is already doing something similar. We know Harrisonburg is doing something similar as well as Danville. But I truly believe that in the future you're going to see this program expand to where it can be throughout the Commonwealth, if not nationally. With that, do you have any questions for us?
Thank you. I'll start off with one question. I think you talked about the majority of participants were young women or girls rather than men. Could you talk about that a little bit? Because it'd be probably good to get it at least equal, right? I would think.
Well, I think that there's been really good information that's been coming out, research that's coming out that talks about girls in the legal system and the numbers going up, and we're seeing that also in terms of the referrals. It's not that young men are not being referred, they certainly are, but the numbers of cases right now, I mean, they're nearly equal, but there are more for individuals who identify as female. There's a higher proportion of those kids that are coming in, particularly on the ACPD side, so the higher number of deflection on those cases.
Okay, thank you. I mean, very impressive. Zero recidivism. It probably won't keep that forever, but
Yeah, not good.
no, but that's really, really impressive, and it feels so much like this is the approach you need to take. To me, it when you're talking about holding young people accountable in a way they're not used to, I think in a way it's providing some parenting that they weren't used to, and nobody arrives in this world fully formed. They need help getting through things, and if we can step in where they've maybe not gotten everything they need, it's really just wonderful. So thank you for all of the work, and I'm going to try to get some of these slides so I can look at them. I can't quite see up there really well, so I'll study them later. So thank you. I'm sure some of my colleagues have some questions or comments. Ms. Coffey, do you have anything?
I would be very interested in the slides. It's not having our own screens as we have on our own dais makes it a little bit more challenging to read small numbers.
I'm glad. I thought it was just my old eyes. I'm glad it's not just me.
No, I mean, yeah, it's more of a challenge for sure. But I think I'm really grateful to see such a good assessment of the data. I think a lot of times we get report backs that are just raw numbers, and it's hard to kind of make sense of those. So having some analysis already done is great. I would just be a little bit interested if you want to talk about how diversion can connect to the rest of, the social safety net and other social services programs that we do have. I know many times this is just kind of scratching the surface of what's going on at home for kids. And so have you all been able to really build out those connections as well?
No, that's a really great question. Thank you for that. So when a kid comes into one of our programs, they have multiple levels of intake that we complete. So it's not just about the incident that brings the young person into our program. We really do a comprehensive analysis of what's going on in their life. So we do a comprehensive social history. And so when we are then moving through the 4 phases of the process, we are connecting and coordinating services for them. So it's a pretty decent amount of care coordination that goes into each case. So we're thinking about really looking at 40 to 50 hours worth of management of this program, of these cases. They have regular and consistent mentoring and supervision with us. So they have check-ins, regular check-ins, where our community coordinators are having conversations with them, with their family. When I spoke about the cases involving unlawful substances, they're also often include substance abuse evaluations. There's often follow-up with treatment providers to make sure that they are in fact completing their requirements, because that's often included in the restorative agreement as well. We have really good relationships with the safety net providers. SIFA is a part of the safety net partnership as well. One of the places that we are really looking at integrating is allowing for young people who are receiving services from some of the other members of the partnership, Bridges, AHC. We do programming on site for them as well, so allowing them to be part of our developmental assets, also looking at, as part of our ambassador academies, also trying to figure out ways to be able to provide some of our educational resources so that they have the depth and breadth of relationship with not only with our organization but also with some of the other providers to feel comfortable coming for additional services as well. But the cases that come in, they're not just getting a plan to address that particular issue. It is more along the lines of wraparound services to meet the needs of the family.
If I may, I just want to add too, you'll be surprised, just recently, Devanchi, we gave a debrief, shall we say, of the first year results to every one of our officers, at least in our roll calls. And part of that debrief was not just the numbers, but it was also sharing the resources and the accountability that's given to this program to each of these young people. And I'll tell you, our officers, some of them were shocked. They really had, at least they had forgotten, or they did not know the amount of resources that are given to these young people. And several of them even commented that, wow, you're actually holding them more accountable than the courts can. So that they appreciated that and didn't think they were just referring kids to just get a free get a pass, shall we say. So I appreciate that question as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I know we have a lot to get to, so I'll leave it there for now.
Yeah, no, this is just great. Mr. Karantonis, and then
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm sure that you remember that we approved the strategic plan for restorative justice during your last chairmanship. So,
remember I was chairing, but I know we did it.
so I mean, I appreciate the report. That was, this is really important. We are, as a community, we're trying to figure out what is the Arlington model for restorative justice. I think the NOFA that we had about 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, is producing a first report. So for starters, I will be very interested to have briefings on that, so in kind of more detailed fashion so that we understand where we are. The reason why I'm saying that, there is an additional reason, not just thoroughness. The additional reason is we are in a different environment. When we approved the strategic plan and later when we started with a 100,000 financed supported NOFA, the number of juveniles that we had to process, or the number of juveniles that effectively, I remember as a number, it's not indicative, but it's something, in the juvenile detention facility down in Alexandria, from Arlington was like an average of, correct me, 3, 4, something like that. Today, it's like 3 times more. And that concerns me a lot. So therefore, I think that receiving that report, understanding it, digesting that, and then thinking about what's next, how things should scale, what did you learn? Because I'm sure that in the process you learned a lot. Things worked and other things didn't. So this is a conversation that I'm really very interested to have. This is not the right place here, but I believe that we need to have that.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
If I may just jump in there. I think one of the things that we learned is, quite frankly, we were estimating the number of referrals in year 1 to be 40. And we far surpassed that with 54. And that only includes the delinquency referrals. A place, and kind of going to what you're raising around some of the kids who are actually being held at the Northern Virginia Juvenile Detention Center, there is a safety to self issue, right? A risk to self, more so than a risk to public safety. And so, as we think about some of the other things that are happening in our community, the services that we are trying to online with the Department of Human Services, and of course the support of the county manager, another place that police are looking at is how can we provide preventive services to families that need it up front. And so we've actually had 58 referrals, because 4 of those cases are non-delinquency matters that we've been addressing. So we have been providing prevention services in what we call our status-based offenses for kids. And that is a place that's going to be expanded. The programming will be expanded this year as well. And so we're hoping that some of those places where we are using, resources that we would prefer not to use, that we no longer have to use them, especially as we online our more intensive level of services that we can provide to families.
Thank you. For all the above reasons, I think more detailed briefings.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Cunningham.
And maybe this can be in that briefing as well, but I'm curious about kind of how the jurisdictional interactions are going here. So are all of the young people who've participated live in Arlington or committed crimes in Arlington, or both?
So both. So they live in any number of jurisdictions. As I mentioned, the one that's kind of furthest away was Hagerstown, Maryland. So they live everywhere. We have kids that are just next door in Alexandria, Falls Church. The bulk of our cases are kids in Arlington. But Pentagon City, as Wayne said, is a hotspot, right? And so that brings a lot of kids from a lot of different places. So we see our Arlington kids there. We see kids from other jurisdictions there as well.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Mr. DiFranti, I cannot see hands or anything with what I've got here. Would you like to ask any questions or say something?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation.
Lean towards your
to
microphone a little bit. You're very quiet, or maybe we can increase the volume.
Can you hear better now?
No.
Okay, hang on.
Oh, that's better, I
I'm
think.
mindful. Okay, can you hear me?
A little.
Okay.
Yep, getting
I'll
better.
say-
Just speak out. Yep.
Sure. I'll just say thank you. I'm eager to follow up. Questions in my mind is how this fits with the broader strategic plan, as Mr. Karantonis mentioned, and if and how it might fit with the work that the Community Criminal Justice Board is doing. I'm not dogmatic that it has to, but I'm mindful of time, and so I do think a 2x2 briefing would be one I'd like to join on this. Just with our overall strategic plan, there is also a focus of CIFA for sure on, which is so needed on our youth, but there's want to just understand how this fits with the racial justice grant Restorative Arlington received. But I'm super grateful for all the work from Ms. Patel and Mr. Vincent and the team. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. I think there are more briefings in our future. I'm really excited about the possibilities of this going to scale, even nationally. I mean, when you look at, you just read these stories about young people who got a really bad shake in life, and all the criminal justice system does is make it worse. It just compounds the injustices. It's really upsetting, and I often thought, can't we do better? And it seems like maybe we can here. This sounds really effective, and I will be really interested. Also, in cost breakdowns, I do think over time, it's probably going to be pretty clear this is really cost effective. As Christian used to say, it's usually the right thing to do is also the economically smart thing to do, and we need to use that to sell it. But it's really exciting what you're doing. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
You so very much. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, thank you. So if anybody is under a rock, I wanted to let you know that the general election for president is less than 2 months away.
Oh, really?
In case you were curious. And this week marks two important milestones. Today is National Voter Registration Day.
Hey,
So if it means anything, I'm admonishing you all who are not registered, register to vote. And also, early voting begins in Arlington County on Friday of this week. Okay. So our elections office and communications and public engagement team have already been sharing a lot of important information that voters need to know, and you're going to be hearing a lot more of it, and we're really starting to ramp up that campaign starting now. And so we're going to be premiering some videos starting today that our elections and communications team have been working on. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant County Manager Erica Moore, who will tell and show you more.
Great, thank you. Mic's on, right? Yep. Getting used to new tech. I do have a few slides here for you all, and then I will be calling upon a friend to help play the videos, because if I did them over Teams, they'd be a little choppy here. So as Mark said, we've been working very closely, my team in the county manager's office, with the elections office, and also with some of our partners in other departments who have a role to play in elections in making a plan for our communications. And that has already started. We have already been sharing information about early voting, voter registration, ranked choice voting, of course going all the way back to the primary, but has been ramping up recently. We have a graphic that you will start to see a lot of that is right there on the side, which again, going back to what Chair Garvey said during her presentation, talking about these trusted sources. So we do really recommend that people pay attention to where they're going, where they can find the information. Feel free to check your sources before you believe the information, and these are the ones that we in the county manager's office, as well as our election office and our Virginia elections office, will be sharing information through. Also, I was asked by our elections, chief of elections, to put a little plug in. There will be a guide to voting in Arlington that will be hitting folks' mailboxes probably next week. They went into the mail today. It's a tri-fold brochure that's being mailed to all voters that were registered as of August 16th. And it will include information on voting options, what's on the ballot, ranked choice voting, and again, more trusted sources for information. So please do check your mail for that hard copy that you can then just stick on your fridge and have all that information there. As we talked about earlier in the summer, I came back and was talking about our plan for communications. One of the things that we have really been focusing on is video, because that provides us a lot of options, not only on our YouTube channel, but on our digital boards that we have in our county facilities, as well as, of course, social media, and trying to reach a variety of audiences. And these are some of what I'm going to be premiering for you. We are doing POV, for point of view, I'm learning this from my children, of a voter in Arlington, letting people know what they are going to expect when they actually go to vote. We are doing a security series, election security series, with the elections director and our general registrar. I will preview both, a few of those today as well. And then coming up, we're going to be doing Meet a Poll Worker and Meet an Election Officer. We had Meet a Teen Health Nurse and Meet a Marcus Alerter Coordinator. Very, very popular videos in our community. We really want to humanize a lot of our elections workers and folks that will be working at the polls to ensure everybody can vote safely and securely. We're also going to be doing some Q&A videos with some members of my team, again, putting out our faces to ensure that if something were to happen and we needed to put out emergency communication, it's coming from a face that's familiar to you. So those will be all coming out. And now I'm going to phone a friend for my first video, which is the POV of an Arlington voter, with our very own Lauren Johnson, taking us through the process.
Or going to your
Oh, we can't hear it.
Election day. It's important to know what you can expect when you go cast your ballot. Come along. When you vote in person, the first step is checking in with an election officer. You'll need to show a valid ID. Your voter card or Virginia's driver's license work great, and you will be asked to confirm your name and address. The election officer will repeat your name, return your ID, and give you a permit to get your ballot. At the next station, you'll turn in your permit for a ballot and privacy folder. The election officer will provide basic instructions such as how to mark your ballot and answer any questions you might have about ranked choice voting. Next, you'll be directed into a voting booth to mark your ballot. If you need help, you can talk to an election officer for assistance, but an election officer is the only person you can talk to. Finally, and most importantly, you'll cast your ballot. Once you've finished marking your ballot, insert it into a scanner by removing it from the privacy folder, laying it flat on the tray, and giving your ballot a good push. It doesn't matter which direction your ballot is inserted.
Thanks for coming in today.
And that's it. Voting in person in Arlington is as simple and secure as those 4 easy steps. For more information on elections, including how to register, early voting locations, and how to find your polling place for Election Day, visit vote.arlingtonva.gov.
So as I said, this video is going to lead our Inside Arlington this week, and we'll be pushing it out a lot. Again, just getting people comfortable with the process, giving them some information about what they need to bring for their ID and things like that. And then our next series is the election security. We just have 3 short videos in this series. Gretchen was kind enough to allow us a lot of her time, so we'll be rolling out several more in this. But we can go ahead and kick off the first video.
Hi, my name's Gretchen, and I am the Election Director and General Registrar for Arlington County. Each year, Arlingtonians cast their ballots for candidates of their choice, and ensuring the security of elections is a top priority for Arlington and the Office of Voter Registration. Security starts right here at our secure warehouse with our voting equipment. Voting equipment is kept at our secure warehouse here in Arlington and in secure carts, and these are delivered to the precincts before the election. Each cart comes secured both with a lock and a seal number, and these seal numbers are verified by our election officers first thing election morning to ensure that the cart and the contents of the cart have not been tampered with during transportation. So each cart holds the entire contents of what the precinct needs to run the election on Election Day. It amounts to around 600 pounds of equipment, and this includes both the scanner that you're going to use to tabulate your vote on Election Day, as well as an ADA ballot marking machine for voters who cannot mark a paper ballot without assistance. Each of these pieces of equipment has a unique serial number and a unique seal number, in addition to numbers on it, what we call a public and protective counter number. And one of the jobs of the election officers first thing election morning is to ensure that they have received the right cart, the right serial number of their voting systems, and that all of these numbers match what has been recorded and certified by our electoral board in advance of the election. So the voting equipment that we have in Virginia is not ever connected to the internet. So any computer can be tampered with, but there are lots of checks and balances along the way to make sure that this equipment is not being tampered with and that you can trust it. All votes in Virginia are cast using a paper ballot or some form of paper backup recording that vote. This is also one of our laws in Virginia that we have to make sure that we have secure, safe elections. One of the things that's unique about Arlington is we both own and program all of our voting equipment. We don't need to rely on a vendor to do any of the support and setup for our voting equipment each election. All of that work is being done in-house by Arlington staff and Arlingtonians. So every piece of voting equipment in Arlington is maintained by Arlington County elections staff. We maintain a maintenance record. We know who has had access to these voting equipments over the full cycle of their lifetime. All of the updates that they receive are certified duly at both the federal and the state level to make sure that the machines are still operating the way they're supposed to be working and the way they're programmed to work. All voting equipment in Arlington is tested by the Electoral Board in advance of the election. There are multiple checks and balances along the way to make sure that the voting equipment hasn't been tampered with and that it is working as it's supposed to be working. And we even do now post-election audits in Virginia. So Arlington voters, whether you choose to vote by mail, early, or in person on election day, you can vote in confidence, knowing that our voting machines are secure and will count the ballot as you intended it to be counted.
But playing individually, we'll promote them there, and then they'll obviously be available if folks want to share them. Gretchen is a great resource. She is right on top of it, so we'll have a lot more in that series as well, and look forward to premiering all the other videos as they get ready. And while I have everyone, just wanted to provide some key election dates, another request from Gretchen. Of course, as Mark said, today is National Voter Registration Day, and we've got early voting on Friday. Voter registration deadline is October 15th. On October 16th, we'll open more early voting locations and extend the hours that are available. On October 25th at 5 p.m., that is your deadline to apply for a mail ballot. November 2nd is the last day of early voting in the general election, and of course, November 5th is Election Day. Polls are open from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Any mailed ballots must be postmarked on or before November 5th. So putting that out there as well. And then if you mail your ballot in, it must be received by noon on November 8th to be considered part of the election. So putting in a plug for those. Thank you so much.
Could I ask you a question?
Yes.
What if you haven't registered and it's election day? I think there's a way to go vote and do a provisional ballot?
You can do a provisional ballot on election day.
Yeah, so we're not encouraging that. Don't do
No,
that.
we want
That causes
everybody
trouble.
to register to vote.
But we do want to make sure everybody votes. Thank you.
Yes, and everything can be found very easy, vote.arlingtonva.gov. Again, that trusted graphic of trusted sources will be out there for folks to review.
Okay, so to pick up on something that, thank you very much, Erica. Pick up on something that you started, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn it over to Will Flagler, who's going to talk a little bit about, this year's national theme for preparedness is to start a conversation, and I'm going to let him continue with the conversation that you started, Madam Chair, and give a few words on the September being Preparedness Month. So over to you, Will.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I would be remiss if I didn't start the conversation by actually highlighting Chair Garvey's legendary advocacy for emergency preparedness, not just in Arlington, but throughout the region. That was my surreptitious reason for actually coming here today. You did a great job. There's no way I can top what you did. You could probably do my job, how good you did it.
No, I couldn't do your job. That's all right. Thank you.
But I do want to thank you for everything that you've done for the region. You've probably moved the needle in ways that you don't even know. So thank you. So one of the things I'll say is our team's mission every day of the year is to ensure that we can coordinate Arlington's ability to save lives, protect property, and provide critical assistance. And in doing that, I have a team of people who aren't here with me today because they're training, they're out in the community right now, making a difference and making sure that we're prepared here in Arlington. So I do thank them. And part of this work is ensuring Arlington residents have a reliable source of information when minutes matter, resources and opportunities to learn and to volunteer. And preparedness is not a one-time task. It's an ongoing activity, and it's an ongoing effort that helps us all stay ready and resilient. And one of the key things that we want to say in starting that conversation with your family is that knowledge is power. And the first step in preparing is to know what could happen where you and your family live. While floods, home fires, and power outages can happen anywhere, our region also has high hazards such as hurricanes, and as we are experiencing now, extreme heat. And we used to, I guess, experience winter storms, but that might not be a thing that we have to worry about over the next few years. As we all experienced this summer, the extreme heat preparedness has become increasingly crucial to our region, and we're dealing with a forecasted strong hurricane season as well. So one of the things that we really want to focus on today is making sure that our community is connected to us, and one of the best ways to do that, and so that you can have the information that you need to be prepared, is go to readyarlington.com. You'll have more information on how you can sign up for Arlington Alert, and get other useful information to ensure you and your family are prepared for the unthinkable. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Will. And we have a lot of events going on this month. So wanted to move on to another subject. Today, I'm joined by John Marlin. John, raise your hand. So there you are. He's our Parks and Natural Resources Deputy Division Chief, and by Jen Fioretti, Assistant County Manager for Climate Policy. We're going to present the final recommendations that we have for managing the overpopulation of white-tailed deer on county-owned natural land and in our parks, and also a summary of our most recent round of public engagement and recommendations. Now, our recommendations are informed by this engagement, by what we did in the region with benchmarking, some peer-reviewed research, consultant recommendations, and a lot of data collection that we did in the field. And we confirmed, based on all of this, that our deer population exceeds our forest's ecological carrying capacity. So, and at this point, it's where it's damaging our normally renewable native plant resources. So, by doing this, by managing our deer population, our goal is to conserve our forests for all our native plants and animals and retain the public health, urban cooling, and flood reduction benefits that come from our forests. Now, I know what we're recommending is controversial, but I wouldn't be doing this unless the science supported this approach and our neighboring jurisdictions weren't also implementing deer management measures at the federal and local level. So we are want to let you know we'll be delivering these recommendations. The county board does have a role. Our first step will be to bring forward to you consideration and a request to advertise an amendment to the county code to permit the professional sharpshooting on public land. So you will have an opportunity to weigh on this. So now I'm going to turn it over to John for a summary of all the work that we've done. John?
Thank you. Pulling up the presentation now. Sorry, I am simultaneously in this Teams meeting, but also, according to my computer, not in this Teams meeting. Mason? Okay.
You know what, John? Why don't you just start, and the slides will catch up with you.
You got them? Okay.
the last time we gave up and started, it popped up, it might work, I don't know.
That's the secret. All right. Well, good afternoon, members of the county board and county manager. This presentation is intended to be a brief overview and status update of the deer management project, which is the county's effort to understand and potentially manage its deer population to minimize its ecological impact on county-owned natural land parks. In our presentation last June, the project team briefed you on its draft recommendations for deer monitoring and management. We have since conducted public engagement around those draft recommendations and arrived at final recommendations. Today, we will cover results from that second round of public engagement and discuss our final recommendations for deer monitoring and management in Arlington County. We'll also review the project scope and cover next steps. As for project scope, the project was broken into 3 phases starting in 2022. Phase 1 consisted of data collection, analysis, and narrowing down management options to consider. Phase 2 consisted of publishing a report of those findings, and then engagement and education around that report to inform the public and seek their feedback on potential management options. And Phase 3 consisted of developing draft recommendations, seeking feedback on those recommendations through public engagement, and then finalizing those recommendations.
I do have the
Slide,
backup
please.
copy of these slides. If you just give me some cues and I'll advance them for you.
And here we go. So for context, here's the project management timeline showing us at the end of the project where we communicate our final recommendations. Next slide. And before we go further, I'd like to spend a few moments on this slide, which speaks to the crux of the issue with deer overpopulation and why our department has made it a priority. On the left, we have Lacey Woods Park, which is relatively untouched by deer. You can see that Lacey Woods has a dense and diverse understory with lots of different plants at different heights. This understory is key because it provides the food and shelter to many animals and supports its own web of life. It also represents the future canopy of the forest, as some plants within the understory are young trees prepared to take over when older trees die. And on the right, we have Barcroft Park, which is heavily browsed by deer. Here you can see that the understory is severely degraded, meaning that those understory plants and the animals that rely on them are absent. There are also far fewer young trees poised to take over for mature trees when those mature trees die and require replacement. Eventually, this process may result in the loss of our forests. Our community will lose access to the documented health and well-being benefits of experiencing nearby forests, and also lose the documented climate change, heat island, and flood mitigation benefits that our forests provide to Arlington County. Next slide. And so with that, let's dive into the results of our second round of public engagement, which was open from June 17th through July 19th. We used the second round of public engagement to inform the public about our draft recommendations and solicit their feedback on those recommendations. It included an online forum where participants could provide feedback directly to county staff, a virtual community meeting where participants took the opportunity to learn more about the recommendations and ask questions directly to project staff, and presentations to the Parks and Recreation Commission and Forestry and Natural Resources Commission. Next slide. And the online feedback forum had 601 participants providing 1,100 comments, and the virtual community meeting had 158 participants. Next slide. So one key question from the online feedback forum asked participants to characterize their opinion about a county program to manage its deer population. 85% of participants responded as very supportive or supportive of a deer population management program, with 11% responding as very unsupportive or unsupportive. Next slide. Another key question dug deeper by asking participants to characterize their opinion of a professional sharpshooting program to manage the deer population. 80% of respondents responded as very supportive or supportive of such a program, while 16% responded as very unsupportive or unsupportive. And the engagement also solicited comments from participants. General themes identified from those comments included support for deer management, a desire that the program be carried out quickly, safely, and that meat generated by the program be donated to those experiencing food insecurity. Some participants registered concerns that the project team needed to collect more data to justify taking action, that the project should have selected other management methods such as public archery hunting or surgical sterilization, or that the project should also consider deer damage to privately owned landscapes. Next slide. And overall, the Deer Management Project featured a robust, multi-year engagement process that solicited feedback through diverse channels, both virtually and in person. More specifically, the engagement plan included 2 online and 1 in-person feedback forums, virtual meetings with key stakeholders, presentations to the Civic Federation and 6 civic associations, informative communications including a video translated in English and Spanish, project FAQs, an online story map and bilingual yard signs, educational information shared via paid and earned media, and in-person pop-ups strategically located along Arlington parks and trails. And so, after soliciting feedback in our second round of public engagement, the project team continues to recommend professional sharpshooting to reduce the deer population on county-owned natural land parks. This is also the primary population management recommendation of our consultant. And to allow for data-driven adaptive management, we recommend monitoring the deer population with periodic aerial drone surveys and monitoring deer impacts on forest health with 2 different established methods of herbivory impact assessment. These monitoring methods are also the primary monitoring recommendation of our consultant. And we also recommend that the county review Arlington County Police Department, Animal Welfare League of Arlington, and Virginia Department of Transportation deer vehicle collision data and intake collection methods. If we have better information about how many deer vehicle collisions there are and where they occur, we can target public safety measures like signage, speed limit reductions, and wildlife crossings. And finally, we recommend monitoring tick-borne diseases such as Lyme disease and exploring options for monitoring other relevant diseases. Next slide. So now for next steps. To implement a deer management program, in fall 2024, staff will propose amendments to the county code for county board consideration to permit professional sharpshooting in county-owned natural land parks. Then, in winter 2024, staff will develop a deer management plan. Finally, in winter 2026, staff anticipate commencing professional sharpshooting to reduce deer populations in county-owned natural land parks. And with that, thank you again for your time today and throughout the project. And a big thank you to all of the community members who took time from their busy schedules to engage with the Deer Management Project and provide their feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Marlin. I think I should see if anyone has any questions or comments. Mr. DeFranti, just say something if you would like. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, but I'm okay.
Okay,
Appreciate
good.
it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know this is really controversial. I think it really is important and needs to be done for the health of the forest. The deer themselves, actually, overpopulation does not do well for the deer either. And all of the little critters that need to live in the understory in the woods and that need to be there. So I think it's really important. I know it's going to be controversial and difficult, but thank you. And we'll keep going because it's the right thing to do, I think personally. So thank you so very much. Anything else?
Okay,
Ms.
so
Schwartz?
we're getting into the home stretch. One more big report and then quick summary. I wanted to give an update, and Demetra McBride is joining us today to talk about a risk assessment and management plan for stormwater management. This has been a top priority, as you know, starting back in 2019, a little bit over 5 years ago. And Demetra's going to walk through what our RAMP is and how it's informed our adopted CIP, and also how I'm happy to report that this has actually served as a model for a lot of other jurisdictions. And so with that introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Demetra, who'll give you an overview.
Great. Thank you to the county manager and to the board for their support of this project over, as you know, it's been a 4-year effort in the making. And I also want to thank Eileen Winquist, who has joined us remotely. Before we get into the deck, it's important to really just take note of the intense and very continuous and exhaustive public outreach during this entire project for the last, I would say, little over 3.5 years. We have held over 70 meetings. We've held them at the kind of larger upscaled level with the Civic Federation and their executive team, Committee for Stormwater. We've had them at the watershed scale with multiple CAs, and we've also downscaled it to the CAs. And in fact, we have one in person tomorrow night. We've answered very lengthy and exhaustive questionnaires from our constituents and from civic associations. And again, going back to the Civic Federation, we've had a 4-year collaboration with them that resulted in 2022 with the Civic Federation issuing 2 very lengthy, far-ranging, and very prescient set of resolutions. So moving on to the next slide. I'm not sure who's driving it. This really goes to show there's climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. And we really are living in the age of climate risk, which falls squarely within adaptation. When I started working in this space back in 2011, the insurance companies had already very, very quietly, because they're conservative, been consulting and analyzing climate change and projections in order to design and develop their products, in order to price their products, in order to say where they would offer them, and more often and increasingly where they would not offer them. Back in 2011, FEMA was already signaling that its ability to underwrite these kinds of losses was rapidly diminishing. And even bonding agencies such as Standard & Poor's and Moody's were starting to talk about what kind of methodology they might develop or adopt to look at bond ratings. And they weren't only going to be looking towards a jurisdiction's plans, but they would be focusing very tightly on their capital improvement programs so they could be assured of a commitment and intentionality with this phase. So here you can see this interplay and adaptation between direct and cascading impacts, between physical risk and transitional risk. We did include a couple of pocket slides at the end of this presentation for those that are interested. There is one that has a list of very, very recent white paper studies. One of them is by the Congressional Budget Office, and they are focusing on the projected impact of climate change and losses on properties that are where the mortgages are underwritten by Freddie and Fannie. And they have identified climate change as probably the greatest emerging risk to the mortgage industry. Next, please. This NOAA table really shows you, and that is billions on the end at the far right, and that number is 600 up at the top of that chart. You can see over the past 43 years, there has been an acute escalation in impacts and losses. You can also see from the coloration on the bars that the majority of these losses are attributed to extreme storms and flooding. This is not going to stop. In the past 10 years, flooding has emerged as the #1 financial and fiscal loss for extreme weather by NOAA. So, and even more importantly, this is not occurring depending on where you live in the United States, where you're experiencing severe floods and repetitive floods. A lot of that flooding, or a majority of that flooding, is not within the FEMA floodplains. It's outside the FEMA floodplains. Next, please. And here we get into a little bit more definition and explanation of the climate risks and these cascading impacts. This is not an exhaustive list, but it shows you categories of social, environmental, and economic impacts and losses. We have been leaning into this slide in our public engagement. We're going to continue to lean into it because from the very beginning, it was difficult to interest community members who were not directly, where their homes or their businesses were not directly flooded. But there is, with these cascading impacts, this really demonstrates really the democratization of the impact and the risk. And even though you may not feel a direct impact, you have a vested interest and you are invested as a citizen or as a business in Arlington County in addressing these losses. Next slide, please. So as the manager noted, there's been occasionally very, very severe flooding. There was a period of very intense repetitive flooding and loss that started in 2016, culminating in a historic storm in 2019, not just hitting Arlington, but the region. It was very clear that we had to kind of shift our thinking and our strategy on flood mitigation and management. So we pivoted to what we refer to as Flood Resilient Arlington. It did take an adaptation model. We started immediately to draft out the framework of the ramp project, and we also started identifying 6 kind of early actions and early areas where we could take action. So while these, again, are not definitive of the entire shift, you'll see more data-driven decision-making. You're going to see difference in how we approached engineering, the blended engineering that you've been hearing about. It was the stars kind of all came together and shone over the Cardinal School, because I don't know how many of you know or may remember that actually was initially in our CIP as a pilot, and the size of it was just a little over 14,000 cubic feet. Today, you have a co-siting invisible under those playgrounds of 560,000, I believe it ended up, cubic feet. We've also been much more aggressive and updated our standards on LDA. And again, we started looking at risk as the main driver, and as we started adopting a probabilistic model, which set 2040, 2070, and 2100 as our climate horizons. More importantly, there was something that was not certainly adopted or used in the region and probably in the mid-Atlantic, is we stopped using the tool Atlas 40, which looked at historical and present data, and we said, no, we have to start looking at near, mid, and long-term adaptation. So we dispensed with that and then went into the first effort under the ramp was to do those long range with those climate horizons, probabilistic models of what the flood risk was, and creating the inundation maps that accompanied them. And also property acquisition for the purpose of flood mitigation. Now, it's a voluntary program, we know, unless our benchmarking and our lit review is deficient. I believe that Arlington, if it's not the first, is one of the first jurisdictions to launch that type of program. And I would have to say we've been socializing the ramp regionally, and we have recently, I would say within the past 3 months, received a number of inquiries from regional jurisdictions who are looking to adopt this model as well. Next, please. So this is really an illustration of the HAZIS tool. And this is the FEMA tool that we did keep for the ramp. And what it is it basically assesses risk. It gives a fiscal and a financial application and calculation. This tool has been in use for at least 4 decades by FEMA. We used it, but we also, and as you can see, it has these 4 main quadrants. These are the direct impacts. There are also cascading impacts that kind of fall down behind the curtain of these tools. But for Arlington County, we decided to modify this HAZIS tool, and we added financial and fiscal implications associated with social vulnerability in our disadvantaged communities, and also with environmental losses as well. Next, please. This is the ramp at a glance. That left-hand column is really the main sections of the reporting documents. At the right, you're going to see the list of the technical memoranda. The technical memoranda are also in chronological order, and they really show you the map of this kind of approach and how it progresses over time. It's important because we didn't have to wait until the ramp was completed in the past 4 months in order to be able to apply any of the tools, the lessons learned, or the applications. You can see at every single touch point in the completion of these phases of the ramp, we've been able to take the resources derived from that and immediately start applying them and sharing them. I do want to point out 2, though, that are worth. There's also a vulnerability assessment. Let me just distinguish that. That's looking at government facilities and sites that provide critical services and operations. This was a very extensive networking and engagement internally. We started out engaging all the departments who came up with their list, and we had an Excel sheet that had over 250 sites. We honed them down to primary sites, and then what the ramp does is look at the vulnerability of those sites, what would happen if there was intense flooding or significant flooding, and what we can do right now structurally and operationally to harden those sites against those impacts. And also the market trend analysis. I mentioned finance and mortgage and marketability and insurability. And really, when you get into climate adaptation, you're looking at what is the cost of inaction? What is the cost of business as usual over the long haul? So this market trends analysis is really important because it's also climate takes on an entrepreneurial aspect that's really critical and important, particularly when you're planning and programming adaptation. Next, please. Again, these are the core ramp elements. We do have, pointing out here, I'd like to say that we do have these inundation maps, and from that, we have developed a proposal for updating the IDF, the intensity, duration, and frequency curves, that will also affect the design standards of both government and private sector work. Next, please. These are the programmatic and policy recommendations, and this is an example. There are 11 recommendations here. Nearly every single one of these has already been deployed and applied. So we have been moving forward with both our regional partners, with our internal partners, and with our community partners and businesses. This has applications for site plan review. It has it for supporting, oh, I'm sorry, that's the next slide. And I'm so far away, I can't even read this one. I'm so sorry.
Neither can we. It's okay.
I will quickly refer. So these are tools that came out. So it looks at updating regulations. It looks at flood proofing and technical assistance, integrating that flood risk into land use decisions, and maybe better flood insurance options, looking at our communications and informing how we can better engage the public and really influence behavioral change and that market transformation. We've also deployed a number of analytic tools and emboldened that with rain gauges and flow, and we're getting, as I mentioned before, more data, more analytics. The interesting part about this is if you look at these high-level top 11 programmatic and policy recommendations, they almost align directly with a number of recommendations that you find in the original CIFED. So the ramp kind of proved out the proposition of the community. Next, please. And here we come to the applications. These are the applications. Every single one of these is in some level of either initial all the way up to intensive deployment. One thing that I would like to point out here is that when we start looking at, we referred to the ramp in our CDP, in our climate disclosure project. We're looking at the ramp. We submitted measures and actions under the ramp in our CRS, that's FEMA's community rating system. And I'm happy to announce that as a result, not solely of the ramp, but in part because of the ramp, this year we were certified as going up a rank. What that means is that our constituents now have, rather than a 10% discount on their flood insurance, a 15% discount. So we're going to continue to work with those systems and applications. Again, plan review, we're doing a lot of work now with Barcroft and CDPH. We're working with emergency management. So we consider this as being part of, or maybe a model, as we look at other climate vulnerabilities like extreme heat, which we'll refer to, which is going to be extraordinary and far-reaching, that perhaps we would recommend taking an adaptation, strategy or approach to that as well. Next, please. And that, I will open it up to questions. As the manager did say, we are getting quite a few inquiries. We're getting them from state governments, taxing authorities. We're getting them from regional transportation authorities. We're getting them from other local jurisdictions. And really, this is kind of the path forward in really preparing for long-term climate resilience, adaptation, and really success and enduring communities.
Thank you. Helps make everything very explicit. I'll see about questions. I'll just ask one. What does this mean for our water treatment plant? I assume that's one of the sort of the riskiest by location. It's an important facility. So talk a little bit about how the ramp and what we're planning plays out with the water treatment plant.
The water pollution treatment plant is one of those assets
Water
that
control, I
is
guess
in
we
this
call it.
small area where we have a kind of sea level rise storm surge vulnerability. So we do have it there. We've been working very closely, and actually Liz Thurber has been working for at least a decade on and off with the Army Corps of Engineers. They're looking at the efficacy of doing seawalls, both one for Arlington and one for Alexandria. Their calculations differ a little bit from ours. Ours call for a slightly higher wall, and we're working with them because there are certain mechanisms that we would also like to be on the wall that'll prevent from damming up the flooding that's going to be coming, from upstream down. But the water pollution treatment plant, we did examine that for the vulnerability assessment. And with few tiny alterations, it is fairly hardened as a structure to a certain extent for that flooding. But that is going to be in the long term. You're probably going to find a more distinct difference in the exposure of impacts to the water pollution treatment plant after 2040 and perhaps closer to 2070.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's a tricky spot, and I think it's pretty much because you always locate them low, and it's always an issue. Thank you, colleagues. Other questions, Mr. Karantonis?
Thank you for providing this report. I look forward to read the materials as they will be prepared and ready. In a similar vein of thinking, so we are on our quote unquote our territory. We have also federal and an airport, etc. And the Potomac is tidal, considered tidal up to basically the Potomac Falls, right? So how does RUMP take into account any mitigation strategies or risk reduction strategies that federal and the Washington Airport Authority are implementing?
I have to be honest with you. I mean, we did speak with them early on in the development of the ramp because it is a federal authority and because they do have a lot of security and secrecy and confidentiality considerations. It makes it very difficult to overcome that. I know through NVRC, there's the MIR initiative where we've been working with the local bases, in our case, Joint Base Meyer, Henderson Hall, on some flooding and possibly in the future, maybe even testing the feasibility of a shared microgrid. But as far as the airport goes, it's really been one of those things where we're happy that you're doing the work for local assets and all that, but let us worry about our airport.
Yeah, I always understood that in the core of the metropolitan region, a big part of the district and the national airport and actually Crystal City to a certain degree are absolutely in high risk. So in addition to the plant, right? So that's why I'm asking, because we don't control the shore, right? We don't control the river side.
I think as we move forward with the risk with the ramp, we're probably going to take a new calculus at looking at what the future possibility or probability is of overflow, no pun intended, but that kind of crossover from the airport into the area around Crystal City and lower Pentagon City. Crystal City is vulnerable. I'm glad you mentioned it because when we talk about the cost of inaction, as you know, you did significantly increase the 10-year CIP. We anticipate that solutions are going to be a 2 to 3 CIP cycle. So we're looking at least 20, possibly 30 years. But if you look at, and this is also on one of the pocket slides, it's just one slide that shows future risks from an annualized storm of a certain level. And if you look at Roach's Run, 2070 annualized losses from a 100-year storm is over $800 million. So that puts the investment and the cost-benefit calculus into perspective. Crystal City, not surprisingly, is not only vulnerable, but the losses accumulate to such a high degree because of that intense commercial district.
Exactly. Thank you. I look forward to reading the report.
Yeah, thank you. Colleagues, Ms. Cunningham.
Do you want to go to Mr. DeFerrante?
I call in, but I'll go on. I'm sort of taking Mr. DeFerrante last, if that's okay, Mr. DeFerrante, because I'm not seeing, but Ms. Cunningham.
Okay, go ahead. Perfect. Well, first of all, I just want to say a huge thank you to you and the team. This has been transformative work, and from a nerdy Arlingtonian and a nerdy engineer Arlingtonian, 5 years ago, you couldn't have quite the level of conversation that we can now. I had in our front yard with 10 different neighbors in the last couple of days. So really great work. I know it's super hard day in and day out, and just want to say thank you. And I think everyone should open their utility bills if you still open the mail. I know not everyone does, but there's a great educational insert in this week, and I think that's part of all the work you've been doing is just part of building our vocabulary and understanding of what is a generational challenge for us. So thank you.
Thank you. The county manager's office asked, I think it was just yesterday, okay, this is good, but because they like to push us, they said, but what now? What's next? And coming out of the ramp, we've just launched a flood risk design and construction standards guidelines initiative. That'll probably be completed before the end of the calendar year next year. There's a possibility of working with other internal partners and really a future-facing green infrastructure manual that kind of looks at really creative ways. It includes, obviously, urban forestry, but isn't limited only to urban forestry. So there are other activities that continue to go on. So we continue. I like the idea of really maybe if we demonstrate enough potential impact from the airport into our areas, it'll give us a little bit of leverage to reopen that conversation with the airport.
Great, and I look forward to a much deeper dive as we get our hands on the details. I did want to reflect back a couple things, and I've shared this offline as well, but as the community's digesting the first pass at the ramp, I think there are some questions about the overland relief properties and sort of how they're going to get landscaped and how they're going to get used. And so, community should know we are continuing to have that conversation, but is there anything you want to highlight about those?
Well, our meeting in person tomorrow night just happens to be with Waverly Hill Civic Association. So we are going to be we have been having that conversation with them in concept, and theoretically we're kind of moving out of that concept and more towards engaging about standards. We've also been speaking internally to parks to get, kind of a confirmation and a better idea of their level of effort, their level of service, and their design standards for the parks lands generally. So we would expect that will continue to evolve, but probably evolve fairly rapidly. I think it's important to just note here that these are properties that were residential properties. We've gone in there, we've demolished the home. So we've disrupted, there's been a lot of, as Jason would refer to it, there's been a lot of land disturbance there. So our first phase in landscaping is really stabilizing the surface and the turf to kind of withstand erosion, because right now that's the kind of biggest critical impact that we have to kind of moderate and control. But then that leads afterwards, after we've established that, then I think we're in a position to have a more fulsome and more definitive conversation with the community, but we're not waiting until then. We're continuously talking to them now and getting their input.
Great. And the one other question I have is, Arlington is a land of many plans, and this one sort of supersedes in some ways or moved a little bit to the head of the line with a lot of water flowing through our streets in 2019. maybe a longer conversation another time, but do you see us touching existing sector plans or other policies? I know green building policies kind of coming back up, low residential, we're talking about some climate resilience questions that are data-driven. This might be more of a manager question, but do you foresee any other major policy plan changes that the community should be alert to right now, or TBD?
I think that's going to be determined, and a lot of that work is going to be underway. I think in conversations with the board, potentially about the work that you're going to be doing on a climate resolution in our climate policy office. But yeah, I would just say that the work that Demetra has done over the last 5 years, I shouldn't say this out loud, I'm going to kick myself. Have you noticed how effective it's been? So we haven't had the kind of storms. I shouldn't say that,
That
right?
special power the ramp
Special power.
has.
It's not a special power. But
I think
you know,
you do need to knock on wood
yeah,
when you say
do
it.
need to knock on wood, but I think that's to be determined.
And one last thing, I'll just plant a seed. It seems like we are really positioning as a national lead on on this topic. So I would ask our economic development team, or how might we pivot that to attract entrepreneurs and attract investments or climate resilience tourism or whatever it is. But we'd love to see those intersections.
Cool.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Coffey?
Okay, thank you very much, Demetra.
So I haven't checked that Mr. DeFranti might want to have some
I
questions.
apologize.
That's all right. Mr. DeFranti, and
I'll keep it super brief. Can you hear me?
I can. Speak
Okay,
up,
great.
though. Don't speak clearly.
Sure. So given how active I was in the latter months after July 8th of 2019, I think I just need to say thank you, add to the thanks for the great work, relentless work. I would say that I would really appreciate a 30-minute chance just to have a briefing and an update on the plan with respect to, how we're implementing a couple of the key details. So I will take ownership of following up and asking if I can have that 30-minute conversation, and open to colleagues joining if you like. Thanks so much for all the work, Demetra and team.
And thank you for your early action and leadership in this. I do want to say that we hesitate in our corner of the county world to call things a plan. Because a plan always sounds like something you go, well, we finished the plan, let's put it on the shelf and forget about it. So another really critical element of the ramp is really the recommendations on programs, policies, and projects. And it even gives an initial cost-benefit analysis of each of those projects. So thank you to the manager, thank you to the board for being bold and daring in these kind of challenging times. I always like the John Wick tattoo, fortune favors the bold.
Well, I think that July storm in 2019 kind of got our attention. They're really called for action for sure. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I'll be super quick and echo all of the thanks. This has largely predated my time on the board, which is all good. I think I would also kind of love to figure out how we get this digestible to the average everyday person. I think there is, risk aversion, risk bias in all of our minds to act like that's a problem over there for other people, and especially with Arlington, we all see Alexandria and the more frequent storms flooding, and it feels like, oh, well, we're so safe over here, but really starting to put it in front of people as a more present-focused problem that we all need to grapple with, and that that the county can't solve every single climate problem, but it really takes individual action and individual property owners making sure that they're participating in this collective problem. So just thank you so much for that, and I look forward to figuring out how we keep moving it forward every single day.
Thank you. In closing, I'd be remiss if I didn't direct the public. A good first starting place is the link is on that questions. It's the ramp webpage. It has a wonderful story map. I will admit I cannot take credit for any of it. It is an Eileen Winquist production.
So that's great. Well, lots of progress made. I think when I got on the board in 2012, we didn't talk about climate very much. It sure has changed a lot. We've made huge progress. I did note, which I'll be interested in the briefings a little bit, I think not so much now, but increasingly in the future, the issue of population displacement, which was up on one of your slides, I think that's something that's going to be affecting us probably quite a bit. But that's in the future, and we'll continue to plan for it. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Briefings to be had. Mr. Schwartz, I think we're back to down the last item here.
Yeah, one last item, and I know this has been something that we've talked about previously, but for expanded housing options, we will be publishing a report at the end of this month, so a little less than 2 weeks away. And I wanted to give a preview, and this is not meant to be final, and I know everyone who's interested in this is paying close attention, but I'm going to give you sort of a summary of the material that's going to be in here. It doesn't mean that this is actually what will end up happening. It may vary a little bit once we're completing our analysis, but it's going to cover all the activities from July 1 of 2023 through June 30th of 2024, and the report itself will obviously we'll have an introduction. It's going to focus on two areas, specifically general outcomes, and so people should realize that the data sets that we have, we're going to try to compare what's happening with EHO and also single detached permitting, so people can get a sense of a comparison between the two. And we'll be talking about the number of permits, the number of units, the geographic distribution, monthly approval trends, the status of the annual caps, permits by building types. We'll also talk about physical characteristics of the permitted developments, and there I can talk a little bit about that. Will include previous uses of the sites, the GFA, ground floor area of the main buildings, building heights, number of bedrooms, site areas, footprint of the buildings, lot coverage, parking, and also net units and comparing EHOs versus single detached developments, and a lot of information and resources. So we will put all this list is going to show up in less than 2 weeks. We expect a lot of people to have a lot of questions on that. And I don't know, I think, Eric, if you wanted to talk just for 30 seconds about what we did with the FAQ webpage.
Forget my mic, always. Yes, the FAQ webpage is fully updated with all of the information that is available both for those that are interested in EHO development for their properties and as well as the general public with updated links and information and whatever they need to know. So that is all there and ready to go.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Thank you. Mr. Karantonis?
Just quickly, I appreciate that we will see a very wholesome report. Will this, because maybe I missed that, we will see some narrative that also explains the challenges in the process of, what we have experienced in the process of permitting,
Yes,
et cetera?
because, one of the things that we've highlighted previously is that as of right now, and I'm make sure that I read the right sentence here, we have online, we have a data that shows where EHO permits have been given, but as we've emphasized multiple times, that does not mean that the units are actually been built, because they have to go through the EHO permit and then they have to get a building permit. And part of the building permit process is there's multiple pieces of getting a building permit. If any of you have had the pleasure of going through that process, you have mechanical permits, you have electrical permits, there's a whole range of things. So one thing that we will be adding, I can't say exactly when it'll be there, is you'll be able to go to that EHO page where you'll see the EHO permit, and we'll have a building permit overlay with that. So people will be able to see. I'm not saying we're going to track all the dozens of building permits themselves, but when they get to the final building permit authorization, so people sometimes are wondering, when an EHO permit is given, there has been a clear lag between that and when any construction would begin. We will try to clear up that information gap by letting people know when the building permit is issued. Once the building permit is issued, doesn't mean that the building will start. That's dependent on when a builder will be able to go ahead with that particular construction.
Thank you.
All right. Anything more? All right. Yeah, Ms. Cunningham.
I would just add, I think there's, as we inch forward with getting a couple of them, of these projects actually in development, I would anticipate a increased interest in how enforcement of zoning and all the other rules happens and what inspections and enforcement are happening. So if we can make sure that that is included in the discussion of the report, that would be really helpful. And I think that's it.
All right, thank you. Right, more to come. Colleagues, we now need to go into our closed session, and I would like to move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.23711A8 and 19 for the following purposes: consultation with the county attorney for legal advice regarding the legal options for a specific matter, and discussions of plans to protect public safety and tactical plans where discussion in open meeting would jeopardize the safety and security of public facilities and buildings. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Vice Chair Karen Tonis. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. We're now in closed session. Thank you all, and the board will return no earlier than 6:45.
trying to get one member who is attending the meeting online today, our colleague Matt Ferranti. And once he is ready to join the meeting, we will start. Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you. I'm Vice Chair Takis Karantonis. I'm presiding at this moment instead of our chair. She will be back shortly. The meeting is now again in public session. The first thing is to certify that the closed session that we just have was conducted properly, and therefore I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, first, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and second, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll?
Of course. Of course. Mr. Karantonis?
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes.
Ms. Coffey?
Yes.
Thank you. The vote will remain open until Ms. Garvey returns.
Correct.
So,
Hold
and
open pending availability.
so we can then proceed with the items pulled from the consent agenda. Mr. Kushner, just call the first item.
Of course. Item number 1, pulled from the consent agenda, is Site Plan Amendment 23-00021, Site Plan Number 105, for a phased development site plan amendment to amend the Pentagon City phased development site plan for a portion of Parcel 1C to alter the allocation of uses, to permit additional density and building height, and to adopt design guidelines for an area known as 12th Street Landing, which is the former MCI headquarters located at 601 and 701 12th Street South.
Thank you, Mr. Kushner. Mr. Manager, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to ask Peter Schultz to give us a brief presentation. Peter?
I am just giving a brief verbal presentation for an item that was pulled from the consent agenda. This is the 12th Street Landing Site Plan Project. It's a phased development site plan amendment to the Pentagon City phased development site plan. It's basically a phased development site plan within a phased development site plan. It is intended to allocate potential uses and potential density to the site. It lays out expectations for phasing and also for community benefits. However, individual buildings will not be entitled through this action. They will come through individual site plan reviews based on the phasing schedule that they have. So that will go through the typical site plan review process and come again in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. I understand that there is not a further presentation from staff of that, right? So I correct. So, but the applicant is here. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Schultz gave a great summary. I think the only two things I'd mention, a couple of points from the PDSP documents there. When we do come back ultimately for those final site plans that Mr. Schultz mentioned, we will be looking for a curb cut for loading only off of Fern Street, as well as the ability to phase the delivery of 11th Street in order to allow for the loading and parking access on the eastern existing building to remain in a phased project. Other than that, I think that's all, and we're here to help answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Mr. Kushner, I understand that from commissions, we have here online Ms. Guevara, Karen Guevara, who is a planning commissioner. I understand, Ms. Guevara, are you online? Are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Thank you. I understand that you don't have a specific presentation for the Planning Commission, but you are available for questions, correct?
Yes, and just in general, this passed unanimously and there was general support for it. The only thing that really came up was just about phasing when this would start taking place, and about considering whether the plaza could have more plantings, so that and let's see, yeah, that was about it. It was, again, everyone was generally supportive of it.
Thank you, Ms. Guevara, and thank you for joining us again on this meeting. After, there are no other advisory group presentations, correct?
None to my knowledge.
Okay, so then on to public testimony. Are there any public speakers?
There are, if you will give me just a moment. All right, our first public speaker speaking for 2 minutes is Virginia Diamond, followed by our second speaker for 3 minutes, Mr. Bernard Byrne.
Ms. Diamond. I believe that this microphone takes a while until it turns itself on. We have to wait. Maybe touch it a little bit. We are a little bit. Oh,
it's
now
controlled from our production room. When the red light is illuminated, the microphone will be hot and we'll be ready for you.
Maybe we need
on the
to touch
microphone.
Does she have to push it?
No, in the back.
Somebody else is going to do it.
Oh.
It's very fancy here in school board.
So if you'll just bear with us for just a moment. We're waiting for the micro. There we go.
Now, we apologize for that. It's not our usual home.
Thank you. Members of the board, my name's Virginia Diamond, and I'm an Arlington resident and also here to represent the labor community, Nova Labor. Our concern about this particular site plan and this decision that you'll be making is that, the Arlington board has always, and the community has always been very concerned about making sure that any development is something that's in the interest of the community. There are always concerns about impact on housing, impact on workers, and what we would like to see is some kind of assurance that if you're going to be taking away the presence of housing in order to allow commercial development or possibly a hotel development, that you're not setting up a situation where we create low-wage jobs, take away housing opportunities, and then the people who are going to be in these low-wage jobs would not be able to afford to live in Arlington. So I know that the board has always been great about taking all of these things into account, and we really appreciate that, and we hope that you will do so in this case and not set up a situation where you're harming both our housing supply and creating low-wage jobs that are going to hurt workers in the community. So thank you very much for considering all that.
Thank you, Ms. Diamond. I believe we have next Mr. Byrne, correct?
We do. Our next speaker speaking for 3 minutes is Bernard Byrne, followed by Ismail Ahmed.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. As I discussed at the Planning Commission meeting, this project would contain a half-acre public plaza at the southwest corner of the site, near a staircase to the Pentagon City Metro Station. This is consistent with recommendations in the Pentagon City Sector Plan. However, the Sector Plan failed to acknowledge that several paved plazas already existed near the project site. For example, the Pentagon Row Plaza is only 1 block west of the project site. Additionally, the planned Penn Place project, which will be directly across Fern Street from the project site, will contain a large plaza with seating for public events. The project therefore does not need to add yet another paved plaza to the area, especially because 60% of the green ribbon will also be paved. That's a lot of impermeable surface. The developers agreed to provide a minimum of 25% planted area within the limits of disturbance for the project. However, the green ribbon will occupy a substantial percentage of that planted area. Further, the developer can place much of the planted area within buildings and on their ledges and roofs. These planted areas will not be open to the public. The county board has approved developers to do this in many of the projects that is already approved in the Ross and Wilson corridor and elsewhere. The public open space at the southwest corner of the site should therefore mostly be a biophilic green park, not an impervious paved plaza with a few surrounding plants. The park could contain milkweeds and other plants that support pollinators. Although the half-acre public open space is near an entrance to a metro station, there is no reason to use the space to create a plaza rather than a park. Remember, this project is describing a plaza, not a park. The half-acre contains sufficient space to construct one or more walkways through a park that can provide several scenic access routes to the metro station. Please, therefore, amend condition number 87A on page 39 in the proposed ordinance to replace the words public plaza with the words public park in the section entitled open space. Do the same with the design guidelines. If you don't do that, the site plan is going to come in with a plaza, not a park. These changes would fulfill several recommendations of the County Board's 2016 Monarch Pledge and in the county's 2023 Forestry and Natural Resources Plan. A half-acre plaza will not fulfill these. And as I stated, if we don't change the language here, the site plan condition will have a plaza when the site plans come in. There won't be any doubt about that because they're going to follow what you're doing now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ismail Ahmed, followed by Noelia Alvarez.
Mr. Ahmed.
Hi, thank you for giving me this chance. My name is Ismail Ahmed. I'm a resident of Arlington here in a colonial village. I came in this country during the pandemic. So I'm a father of three. I heard about the 12 straight loading projects that I certainly needed. It's very difficult to live in Arlington since I came here. I got new baby and new year in this year, but I need 3-bedroom. Finding a house in Arlington, like affordable house, is very difficult when you compare to the price. The rent price also is approximately for 1 bedroom is like $23K. So I have to make like $94K to get affordable house. So it's very difficult to live here. So in Arlington, I hope Arlington is getting better now. So I appreciate the project, but low wage. I use low wage hotel workers give hard time. I used to work here in Courthouse, Caroline Hotel as a love driver in 2020. I make like $11 and living in Arlington at that time was very difficult. I struggle a lot. I drive like 24 hours, like 12 hours Uber to catch up my bills. So I'm asking to see rather we have to have like unionized hotels that makes like $30 per hour. I heard from my coworkers here in DC and other hotels make $30. But here in Arlington is a low-wage hotel, so building such type of hotel is very difficult for a family like me. So I'm asking this board to delay and see the opportunity. Rather, they have to build like a unionized hotel or affordable house. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed.
Our next speaker is Noelia Alvarez, followed by Daniela Guillen Alcancer.
Ms. Alvarez?
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Mi nombre es Noelia Álvarez. Pertenezco al local 25 y soy ex trabajadora del departamento de housekeeping del Hotel Hyatt Regency Cristal.
Gracias.
My name is Noelia Alvarez. Disculpe, ¿puede repetir lo que dijo, por favor?
Pertenezco al local 25 y soy ex trabajadora del Hotel Hyatt Cristal.
I'm a member of Local 25, and I am an ex-worker for Hotel Hyatt in the housekeeping department.
Bueno, en este momento quiero expresar un poquito de lo que nos ha pasado. Nos hemos quedado sin trabajo como departamento de housekeeping y esto ha afectado a la estabilidad económica de mi familia. Yo soy madre.
And I want to share a little bit about my experience, as my whole department of housekeeping has been laid off, and this is affecting my well-being and as well as my family's.
Moralmente también a mí y a mis compañeras nos ha ocasionado estrés, preocupación, porque somos migrantes y nos hemos quedado desempleadas de un día para otro.
And I also want to express how morally this has been causing stress for myself as well as for my coworkers, and this is a very big concern because of the pressure that we have now being unemployed and also being immigrants.
Personalmente soy madre, soy esposa, soy hermana, pero especialmente soy migrante y yo pienso que todos tenemos derecho al trabajo. Es lo único que buscamos, la igualdad y el derecho al trabajo.
And as my person, I am a mother, I am a wife, I am a worker, and most of all, I am somebody that deserves to be treated fairly.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
A usted.
Our next speaker is Daniela Guillen Alcancer, followed by Laura Guillen Alcancer.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Daniela Guillén.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Daniela Guillen.
También soy ex trabajadora del Hotel Hyatt y también soy partícipe del local 25 y soy parte de la unión.
I am also a former worker for the Hyatt Hotel, and I am also a member of Local 25.
Respecto al impacto que nosotros tuvimos al momento de estar sin trabajo, yo considero que el trabajo es muy importante en nuestra vida y que nos mantiene económicamente estables.
And on my end, I consider that what a great impact that it has been in regards of work. It's very important and it's vital to our life, and it's what makes us be able to be economically stable.
El trabajo es muy esencial, es por eso que no solo nos afecta económicamente, sino también emocionalmente a todos los trabajadores.
Our job is essential, and it not only affects us in an economic way, but also emotionally.
En este caso hablo personalmente porque nosotros como trabajadores del hotel nos quedamos sin trabajo y no es realmente cómodo vivir sin tener un trabajo, no poder pagar la renta, no poder tener alimentación todos los días, no poder pagar algo que nos pueda mantener a diario.
And I want to speak personally, it's very difficult to have uncertainty as far as not being able to work, not knowing where you're going to be able to feed yourself and your family, and where to be able to pay your bills.
Un ejemplo es que nosotros fuimos realmente despedidas del Hotel Hyatt, donde desafortunadamente muchas trabajamos por más de un año y nos quedamos como más de 10 personas sin trabajo y eso fue como un despido sin compasión. Ellos no pensaron directamente en cómo nos podríamos mantener después de haber quedado sin trabajo, cómo podríamos pagar todas nuestras facturas.
And this is very difficult because from one moment to another, we were all fired. It has affected over 10 of us. A lot of us were working for Hyatt for over a year. With nobody, when we were fired, nobody was thinking about how it would affect us, what would happen to us and our families.
Como no solo nos afecta económicamente, también es emocionalmente, como mencioné, y también es la parte de salud y creo y considero que la salud es muy importante y sin salud no hay vida.
And like I said, this not only affected us economically, but also emotionally, and we also have to think about our health, because if we don't have health, then it's difficult to be able to do anything else.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
A usted.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lara Guillen Alcancer, followed by Michael Hack.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre
Buenas
es Laura
noches.
Guillén Alcócer. Pertenezco al local 25. Actualmente soy una persona desempleada. Antes trabajaba en el Hotel Hyatt Regency.
Good evening. My name is Aura Guillen Alcocer. I belong to Local 25 Union, and I am a former worker for Hyatt.
Bueno, nosotros trabajábamos para una compañía contratista, la cual trabajaba directamente para el Hotel Hyatt.
We currently worked with a contracting company that had a contract with Hyatt.
Al trabajar para una compañía contratista, no podíamos recibir beneficios, tampoco derechos, y éramos explotados laboralmente porque tenemos muchas necesidades como inmigrantes.
And as contractors, we weren't allowed benefits, any types of benefits, and it made it difficult for us to be able to receive them.
Al momento de perder el trabajo por la finalización del contrato, en mi caso, tuve muchas inquietudes y muchas inseguridades. Una de las mayores, cómo sostenerme económicamente en este país.
When when the contract was up and we were laid off, it was very difficult for me to figure out how I would be able to make ends meet.
Ya que tengo que pagar utilidades, alimentación y por otra parte, cubrir mis gastos médicos.
Knowing that the fact that I had to be able to see where I would be able to pay my bills, feed myself, and also my medical expenses.
Y esta situación afecta a todas las personas desempleadas, no solamente a mi persona, y a todos los miembros de nuestras familias, ya que ellos esperan nuestra colaboración y muchos de nosotros tienen hijos, tenemos familias, tenemos bocas que alimentar.
And this is the same for all of us that are unemployed, that do need help, and we all have people that are depending on us. Most of us have families. We have children that are depending on us being able to bring in money for our families.
Es por eso que necesitamos un trabajo estable y un salario estable también.
And this is why we deserve to have a stable work and a stable salary.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias por su testimonio.
Our next and final speaker is Michael Hack.
Hi, I'm here with Local 25, and first just like to acknowledge that we have about 20 members here on the crowd, making up the majority of that side of the room. If you see it, it's a lot to come out here, so I really appreciate all of their time. And so just to sort of bring it all together, I mean, I'm here to represent our workers, and having the workers speak for themselves, I think, is the best way to do that. But just to put some through lines, we're all for development, especially development that brings more housing to our workers. I mean, our workers really struggle to find housing here. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the BIS, the average cleaner at a hotel makes about $37,000 a year here in the DMV. I don't have to tell you how much you need to live on here in Arlington. I'm sure you guys are all more familiar with it than I am, but it's something like the numbers somewhere around $95,000 is kind of to be able to afford housing. And so our feeling is if we are going to develop that area, and we're again very much for development, that we should be building housing for workers like our own. I mean, our workers here are all from Arlington, all 20 of them, and they really struggle to find housing. Hotels bring poverty level jobs. So we're concerned about the bringing of more poverty level jobs if there isn't housing for the the people to live in. And you know, I bring that to you because that's what we hear from our workers day to day. There's a few hundred here in Arlington that we represent, and we represent about 7,000 in the region here. And our sister union, Local 23, is out on Clark Street here in Arlington. So so I just wanted to kind of bring that all together. And thank you especially to our workers. I'm sorry, was my voice coming through on this? Okay,
Yes, it was. Otherwise, we would have told you, yes.
Okay, thank you. It's an interesting microphone. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Kushner, I believe this concludes the list of speakers.
It does.
Is
There are
that
no
correct?
further speakers.
Okay. So, colleagues, the discussion is now with the board. Does anybody have questions for the applicant or for staff? I would invite you to make a motion first if you want. If you're ready, Ms. Coffey, we can do that for purposes of conversation, of discussion. We can do that. Yes, please.
I'll make the motion with the plan to have more discussion. I move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendation, namely to adopt the ordinance attached to the board report associated with this item dated September 5th, 2024, to amend site plan number 105, Pentagon City Phase Development Site Plan.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Cunningham. Do you want to speak to your motion? Because I believe you began.
Can I start with a question for staff?
You can.
So the phase development site plan does not lock in or pre-approve any specific site plan or use mix within what we are looking at. It's a phasing and it's a conceptual plan, but we still would have to go through individual 4.1 site plans for each lot within the phases.
Yes, it does lock in potential density and potential maximum densities for various uses. As you notice in the report, there is an alternative between a hotel use and an office use, but the rest will be residential. But every phase is going to have to come in with an individual site plan and go through the process. So this is just sort of a conceptual, yes, as you say.
Gotcha. And so in terms of the specific use, whether it was or was not hotel would come to us for additional approval at that time.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. And for Mr. Whitmore and Brookfield, you've heard a lot of testimony from our union friends today. Are you willing to commit to at least having the conversation with them? We have several union hotels in Arlington. They do very well, and I think we would like to see more, or at least the openness to the conversation at a minimum.
Absolutely. Thank you, Board Member Coffey, for that. We'd be glad to meet with the local union and other stakeholders at the right time. As Mr. Schultz referenced, right, the final program is still being decided. We expect the first phase will not include a hotel. Frankly, that is not likely to be the case. And whether there will be a hospitality use in future phases is going to be addressed as we develop those plans. As you mentioned, and as Mr. Schultz noted, that would be involved with another extensive public process for a final site plan related to that. But if and when a decision is made to proceed with a hotel, the Brookfield team will make sure that the union representatives will be able to connect with the right counterparts in their hospitality group.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. I saw the raised hand of Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair. My question, I guess, is first for staff and then for Mr. Whitmore. It's regarding Ms. Diamond's concern with respect to affordable housing. If I'm not mistaken, the two buildings are they empty at the current time? Maybe Peter, Mr. Schultz, you could describe a little bit the question that was, I think, fairly raised by Ms. Diamond regarding whether this is taking housing and, it's plausible, at least as I envision it, that the additional density could lead to some, under our 4.1 process, some funding and perhaps on-site affordable units, depending on how this the site plans come in. But it's also plausible that the percentages of unaffordable units might go up. I don't know if you can speak at all to that question of whether this would result in decreased affordable housing or not.
Well, at the current moment, the uses are office buildings. It's my understanding one is entirely vacant, and they've always been office buildings. The other is partially vacant, and the underground garage is partially used by Avis Car Rental for a national airport. Any new development on this site that includes residential uses, and that is the majority of the proposed development program here, has to earn at least 10% a bonus. What's the exact terminology? 10% of net new residential density over the base has to be committed to affordable housing, and conditions 89, 90, 91, and 92, 93, and 94 all go in detail about what is expected of the affordable housing. For instance, the units shall be affordable to households at or below 60% of the area median income. Now, the density over the base is the density over the existing density that's allocated to the site, about 500,000 square feet. The developer here needs to earn up to 1.8 million square feet of density. So 10% of that, the difference between 1.8 and 500,000 is 1.3. That will be a significant amount of new affordable housing that does not exist on the site, and that will be committed for a period of at least, how many years? 30 years.
Got it. Thank you. That's helpful for colleagues and everyone in the room. The 20 folks who came, I genuinely did not know the answer to that question. That was not for illustrating it in public. I think it's sort of the broader question and point that Ms. Diamond, you raised regarding avoiding setting up low-wage jobs is of concern, but I wanted to take the housing piece of it first. I don't know, Mr. Whitmore, if you wanted to speak any to your thoughts with respect to affordable housing, or is that a question that you would envision more likely to be a part of your deliberations as we get to the site plan phase?
Sure, I appreciate it, Board Member DeFranti. Mr. Schultz had a very fulsome answer there, so I would just kind of reiterate a couple of points he mentioned. The first being that there are 0 housing units there today, right? These are vacant office buildings that will be repurposed and redeveloped in some fashion with some level of residential. And yes, we've made that commitment to 10% of the net new density, net new residential density being offered as an affordable product. That is something that is written into the sector plan and something that we've got in our plans in our agreement in the PDSP today, and something I think we've advanced a lot sooner than a lot of the other specifics of this proposal, and that will certainly be part of any final site plans involving residential units going forward.
Thank you. That handles my housing questions. I may have additional questions, but I want to yield to colleagues, because there are other issues. I'm happy to proceed if and only if you want, Mr. Chair, if other colleagues don't have questions.
I don't know. Ms. Cunningham, do you have questions?
I think mine have been asked, actually.
Okay, so you're covered for now. Mr. DeFranti, you can proceed with the second round of questions.
Sure. So I think I want to first just make a statement of appreciation for Mr. Ahmed and those who spoke today. I have not yet been out. The decision to fire you was not one that I think is consistent with my ideals in the best of Arlington. There is a private sector, but we try to value work and serve workers well in Arlington, and so that decision is one that I'm sorry has happened. I believe it's Wednesdays when you are on the picket line, and if I can find a Wednesday when I don't have COVID, you'll find me there. So, but I also have to stay focused in addition to this individual decision. That's why I started with the affordable housing, because I thought it was a good and important point. I suppose the only other question that I have is actually with respect to Mr. Byrne and the question of the park. I don't know where to start. It strikes me that simultaneously within a new development, workers on lunch might prefer to have a partially paved central area, but also Mr. Byrne has a relevant point that, if there's a lot of plazas very close, I don't know, Mr. Schultz, if you have any opinion on that question or any insight with respect to the issue raised there as to whether a park is perhaps not needed in this case, or whether that is a question that could be further developed at the site plan stage. If you don't have any thoughts, I also will probably ask Mr. Whitmore.
Thank you, Mr. Ferranti. I think it is a question more for the site plan phase. When that particular land bay comes in is the time that they will have to give us that public space, and it will be designed as part of the SPRC process. I should note that the sector plan does call it a plaza, and plazas are defined in our adopted public space master plan that we adopted in 2019 as more active spaces. There's also an expectation for retail around it too. However, also on the same thing, the developer will have to meet that 25% tree canopy requirement and the planting requirement expectations of the sector plan. So I feel, that through the various stakeholders involved in the SPRC process, we'll probably be able to maybe strike some sort of balance.
Thank you. That pretty much answers it. Mr. Whitmore, I want to keep the focus on some of the other issues. Did you have anything succinct to add, or is the site plan a viable time to make this decision as well?
No, I think that's right. I mean, the only thing I'd add to that is, there is the presence of the metro station there that does impact what kind of open space we want, and do we want it to be easily traversable, which a plaza often is. As Mr. Schultz noted, there's lots of greenery built into the plan otherwise, both in terms of minimum planting areas, minimum green space, and the green ribbon itself. The sector, he rightly pointed out, the sector plan does call for a plaza there. But all that being said, the site plan and SPRC process, the staff, the community, others could say, no, we want to change we want to go kind of a different direction than what the sector plan recommends and provide a softscape rather than a hardscape. And that's something that we're happy to address at the time that comes up.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I want to yield my time. I would like to have brief closing thoughts, but I want to collect them if I may, Mr. Chair. And so back to you and colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have only a very brief follow-up question on the issue of the green ribbon configuration, etc. The plan has some specs for the green ribbon configuration, but they are not. There is certain elasticity with good reason in these specs. So I guess when a 4.1 plan will be submitted, that will be considered in the package of conditions, right?
Yes, the green ribbon will be considered whichever land bay that abuts the green ribbon would be done. So the green ribbon will be done at the design guidelines as a whole with either land bay as it comes in.
Okay. This is a question for the applicant. So what is the approximate or foreseeable to the degree that you can say something on this timeline for decisions on the uses and more or less on the buildings? I understand this is a phased plan, but the uses. How do you see? When are you going to begin to make decisions on this?
It's a great question, and one I too would like to know the answer to. There are a number of factors, obviously, with respect to the developer's internal finances and capital markets generally, as well as the general appetite for development and different product types in the area. I would assume that it would be no less than a year before anything would get to you, given the volume of plans and design that's required in order to put together a 4.1 submittal and bring it through the public process there. I do know we've had a great working relationship with the staff since 2018 when we began this process, and we will reach out to them early and often once we begin to formulate around a plan, and there'll be plenty of notice, I think, to them and to the community so that we can have a robust conversation as we move toward a final site plan.
Right. So the reason why I asked you is you said that you would touch base or talk with the union here in due time or in an appropriate time. I want to encourage you to do that sooner rather than later. Not because this precludes, this doesn't preclude a decision one way or the other. I understand that, putting a hotel there is a, difficult business decision. It may take time, etc. But you have this option here, most probably, and I think it's a good practice right now in Arlington, in general, I think, to connect with the unions and see how they see that. I'm absolutely certain that this will influence at the end decisions on our end of the equation, and with good reason. But I will spare you the rest for the closing arguments here. So I'm just explaining why I asked you that. Thank you. Madam Chair, welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry to be late. You're doing just fine, Mr. Karantonis. Why don't you finish out this item?
I will.
Maybe we're getting
finish
close to voting.
Yes, we are at the point where we have finishing remarks. I will start with Mr.
One more question.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Thank you. I would be interested in, we have kind of the baseline and the alternative program laid out in the staff report. And really, it seems like some of the question is around the 601 side instead of the 701 side. What are the factors that you're considering as you think about a condo office mix relative to a hotel residential, which I assume we are calling residential apartments, but condos are also residential?
Sure. Yeah, condos could be in the multifamily. I mean, the zoning ordinance doesn't differentiate between for sale and for rent. But, it's interesting you mention it because when we initially came forward, we didn't want to have any potential programs. We are so up in the air, we don't know where those would be. And staff said, hey, look, you need to begin nailing these down. You need to begin putting some kind of collars around what uses will be here. So that's where we came up with both the kind of preferred and alternative schemes to say, okay, here are some ballpark figures. I would note that, having dealt with this Pentagon City PDSP and a number of other PDSPs, there are almost always revisions to this as you mature and go into a final site plan. These numbers and these use mixes almost always change. In terms of how we would make that decision on the use mix, there are a lot of people that are a lot smarter than I am that will make that decision. But at a broad level, right, there will be obviously there seems to have been and there may continue to be a critical need for more units, right, for more residential units, not only in Arlington, but throughout the region. In terms of commercial uses, this is obviously adjacent to the HQ2 site at Penn Place. And so some proximity to the potential office there would make sense in the future. And that also drives the potential for a hotel, right? If there was the desire to have lodging near for folks who may be coming in from Seattle or otherwise that want to be in the area close to that office. But at this point, that's really just speculation. I don't think that we have a great sense at this point of how we'll want to go forward, but those are a couple of the factors that will determine it ultimately when we do come forward with a particular use mix.
Thank you.
Thank you. So closing remarks, starting maybe with Mr. DeFerranti if he wants, or?
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, and at this stage, parliamentary, we have our chair in Ms. Garvey, and we have our acting chair for this item, and Mr. Karantonis. I appreciate the chance to speak. A couple of thoughts. First, pursuant to Ms. Coffey's question, thank you, Mr. Whitmore, for agreeing to meet with the local, and you said the key phrase, of course, is at the right time. I think Mr. Karantonis had a good point that is aligned with some of my sort of worries or concerns, that the decision on land use, I really would most prefer if the decision on land use was made without the meetings and thoughts of the workers that are there. I asked about housing because ultimately the decision has to be rooted in land use, and that's why I asked about affordable housing. I will say, just in concluding, that different businesses are different, but certainly our experience with Amazon was not that that's where the initial proposal moved towards valuing the carpenters who built the building. Not that they didn't want to, they just didn't have a history of partnering with unions and working with unions, and yet we were thrilled to work hard to make that happen. And ultimately, I think that there are numerous business examples where doing the right thing consistent with those values can lead to very successful businesses, both hotels in Arlington and elsewhere. So I would ask, encourage, and hope that we reach for the right thing by those in the room who are working and value their work. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. DeFranti. And Ms. Cunningham?
I think everyone's going to say the same thing, so I'm good. I'm going to let others say it.
I haven't said anything, so I'll say it.
Yes.
If it is the same thing. I came in on the end, I prepared to support this, was from the beginning, but it's really good to see. I believe this is union representation here. You know, Mr. DeFranti talked about a history of partnering with unions. I think we're trying to develop that history. And just like to encourage you, it would be nice to develop a relationship and some talking with each other so that it doesn't happen. The first time you talk is when suddenly people are upset about a building that's got to get built right then. It seems to me if you sort of establish some relationships over time and work to that, and it's kind of clear the unions are going to be here for a while and y'all are going to be here for a while, maybe trying to have some conversations that maybe aren't focused exactly on a particular site or something, but just getting to know each other and understanding each other might be helpful. So that's my 2 cents here, and again, I apologize for being late. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I don't have much else to add. I think I really appreciate the applicant's willingness to commit to having those conversations when the time is right. I anticipate we will hold you and make that an expectation, as it is a public forum that we've discussed this. So I look forward, if the hotel use is the direction that you go in, making sure that that conversation happens. I'm glad, you know, the Pentagon City sector plan expectations for affordable housing are pretty high and solid, and I think that that's really important, as well as just getting more housing into our community in general. I think that is a huge priority for many of us. I would love to see some ownership opportunities, particularly on the modestly affordable side. I'm not under any delusion that we're going to get some miraculously 60% or lower affordable ownership opportunities, but I do think that creating the ownership opportunity for middle-income folks within our community is really important. So I hope you, consider that level of community benefit as you think about the use mix and how few additional ownership opportunities are being built in the community at this point. I think that's really important. But overall, I think that this adheres to the planning guidance that we have passed previously as previous boards. And I will see you back here when we have some more specifics.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. A few final thoughts from my side. First of all, thank you to everybody who took the time to come here tonight to bring up a very important issue that is always related to land use. So muchísimas gracias por tomar el tiempo de venir y por su testimonio. The second thing is, in Arlington, we recognize that we want to be flexible and adaptable, and we want you to succeed. We want you to be able to build. We want you to be able to build something that works both for you as a business, as a company, but also that works for our community. And you have heard the issues here: housing, homeownership possibilities, but also economic development. Because hotel business, with Ms. Cunningham, we were this morning in a summit with the managers of these hotels, including the hotels that had to lay off people here. We figured out, we were told that this is a business that the sector produces $4.5 billion in gross receipts in Arlington. We have 7.1 million visitors every year right now. This saves the average households in Arlington more than $3,000 in taxes. So when Mr. Ahmed, Ms. Alvarez, Ms. Alconcer, Mr. Hack, when they testify, or Ms. Diamond, when they testify here, they are not only asking us to create, reasonably paid jobs, good jobs, etc., which is one thing. They are also here as constituents who are actually contributing to the prosperity of this place, and we need all together to respect them and to enable them to continue producing so much. So this is why when a potential hotel use will come back to this board for approval then with a site plan, we'll be really paying a lot of attention to that, because it's not only just the hotel, it's what it comes with and what it means for our community as a whole. So with that, I will support the motion at this point, and I look forward to you, talking with the stakeholders. The unions are important stakeholders here, and looking forward to your business decisions. Looking forward. Thank you.
Do you want me to call for the vote?
Yes.
All right. I
So
think
we're ready.
All right. I think we are ready to vote. I know
So
it's been moved and seconded, I'm told. Go ahead.
Yes.
You do it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, for subbing in for me just for a little bit here. And I believe, for our council, I believe we have a vote that we've held open that we need to do now, I think, and that was the certification of closed session discussions. I don't know, Mr. Kushner, you want to call my name? Is that how it works?
Actually, as a point of order, Madam Chair, we missed a second on the original vote, so I believe at this point we'll need to retake the certification vote in its entirety.
We're not unequivocally certain that we seconded the motion.
The one we just voted on?
No, the previous
The
one.
original motion to certify.
The closed session motion.
So we will read and
Oh, so the one to go in and then the one to come out?
Just the one to come out, just the certification.
Just the one to come out. All right, I can do that. All right, fine, thank you. All right, everybody. I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, just a little bit ago, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk call the roll?
Of course, Ms. Garvey.
Yes.
Mr. Karantonis.
Yes.
Mr. DeFranti.
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham.
Yes.
And Ms. Coffey.
Yes.
Great, motion passes 5-0. You just did that so I could be here for the vote. Thank you. All right. And I think, Mr. Kushner, if you could call the next item.
Of course, the next item is item number 8 concerning the Millennium at National Landing, 1330 South Fair Street, 1301, 1221, and 1311 South Fern Street. Part A is a phased development site plan amendment to allocate 30 residential units to hotel units at Parcel 3, located at 1330 South Fair Street, 1301, 1221, and 1311 South Fern Street. Part B of this item is a site plan amendment to convert 30 residential units to hotel units at the Millennium at National Landing Apartment Building, Met Park Phase 2, located at 1330 South Fair Street, 1301, 1221, and 1311 South Fern Street.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, over to you.
Yes, I'm going to ask Aaron Schreiber to give us a brief presentation. Mr. Schreiber.
Good evening, and thank you for the introduction. I'm Aaron Schreiber with the Planning Division. I'm filling in for my colleague Cedric Sutherland tonight. This application, it is a two-part amendment within the Met Park portion of the Pentagon City sector plan. So earlier you heard about a specific parcel in Pentagon City. This is what's referred to as Parcel 3. And more specifically, these applications request the ability to allow flexibility to permit up to 30 of the 300 existing residential units within the Millennium at National Landing, also known as Met Park 2, to be utilized for short-term stays, which is also synonymous with a hotel room. And this is based on a zoning ordinance definition where they are existing as as residential units, but the provider seeks the ability to lease those for less than 30 days. And that would be considered an overnight accommodation, which is what a typical hotel room might exist as. The applicant who's here this evening can speak about their business model, but currently they lease 50 units within the building. Those are provided primarily as corporate rentals. And so this would allow up to 30 of those 50 units to be leased out for less than 30-day terms. This is not a permanent conversion. This just allows some flexibility based upon market conditions as they're already utilizing these units for corporate rentals. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schreiber. And I think before we do questions, we'll go to the applicant and see. I think you have a brief presentation. No presentation. Okay, thank you. Mr. Kushner, do we have some speakers?
We do, if you'll give me just a moment.
Yep.
Our first speaker on this item is Nick Jacob, followed by Rachel Hicks.
I think that would be Giacobbe.
Giacobbe, my apologies.
Is Mr. Giacobbe virtual?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. I'm Nick Giacobbe, and I live in the Aurora Highlands neighborhood, where the Millennium Building is located. I'm speaking in support of the letter in your package from the Aurora Highlands Civic Association, which opposes this application. I hope you've all seen it. We read in the applicant's March 12th justification letter that there are vacancies at the Millennium due to the, quote, aging building and competition from new apartment buildings coming into the market, end quote. I have to point out, the building was built in 2009, is currently undergoing a renovation, and is located directly across Met Park from Amazon's HQ2 complex. We hear every single day about the housing crisis and the shortage of housing in Arlington, in the region, and across the country. And we just heard it loud and clear from many of our neighbors with Local 25. Here we have a building where we're told the apartments cannot be rented because it's aging and uncompetitive, yet there's an application to convert them to more lucrative hotel units that will likely cost even more on a per night basis than monthly rent. How can that be? Perhaps we should allow the free market to achieve equilibrium in which tenants and landlords can reach an agreement on price. After all, isn't that how it's supposed to work? I don't see the need for the county to remove 30 units of already built housing from the market. Separately, staff notes that there may be a shortage of hotel rooms in South Arlington, especially with the Residence Inn and Americana no longer available. Perhaps the county should use the Commercial Market Resiliency Initiative to incentivize construction of new hotel space. And as we heard, there'll also be protection for the workers as a part of that. It would be far better to reposition or convert vacant commercial office space into hotel space rather than existing critical housing units. I thank you for your time, and I urge you to consider this application and the precedent-setting implications very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giacobbe.
Thank you, Mr. Giacobbe. Our final speaker on this item is Rachel Hicks.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Rachel Hicks, and I'm president of the Aurora Highlands Civic Association. Thank you for hearing us today. I apologize I could not be there in person. So first and foremost, I want to make the board aware that Church Hill operates at 6 buildings in less than a 3-block radius. They operate at the Altair, which is on Eads, the Bartlett, the Whitmer, the Milton, the Cortland, and the Millennium. While 30 units may not seem like a lot, when taking in combination with the current vacancy rates, this has a dramatic effect on the market. Currently, the Millennium has 10 units available. The Bartlett has 26, the Milton has 20, the Altair has 40, the Whitmer has 33, and the Cortland has 57. So if the 50 units, 30 of which are currently being proposed is to turn into hotel use, if those 30 units were to come on market right now, that would triple the current amount of vacancy at the Millennium, which would mean prices for rent would have to change. The Churchill Living Corporation is currently charging $179 a night for a stay at the Millennium, which comes out to over $5,000 for the month, which is not market rate for rent. Basically, the long and the short of this is, if you look at what's going on in our neighborhood, we are allowing essential housing to be turned into hotels, which is not appropriate. As you've acknowledged, long-term use is not hotel use. But allowing these to become short-term rentals turns it into hotel use, which allows for developers to recoup cost and to have profitable businesses while hurting the local housing market, preventing rent from falling. Business Insider and others have done many studies on this. When short-term rentals enter the market, it changes the supply and demand, and it prevents rent from falling because they're able to have units like this that would be vacant, that would drive down the price, be used otherwise and actually become more profitable. So for this reason, we're asking that you reject this application. These units were built for housing. As we've all heard, it's a very hot topic, and taking them away is disingenuous. You also, I'm hearing some feedback. Is someone talking? Hello?
Go right ahead.
Excuse me, Ms. Okay, sorry. I would ask that that time be given back to me. Thank you. So as you all have heard, more housing is being clamored for. And as you all are well aware, there has been contentious negotiations in our neighborhood for the increase of housing. It has frequently been larger and more dense than the neighborhood is appreciated because of concerns for utilities, concerns for grocery stores, school space, traffic, parking, all sorts of things. So to have things that have already been built under the guise of the need for more housing be converted into hotels seems inconsistent with what we've been told by the county board and the reasons why these units were originally approved. We would also note that 30 units of the Millennium is 10%. With the additional 20 units, that's 16% of this building, 16%. So that's a floor and a half that's not available, assuming, the floors are wrong there, I misstated, but that's 15% of this building. If you take 15% of this building, and I don't know how many units are operated at the other buildings, I was unable to find that information publicly, and I would request that someone ask the applicant that question. That's effectively, if we assume that it's 30 units for all these buildings that are listed, that's an entire building. That's a 6-story, 7-story building in our neighborhood that's off the market. While we appreciate the need for hotels, this is not the way to do it, and it's inappropriate because it's hurting Arlington residents. I would also note that the staff report stated that residents also highly value nearby quality hotel rooms for hosting friends and family. These corporate rentals are not the sorts of rentals that are going to be used by everyday travelers who are looking to rent there. And we do appreciate our location to Reagan Airport and the Pentagon and Amazon, and that there is a need, but again, converting these to short-term stays is inappropriate and hurts the housing supply of the neighborhood. Again, this is true for the Millennium taken individually as well as the neighborhood as a whole. This would triple the vacancy rate of the Millennium currently, as provided by information from their website. Additionally, it says the reasoning is new hotel inventory is beneficial to the county overall fiscal base. While we appreciate the need to balance the budget for the county, this is not putting Arlington residents first who need affordable housing. And that affordable housing is not just those who qualify for technically affordable housing, it's for those who are looking to rent at market rate. And if we're artificially increasing the market rate rent by approving these short-term units, we're creating the housing crisis rather than solving it. So again, I would request that the county board reject this application and seriously consider the impact they're having on our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Was that our final speaker?
That was indeed. No further speakers.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, conversation is now with the board. I think let's have a little conversation before I ask for a motion, if that's all right. And I think I'll start us off actually asking, if it's fair, both the applicant and our staff, if we don't approve this, what's going to happen? Is that a reasonable question? I mean, what are you going to do? Do you want to start, Mr. Schreiber?
Sure, I can speak to the status quo. These are residential units. The 50 units that the applicant here is speaking about, those will remain. The 30 units, again, what this action speaks to is granting the allowance for flexibility. It is not permanently converting those to hotel. It's giving them the option to lease them for less than 30 days. Does not mean that they will be leased, solely, on a nightly basis. But a rejection of this, I'll let the applicant speak, but I believe it would just be that they would continue to rent their 50 units on a sublease basis for some period of time greater than 30 days.
Thank you. And I'll ask the applicant. Yes, you probably should turn on your microphone, probably a button there to push, I think, in the front. A green light should come on. Yeah.
Green light's on.
Good. Oh, well.
Yes, we would still maintain the leases. We are just looking for the flexibility based on what our clients are asking us to do. So we wouldn't be looking to shrink our leasehold from that location.
Okay. Might you turn this into permanent? I mean, right now, the lease is long-term. It kind of is short-term housing is sort of what it is right now, and you'd like to turn it into, more temporary quarters, more like a hotel, as you call it.
Correct.
I'm sorry, virtual cannot hear anything the applicant is saying. Can you please repeat what he said?
Okay, yes, thank you. Just Ms. Hicks.
You may need to.
Try a different microphone, maybe.
We are sorry for the inconvenience.
Yeah.
If he could please repeat.
Okay, yes, Ms. Hicks, we're working on that. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Not sure.
Let's see. Mr. Kushner?
It's not working because it wouldn't show up on the caption.
Yeah.
Now's good. Yeah.
That's sounding much better.
So I had stated before that we would still maintain our leasehold even if this site amendment was rejected. And then what was the follow-up question to that?
I think there's sort of a sense that if we didn't approve this, this would become housing for people, that you would make it more available as housing for folks.
Well then, yeah, so what the model of our business model is with the furnished apartments or the corporate apartments people refer to is generally the stays are with local companies, with people that are moving or relocating to the area or on special assignments for companies in the area that need more space than a hotel. So this wouldn't, if the site amendment was rejected, we would still maintain the leasehold on this and still fill it with our longer term stays.
In other words, things wouldn't change, really?
Correct.
Okay, and then, sorry, colleagues, I'm just going to ask, I had one more follow-up question. Yes. Is there a time limit on this, Mr. Schreiber?
No, it's proposed just the general flexibility. If you look in the conditions, it just allows 30 that way. No time limit. There's no sunset calls. There's no limitation on the number of days, the way it's proposed here.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, colleagues, turn it over to you. Sorry to hog the mic here for a minute. Ms. Coffey?
Thank you. One quick clarifying question. The applicant, you are here representing Churchill, right? Not the Millennium or the property owner or property management of the physical building.
Correct. So the ownership, Churchill Living actually does have a small majority ownership in the building, but we have been given approval and to seek this approval on behalf of the building and our units that we have.
Okay, interesting. And for Mr. Schreiber, so 30-day rentals are legal under the Virginia Tenant Landlord Act. We can't stop people from renting things for 30 days or greater, but under 30 days currently would be governed by our accessory homestay ordinance. How do you see this approval fitting within the conceptual framework of accessory homestays or not fitting within that?
So this is different than an accessory homestay. In this case, these are residential units. They will always be residential units. And the way our ordinance classifies that, it really is a residential unit that then is based upon the number of days that it's leased. If it's leased greater than 30 days, like your traditional apartment, you can do a 2-month lease, 6-month lease, whatever, then that's what we consider household living, your traditional apartment. If you lease them for less than 30 days, no definition in terms of the number of days, and it's considered overnight accommodations. So that's very different than an accessory homestay. So in this case, again, the residential units, they just have a leasing criteria that is less than your typical 30 days. And the way that we've conditioned this, because they have the ability to be leased out for, a night, 2 nights, 3 nights, a week, to whatever they want, that actually then gets classified somewhat like our hotels, So from a regulatory perspective, what they've agreed to, as we've applied in other situations, is that they are treated like hotel rooms for that tranche if they are leased for less than 30 days. They'll be required to submit reports to our zoning administrator so they know exactly which units those are, which also comes with a different taxing authority and other methods that way.
Okay, thank you. And so if Churchill or anyone else wanted to do a less than 30-day leasing situation in any other building, they would need to come to us for that approval for any building that they wanted to do that in.
Yeah, so they're proactively seeking that ability to do so, which is different than, say, your accessory homestay that has its own mechanism, or even somebody who just may be subleasing out through a Vrbo or Airbnb, something of that nature.
Yeah, I think one thing that is on my mind is that we have many buildings listed on Airbnb for sub 30-day stays that have not bothered to come to us as should be the process, as I understand should be the process. And so in a way, I am kind of thankful that we are going through the proper mechanisms and steps instead of just having people do things under the table. I think there's a larger discussion about that to be had that's not about this current item before us today. But, you know, I think the corporate rental use is going to persist whether or not we do shorter than 30-day leases. I'm not sure we really have an ability to prevent that from happening, as much as I would love to put as many units as possible on the table as quickly as possible. I just don't think we have the power to change this particular paradigm here.
And tell people how long they have to stay. And yeah. Thank you. And I'm going to just work my way down the table, if that's all right. And Mr. DiFranti, that puts me coming to you last. I hope that's okay. And I'll take Mr. Carantonis next, and then Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Schreiber, we have some precedents here, right? So first of all, we used to be nimble and flexible in allowing this temporary use as temporary uses in new buildings that had a challenge to be occupied, etc. I remember at least one in Roslyn, one on Columbia Pike. And when we approved a less than 30 days hoteling, we put a limit to that, and we said, okay, let's see how it works. If I remember correctly, last time that we looked at this was 2 years. Then we had in 2021, I may be wrong, but roundabout in the middle of the pandemic, we had a similar situation in Ballston, if I remember correctly, and there was a similar request. So do you remember how, or can you elaborate on the precedents that we have on that?
Sure. So I think when we first started seeing this situation come up, it's how you mentioned some large apartment buildings, when they were coming online, they were looking for additional revenue streams to help them out as they were going through the leasing activities. And so, in order to do this, proactively and above board, they were seeking the ability to lease out units for less than 30 days as they were going through lease up. And those were self-terminating because once they reached their full lease up, that use extinguished. And so that's what we saw in a few buildings. Then we started to see some more focus on what the applicant here is presenting are the corporate rentals. So existing office or existing residential buildings where they were seeking just those abilities to have flexible terms of stays, because we know that is something that's attractive to the business community, where people are here for a number of days or a couple of weeks. They may want to be more in a residential setting than in a hotel. They don't want that environment. We saw that on a number of projects. We saw that in Roslyn. There was a time limitation that was put on that project. I would say what was different about that project is they were seeking that ability, again, while they were going through that initial lease-up period. That was allowed for a period of 2 years. They never implemented that. What we saw with the projects, the 3 projects in the Ballston Courthouse or Virginia Square Courthouse area, that was with the Ditmar companies, that was for a specific number of units. They agreed to a 5-year limitation. And then I believe the last one that this board approved was for actually a permanent conversion that was involving a building that Marymount University purchased in Ballston, where they did a permanent conversion of units from hotel to residential with the intention that those be utilized primarily for graduate students or other people involved in their hospitality industry. So we've seen a range of time periods, but you're right, there was a 2-year period that was never implemented. I believe Ditmar is actually utilizing their units within that 5-year period, and I believe that was approved in 2021, if I remember correctly.
So in all precedents, with the exception of Marymount, we negotiated a time limit to see how this works and whether, we have any adverse effects from that, right?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will yield.
Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. I also have questions about sort of timeline. So your current leasehold agreement, is it forever? Is it time limited? Is it renewed?
We renew our leases every 12 months.
And your block of 50 units, your lease with the building is every 12 months?
They end at certain time periods, so
Okay.
it's not all at one time.
They're rolling, but okay. And then for staff, Mr. Schreiber, do we have any data on sort of hotel occupancy and apartment occupancy in this area? Like, are we facing extreme pressures on one or the other?
I believe my colleague from Economic Development, hopefully he's still with us, Mark McCauley, I think he could speak better to the current status of the hotel market, but while hopefully I'm trying to look at the screen to see if he's there.
I
There he
see
is. One thing I would just point your attention to is what we wrote about in the report is calling attention to the lack of new hotel growth in this submarket while there is new office growth, and primarily on this block where this project is. What has happened over the last few years is Amazon has come in. They've occupied their 1.5 million square feet. Since Amazon has taken occupancy there, we've actually seen a reduction in hotel rooms, and that would be by way of the demolition of the Marriott on the Penn Place block to the north. So lack of new hotel growth, continued demand, and I believe that Mr. McCauley could speak about other market forces in the tourism market.
Thank you. Mr. McCauley.
Yes, without quoting an exact number, certainly in the hotel side, we've seen significant recovery both in occupancy and average daily rate, which results in a term called RevPAR, which is revenue. So strong recovery. Now, a lot of that has been driven by inflation, but a lot of it has been driven by post-pandemic recovery of the tourism industry as a whole, both leisure and now business. And we expect to see more business as companies continue to promote work, return to office and travel to headquarters space. And I think what we see in the marketplace is these types of uses and these types of travel sort of are a mishmash of consumer demand. So when we see consumers, some will want to stay in a hotel for a short amount of time and enjoy the amenities of a hotel. Some may want a longer term stay than a typical hotel stay for the space. Or for because they have a limited term stay with the headquarters or are moving to the area, as was mentioned earlier by the applicant. And this just provides another example of where the market can provide a consumer that value. And then I will say that these will be, while we've had challenges with accessory home use relative to tracking those, this will be professionally managed and we'll be paying transit occupancy taxes and will be able to be monitored as such. So I think they will be part of the broader hotel industry, but are really a different type of overnight stay than a typical hotel. And then the residential continues to be very strong in Arlington and in this neighborhood. That is not different. We have always have very stable vacancy rates and absorb product as it comes online. And that's certainly a testament to a strong market, but also the need for more production.
Mr. McCauley, do we have situations where there's really no room in the inn, where we're full up in our hotels while we're missing Marriott and Americana both have gone away?
We have certainly heard and have some data relative to, there's always it's kind of like the parking lot on the eve of a shopping holiday, right? Where there's always going to be nights where special events happen in the region or in Arlington where hotel supply becomes very constrained. But I think what we've heard broader from the business community is both the number, availability, and quality availability of hotel does force them often to look across the river into DC and to provide hotel stays there for people visiting businesses in Arlington. And that's something that we, again, anecdotally hear a lot of. And I think increasing, because some of the, not every hotel unit is the same as you imagine, especially for business travel as well as leisure travel. And so sometimes it is forcing some decisions outside of Arlington. And we think that's certainly a challenge that we're looking to solve with increased hotel inventory of different types and quality.
Okay, great. I just have closing comments.
Could I clarify a comment I made about the leases?
Absolutely.
So generally, when our leases are 12-month, but specifically at the Millennium, and I apologize for this, that lease that we have there is for 5 years. So we have those 50 apartments for a 5-year lease.
And when does that expire?
We still have like 4 years left on it.
Okay, all right. Mr. DeFranti, do you have any questions?
Yes. I apologize I haven't been more ahead of this, but I do have a question for our attorney. Is deferral of 1 month possible?
Yes. Yes.
It's
And then-
always possible. I wouldn't advise it as your chair, but that's okay. Go ahead, Mr. DeFranti.
Well, I respect that, and I thought you might have that perspective. And I share the view that you articulated in one way and Ms. Coffey articulated in a different way with respect to changing the market. I'm not sure that we're easily going to be able to do that. Ms. Crystal, when she was on the board, this was a huge area of interest and concern for her. We had a couple of conversations that Mr. Carantonis referenced. I'm hesitant to put a time limitation into this on the fly. It just seems like a little quick to me. I do think that there's an economic benefit. I also listened to both Ms. Hicks and Mr. Giacoba. I think I got it right. Nick is how I know him sometimes, but and I think that they had reasonable concerns. Even if we can't change the market, I don't know that I want to play into it particularly. So that's kind of where I'm left, which is some interest in a time limitation, because I do think we're in a particular crunch. I don't know. I guess that leads to a non-lawyer question. Maybe it's Mr. McCauley or maybe it's others. What do we know about hotel rooms coming online over the coming 6 months, year, 2 years, 3 years?
We have the project in Roslyn as the newest hotel in the market. We have potentially a project in Clarendon, which may have a hotel component, and some of the PDSP, which is farther away, has a hotel component, at least as part of an allocated density. Other than that, we have some others that we're seeing, but nothing definitive that has been approved as a site plan that I can remember.
So perhaps Roslyn could compete with the DC stuff that you were just describing, but nothing directly in the neighborhood. And we just did the discussion of the PDSP, and that would be pretty far down the road.
Yeah, Aaron can help me out if I'm missing a site plan that's gone through with a particular hotel component, but we have heard certainly some interest in new development as well as conversions for what it's worth of existing product into hotel, non-residential product, I should say.
And I would also just qualify the hotel that's coming online in Roslyn is actually just a replacement of an existing hotel. So there is a marginal growth, but it's not completing a new hotel where one didn't exist. Where I think you've seen more recently are the trends of hotels coming down and being replaced by residential projects. Think about what was recently approved in Ballston on the Ballston Holiday Inn project. So that's been the more recent trend, but still hoping to see more hotel projects come online. We do have a couple that we think might be coming, but nothing as of late other than that one project.
Mr. Schreiber, while I've got you, it's my understanding that this particular, although we're calling them hotel rooms, they feel more like resident. They don't feel like hotels, right? So it's really a different kind of, I don't know if to call it a hotel, right? It's a different feel. So it's really not the same market. Is that correct?
Absolutely. What we're seeing is it is a residential unit. It just so happens that the tenancy of that does change more frequently than your typical residential unit. And I think, as Mr. McCauley mentioned, this caters to a different type of client who is looking for that more residential feel, because they may not be there for a single night, but they may be there for a week or 2 weeks, and that is the atmosphere that they're looking for, rather than being in a hotel where the tenancy is changing on a nightly basis.
Right, correct. Thank you. I wanted to check that. I mean, I think what this is providing, which I think Mr. McCauley says, is a lot of flexibility and different kinds of things for people to stay in, which meets a lot of different needs, which in this very diverse, vibrant area, we get a lot of people coming with different kinds of needs for places to stay. Mr. Carantonis, back to you.
Madam Chair, you're on to something. I wanted to ask both Mr. McCauley and the applicant. So what kind of market is that? I have the impression that what we are talking here is about the flexibilization of actually executive rentals, right? The executive rentals used to be longer time rentals. They probably are still longer time rentals. But in between there are, we have a huge tech sector here, big tech sector. We have a defense business sector, et cetera. So I can imagine that there is, a demand for a different product of stay that is more like an apart hotel, a high-end apart hotel in very good location, but shorter rentals. Do I understand it correctly? And if I understand it correctly, do we have any insight of whether in Arlington we have this kind of, do we supply for this kind of demand?
I can say from our client perspective and what our product is, it is geared for people that are looking to stay longer periods of time. We're more profitable with longer term stays. We're really not looking to do 1 and 2 night stays or weekend stays for everyone. It's more geared to, someone from Amazon who's coming in for 14 days or so, possibly with their family to look for somewhere to live, and they want access to a full stove, a refrigerator, washer and dryer right in the units. Instead of being in a hotel and have everything dry cleaned and eat out every night, that type of thing, it's more of that, longer term setup thing, closer to home.
And would you agree that this is kind of the evolution of executive stay in executive suites?
Very much so, or like an extended stay hotel or anything of that nature.
And for Mr. McCauley, do we have any insight whether this is really a market that is emerging?
I think it's a market like all markets that's constantly changing. I would say that, and I think Ms. Garvey mentioned this, and I think others have mentioned it, that the idea of corporate rentals, and you mentioned it, Mr. Carantonis, that have been around for a long time, and we have things like Oakwood and corporate ownership of buildings, and many times residential properties, people won't even realize that some segment of those units are being rented out to corporate entities for year or 2 year leases, and they are deciding who gets to stay in those. I think what this offers is another shift in the market, another flexibility, where some companies do not want to be in that business of themselves being the leaseholder, and would just like product for their, as the applicant stated, and others have stated, for folks coming in for business or for looking at the area to have a more residential option for them to stay in. So we think it does change when you have more headquarters. So, we've had some success getting headquarters. That probably is where the most, I'd say, the Arlington shift has been occurring.
All right. I think we might be ready for a motion.
One more.
Excuse me?
I have one more question.
All right, one more question, and then I'm going to go for a motion. Go ahead. Not that we can't have discussion afterwards, but I'd like to get a motion on the table. Go ahead, Ms. Coffey, with your question.
No, I understand. Mr. Schreiber, do we have any mechanism or ability to track residential units being contracted for corporate rentals, whether that's 30 days or otherwise? I don't think that we do, but
Only for the projects that have proactively sought this ability to do less than 30 days. And in this case, they've agreed to conditions where they would submit a hotel plan and we would be able to track it that way. That is our way to legitimize those less than 30-day stays. But we don't have another mechanism where we just know that somebody has these out on the market. We are aware, sure, that plenty of people are doing this on their own, and that's not what we're trying to support. We prefer this method, where we know that there is a tranche of units that are subject to this. As Mr. McCauley mentioned, it also brings some additional revenue because they're paying into the TOT, and it is our way to know exactly where those are. But also, I think we can all acknowledge you may not know that the person living on the floor above you or next to you is in a corporate rental or not because, again, a corporation might own that lease and they might decide, is it for that person for 6 months or longer? So that's how we're doing it.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I'm trying to get at perhaps the larger problem of how many units in Arlington are not available to residents of Arlington or people who would like to be residents of Arlington because they're being used as corporate rentals. But I think the reality is we do not know. We know that it is happening. We do not know the scale to which it is happening.
Yeah, and I think one of the points is we don't want to have them be empty because they have an inflexible stay, which I think is part of the issue too. I think probably everything we've got gets pretty well filled up as long as it's not too restrictive. That's my guess.
I think, one of the points made by one of our public speakers that resonates with me is if you can charge a corporation significantly more for a contracted stay than an individual resident would be willing to pay for a 12-month lease, then at what point do you tip a building into, well, we might as well just make a lot more money by renting to corporations instead of renting to individuals. And I don't think we are at that point, but it is something both with the accessory homestay issue and this that is just very much anxiety inducing, especially
absolutely.
when we don't know the scale to which, and we have no window. I mean, I think these are private transactions to which we are not a party, and therefore we have no window into, we have no legal ability to ask for a window into it. The same way that Arlington County has no idea what any 12-month lease term would be. We don't know what the 30-day lease terms are either. And so I think my anxiety just comes from envisioning a problem of undetermined scale.
I hear you. I think one thing our staff might be able to determine, not tonight, not for this, but is what's the demand? There's got to be a limit to the amount of executive coming to wine corporate housing, right? There's going to be a limit to the market. I think, could we have Mr. Carantonis, do you think you could make a motion for us and then we could at least move forward?
For the purposes of discussion and open to amendments, I will make the motion. I move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendation, namely to adopt the two ordinances attached to the board report. Am I reading it correct? Yes.
This one?
No. Yes, this one, correct. Again, I move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendation, namely to adopt the two ordinances attached to the board report associated with this item dated September 4th, 2024 to A, adopt the amendment to the Pentagon City Phase Development Site Plan number 105, and adopt an amendment to the MedPark 2 Site Plan 105 SP-9 to permit conversion from residential use to hotel use subject to all previously approved conditions and amended in new conditions as reflected in the attached ordinances.
And I will second that. All right. Mr. Carantonis, is there anything you would like to speak to your motion at this point, or I can go on? Ms. Cunningham may have something she wants to add.
I will open the discussion. Ms. Cunningham,
Okay.
go ahead.
Ms. Cunningham.
I would like to have us consider, given what we've heard tonight and the fluidity of the market, having some time bound on this where we'll come back and revisit it. I think that would be either 2 years, which is a precedent we've done before, or 4 years, which is the current leasehold. I'd be comfortable with either of those, but I do think this is going to be something we'd like to look at again as we work to open more hotels.
So you've got an either or there, and that your board chair would prefer 4 years, considering that they've got that already. It might make life simpler for everybody. So would you be comfortable making that amendment with 4 years?
I'd be comfortable with either, so I leave it to whether anyone else has strong opinions.
I would be comfortable with 4, I think.
Mr. DeFerranti?
I'm certainly comfortable with 4. I don't love endless process. I don't also love trying to make a decision on the fly when don't feel grounded. So I may be the only one who would be open to deferral.
Okay, thank you. I'm not hearing clamors for deferral, so I'm not going to invite them either, but if they come here, I will serve the board if everybody wants to do it, but I think you may be the only one. Do you want to make this in the form of an amendment then? Because we'll need to have a vote on it, I think.
Yes,
Unless there's
I
a
might
friend.
need a little bit of help from my phone a friend.
Pause for music.
From our county attorney for intervention.
Mr. Schreiber may have something to say.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Schreiber, so sorry, yes.
If I could just offer, if you are considering entertaining a time limitation, we need to fit that into a condition. So I need to know how we're actually going to bind something. So we can help. I just want to help you guys as well. So
Can you help on the fly, or do we?
Yeah,
need
can you
to do
help on
this
the
overnight?
fly, or?
Is a deferral your
How about-
preference
yeah, how
to
about
do
a
it
deferral
right?
while we figure out a 4-year?
No, I'm good. I'm
Okay.
good. I'm good.
She backed you into
What
that.
I would say is I would look to the PDSP amendment. I would look at the proposed, so if you're looking at the staff report, I'd point your attention to page 9 and the footnote to the table. This is in condition number 2. If you are at all interested in putting a time limitation, I would stipulate that time limit and that footnote number 1, specifying for how long they have the ability to do the short-term rentals for that 30-unit tranche. Because again, this is a flexible use, it's not a mandated use, but at least there, because that footnote does cross-reference the site plan approval, where then they have the ability to market those and report those, you could squeeze something there.
Thank you. Ms. Kaur, does that sound like a good spot for you? And do you think you could draft a quick, these things are never as simple
I was going to
as
say,
we would
Madam
think
Chair,
they would be.
would it be possible to hold that vote and go to the next item, and then
It
we'll
would be
clean up at the
possible
end?
unless we can do this quickly. So yes, I've been thinking that.
Yeah.
You're going to need a minute to do that. All right.
That would be my sentiment. Thanks.
Okay,
Madam
yep,
Chair.
all right. So colleagues, what we're going to do, and I'm not even sure, Ms. Kaur, exactly how we do it. We're going to table this and come back to it this
We are
evening. All right, we're
tabling.
going to table this item, and then we're going to, and we're going to move to the next item. There are 2 items here. Quick note for folks before we begin these 2 items. They're very, very similar. So we're going to be hearing a combined staff and commission presentation for these 2 items, followed by, as required by law, a separate hearing, discussion, and vote for each one, although I'm hoping that we can be pretty efficient because they are so similar, they're practically the same, but we are required to handle them differently. So we're going to have a combined presentation, but we will have a separate hearing, discussion, and vote. And with that introduction, Mr. Schwartz, over to you.
Yes, I'm going to ask Mr. Beach to keep our string alive, maybe, of verbal presentations.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. I'm Eric Beach with the Department of Parks and Recreation, and I have a few brief verbal remarks to share on this agenda item, as particularly because we're early in this project, and so we don't have any visuals to share yet at this point in time. But what I would like to kind of go over is that agenda items 19 and 20 are the next step in the Kenmore synthetic turf conversion project. This project was part of the last 2 board-adopted CIPs, which in addition to the county and EPS funding, required $2 million in outside fundraising. These agenda items are bringing the foundational documents to the board that will allow the county to proceed with the previously approved Kenmore project. These items are requests to approve the memorandum of agreements, or MOAs, between the county and its 2 major partners, the Arlington Sports Foundation, ASF, and the Arlington Soccer Association, or ASA, and to authorize the manager to sign the documents. Both partners have worked hard to bring together the resources of their organizations and are committed to raising $1 million each. I would like to particularly thank Frank DeMarco with ASA and John Fody with ASF for their leadership and for working collaboratively with the county. These agreements are models of how to bring together their thousands of users and Arlington neighbors to create a partnership with the county. The MOAs lay out the project length, timeline, financial terms, and the marketing and recognition ASA and ASF will receive as part of their donations. This includes a potential logo on the field, recognition on a donor wall or brick wall, and both organizations are committed to demonstrating their financial contributions by November 2024. Staff recommends approval of the MOAs and authorization of the county manager to subsequently sign them. And so, thank you, and that concludes, and ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beach. In essence, two wonderful local groups are helping us fund some much-needed fields. I believe we have, obviously no applicant, we're the applicant, and I think we have an advisory group, our commissioner, Mr. Mingus, I think.
We do indeed. Mr. Mingus is here in the room with us.
Good evening. I don't know how that thing works, but apparently it does come on. Bless you. There it is. It's on magically. There you go. Bless you, Ms. Coffey.
To speak tonight, I will be brief. So first, I want to note that the Sports Commission is completely in support of these MOAs and of the Kenmore project. I want to note that the Kenmore, this turf conversion, are both sort of the second, third on the PSMP list of projects to convert. So that's good. So why turf? It's lower maintenance than grass. The data are clear. It's also more usable. I suspect tomorrow will be a day that grass fields in Arlington will be closed. Turf fields will not. Also, you can use turf fields all year round. So you get many, many more usable hours, especially because this field is already lit and this project will actually change the lighting. So it'll sort of improve sort of less spillage. I know in the public comments around this project, there were environmental and safety concerns raised. I'm choosing how I address those very carefully. Private conversation, I would use different language. First of all,
always
the black
wise.
pellet, because I'm in.
It's wise. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Pardon me. It's late. I should.
A lot of the concern is around the infamous black pellets. Most of the research that is out there on those pellets are actually deal with recycled rubber. What Arlington has used is virgin rubber, so a lot of the science that folks quote is not even relevant. Also, there's a new EPA study that came out this spring that a lot of those concerns about crumb rubber may not be as relevant as people thought. It's worth. I'm not an epidemiologist, but my read of it is it's pretty good. The reality is for Kenmore, it's even less relevant because the last two turf upgrades that the county has done use an organic product, which is sort of like walnuts and other. So instead of black pellets, you get a red grit, but it works better, and you don't have any of the black pellet issues. And actually, some of the data also show that it's about one of the issues with the black pellets is the heat. This material apparently lowers that about 20 degrees. So turf fields are not going to be as hot. Even though they'll still be warmer, they will not be as hot as they would have been otherwise. And also, this organic stuff can actually be used as landscaping materials afterwards, so it's all recyclable, so it's a much better product. So just in short, please approve this so we can move on to the next project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mingus. All right, I think it's now time to hear from our speakers on item 19. Mr. Kushner, would you please call our speakers?
Yes, of course, just a moment. And then again, just for the record, to call the item, this is item number 19. We are hearing public testimony on the Memorandum of Agreement between Arlington County Government and the Arlington Sports Foundation regarding collaboration on a synthetic turf conversion of combination field number 1 and rectangle field number 2 at Kenmore Middle School, located at 200 South Carlin Springs Road in Arlington, Virginia. With that, we have a number of public speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Bernard Byrne. If you give me just a moment. All right. Mr. Byrne, whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you. First of all, these studies that were just referred to as Source Commission, they were not definitive studies. They weren't controlled. You need they were retrospective type of things. You need to do any decent study, a concurrent control. They were not done. So don't ever think. Remember, there's a big commercial thing trying to push turf, artificial turf, and this is what is happening. The Sports Commission is obviously on it. it would be nice if C2E2 were here, because they could tell you some more stuff, but they weren't invited. Basically, the county should not use synthetic turfs unless studies have proven them to be safe. As I say, most or all synthetic turfs are hazardous to human health, whether or not they contain chrome rubber. They have other materials which are toxic or carcinogenic. If it was natural rubber, maybe it also has that kind of stuff in it. The high temperatures, well, he did say that they reach higher temperatures in turf. It may not be as high, but it's still high. And perhaps the most important thing that he hasn't really talked about is the plastic blades of some of the synthetics, or probably all of them, break down into tiny pieces of plastic called microplastics. These migrate from the playing fields into the air, soil, waterways, and oceans, which endanger humans, land animals, birds, and fish. I don't know any that does not up turf, and I haven't read about any that do not release microplastics. And these are just plain dangerous regardless of what the plastic is. Children, of course, are especially vulnerable to effects of toxic chemicals, which some of these might contain. Remember, it's not just that one thing, that the chrome rubber. Several European nations have banned the use of synthetic turf. They've gone through this process. Arlington County should do the same. There are many synthetic turfs commercially available, and some of this Boston Fellow is discussed. But some may have all the hazards, but others do. We need a breakdown of exactly what they are planning to do, which turf and what the studies have been done on that particular turf. Without that, we shouldn't be going forward and funding this. And it was put in the CIP with any kind of discussion of this. So we don't have any information of the composition of the hazard of the specific type of brand of synthetic turf that you will purchase if you approve the MOA. Nobody knows whether the second turf will release microplastics into the atmosphere and waterways. Without this information, neither the county board nor the county manager or the forest commission can ensure the safety of a type of brand that you may use. The MOA is only an agreement that outlines a collaboration on two conversions. Nevertheless, the county should not wait until it signs an MOA and raises funds before learning whether the selected product is safe or best on the market.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Daniel Gary, followed by Michaela Milton. Mr. Gary? All right, moving along. If Mr. Gary is not with us, we can come back. Our next speaker is Michaela Milton, followed by Michelle Dupras.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So, our world is becoming increasingly toxic, which is causing trouble with human health. Cancer cases are rising, autoimmune disease is increasing. More and more children are diagnosed with ADHD and autism each year. When I was growing up, not all that long ago, in my entire elementary school, there was only one kid with a peanut allergy. That was it. I knew of no one with autism, not a friend of a friend, no one. I knew of no one with ADHD. Now I'd say everyone knows at least someone with an autoimmune disease or a kid on the spectrum. You can't host a kid play date or an adult gathering without asking about allergies or dietary restrictions. I myself can no longer eat dairy or gluten due to unexplained neurological symptoms that 5 doctors could not help me with. While many pollution issues are not within our local control, we can at least follow the precautionary principle and do no harm. Artificial turf fields are adding unnecessary toxins to our community where vulnerable populations such as children play. Even with crushed walnut instead of crumb rubber, artificial turf is toxic. The references in my submitted comments demonstrate that the plastic blades and backing contain PFAS and other toxins, as well as contribute to microplastic dust that is building up in our community and ending up in our internal organs, especially the brain. The Arlington Soccer Association does not speak for all families. Our child no longer plays soccer, in part because of the artificial turf fields that keep increasing. I'm sure there are others out there like us, who have opted out. No amount of additional playing time will make up for a future illness in our children or grandchildren. Please stop adding artificial turf fields that contribute toxic runoff, toxic dust, and microplastics to our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Milton.
Our next speaker is Michelle Duprat, followed by Adam Rasmussen.
Good evening. Thank you. Hi, my name is Michelle. I wanted to express my dissent and disappointment in these two MOAs. I think they're going to set a dangerous precedent for further conversion of our natural grass fields. We do have fields. They do exist. They're natural grass. I would ask the council to not vote in favor of these agenda items until at least more environmental and health assessments are done on the impacts of these MOAs. I am a mom. I have 2 boys, Arlington soccer for many years, 5 years, also played sports with Arlington County. My older son goes to Kenmore. I feel these turf conversion projects don't represent the view of all parents. I myself dissented. I know other moms did as well through a Google form and survey, but that was after I think this was already decided. At least that's been my impression. And I feel like my concerns regarding the impacts to human health, the soil, the water, the natural environment, the houses because of flooding were ignored. And I do ask the council not to ignore the concerns. Regarding human health impacts of converting natural grasses to plastic turf, it does get on our children's skin. There's been multiple studies, public employees for environmental responsibility and others that show a credible pathway for PFAS on the dermis of kids' skins, of animals. And I just Googled the EPA study he mentioned on crumb rubber. Even that said, you know, multiple chemicals were higher on the skin swipes of those who played on turf grass, including hydrocarbons, which I think is from burning coal. So, I mean, I'm not an expert. I do know Michaela. She's a mom. She's also a scientist. I am not, but I have Googled this, and I feel like there is a lot of evidence on that. There's a lot of evidence around this getting into water bodies, surrounding water bodies, and plastic ending up in our drinking water is a concern. I don't know how much environmental assessment has been done on that, the impact on surrounding rivers and water, and the impact on surrounding houses that could be more prone to flooding due to decreased absorption of water. You know, artificial turf grass only lasts about 8 years, and then it's no longer appealing and it's dumped in the landfill. It cannot be recycled. It cannot be repurposed. And it does not sequester carbon like natural gas. My son sitting in Kenmore is learning about how he's inheriting an earth that is going to be in serious trouble regarding the environment and climate change, and they're converting the natural grass right outside, or proposing to right outside of his school. And lastly, turf grass is empty of life. You know, there's no birds, there's no bees buzzing by, there's no migrating butterflies. And so that also makes me sad in addition to kind of the worry around the impacts of our children's health and the impact of the water supply. So I do ask that you reject the 2 MOAs. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Rasmussen, followed by Audrey Clement.
So my name is Adam Rasmussen. I'm a member of the county's Park and Recreation Commission. I'm also a member of the Arlington County Schools Facilities Advisory Council. And I've been a long-time volunteer with youth sports, in particular Little League Baseball, as well as Ultimate Frisbee in Arlington, serving as a fields and facilities scheduler. I don't represent any of these groups tonight, but my experience with them has given me a unique exposure and perspective on the challenges of field space use in Arlington, which is why I mentioned that. With the demand for field space in Arlington continuing to increase and limited prospects for significant land acquisition, we must take every opportunity we have to use our existing fields as efficiently as possible. The Kenmore project provides an ideal opportunity to accomplish this at a cost we can afford. I'm encouraged by the county staff's entrepreneurial spirit in partnering with the Arlington Sports Foundation and Arlington Soccer Association, two private nonprofit organizations, to accelerate the timeline to make this opportunity a reality. The Kenmore project offers the county and its residents a cost-effective way to increase the efficiency and existence, of the existing field space. John Ling has mentioned a couple of these before, but I want to repeat them. First, expands the number of hours by allowing for nighttime use. That doubles the amount of time during the weekday that we can use the space, because we all know that youth can't use it for sports during the school day, so everything has to take place in the evening when we have the most crunch time. Second, it reduces the number of canceled activities, as John mentioned, and in this county, we have a particularly conservative decision-making around field closures. I would say entirely too conservative, but it just goes to say that these fields are available for kids to use even after we get a thunderstorm. And then third is that winter time. Right now, the grass fields are closed from mid-November through mid-March, and having this additional turf fields means a lot more time during the winter. And with climate change making our winters most likely milder, there'll be more demand and need for that winter time. Wanted to mention a couple things in particular about baseball. Currently, there are only 2 synthetic diamond fields in the county, and only one of them is available for youth. And both of them we have limited access to them, because one is GW's field, and so we have limited access to that. And the other is the Gunston Diamond, which is adult baseball. So I'm sorry my time is out, but I want to say that this is going to impact that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Rasmussen. Thank you.
Our next and final speaker on this item is Ms. Audrey Clement.
This is, my comments are items 19 and 20, consolidated. Fort Scott Park, where CivFed conducted its annual picnic last Saturday, is in an out-of-the-way location in Aurora Hills, but its field has one feature missing from a lot of public spaces in the county: natural turf. The county has been busy converting natural turf fields to synthetic turf, having little concern for the environmental impact. Tonight, it's going to approve a deal to resurface 2 fields at Kenmore Middle School with AstroTurf. Yet a March 12, 2024 report by Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility indicates that synthetic turf may be harmful to health. The report says, quote, "The preliminary study done by PEER found that the amount of PFAS on the skin in 3 out of 4 players or coaches increased after soccer games played on artificial turf. By contrast, similar increases in PFAS on the skin were not observed after games played on grass fields. These findings are of concern because human exposures to PFAS are associated with cancer, birth defects, developmental and immune deficiencies, and a host of other impairments. These adverse health impacts are magnified in young children whose bodies are still growing. In addition, PFAS, called forever chemicals because they do not readily break down in the environment, can bioaccumulate in our blood and organs. Although this was a preliminary study, it raises red flags and calls for additional studies to determine what risk there is of dermal absorption of PFAS from artificial turf," stated Peer Science Policy Director Kyla Bennett, a scientist and lawyer formerly with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, noting that players on artificial turf may be exposed to PFAS through inhalation, ingestion, and skin absorption. Quote, "It's also important to note that knowledge of dermal uptake of PFAS is severely lacking, but it may be a significant exposure pathway. Besides the direct human exposure, PFAS leaching off of thousands of fields present threats to nearby surface and groundwater, some of which are sources of drinking water," Bennett added, pointing out that the EPA has concluded that there is no safe level of the most common forms of PFAS in drinking water. Quote, "Our current embryonic state of regulation makes it difficult to trace the life cycle impacts of these highly toxic chemicals from production to disposal. And so I ask you to reject these MOAs. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Clement, and thank you. I believe I heard you state that your comments were pertaining to both item 19
Yes.
and 20. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Is that our final speaker?
That is our final speaker. We've been unable to locate Mr. Gary unless he's in the meeting now, but I'm stating for the record that he submitted his remarks in writing, and those have been shared with you previously.
Yes, we have gotten those, and I don't see him here. Thank you. Okay.
So, no further speakers.
Discussion is now with the board. I am going to go ahead and just make a motion myself, and then we'll have discussion if that's all right with everyone. I'd like to move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendation, namely to approve the MOA attached to the board report associated with this item dated September 9, 2024, between the Arlington County government and the Arlington Sports Foundation for collaboration on synthetic turf conversion, and authorize the county manager to sign the MOA. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. DeFranti. Appreciate it. Motion has been moved and seconded. And then I'm not going to speak to my motion, but I think I'll just ask a question of Mr. Beach. We've heard a lot of concern about the environment, which is understandable. Would you like to discuss a little bit how you see these particular fields affecting the environment? I'm sure we've looked at it. And just any thoughts that you've got.
Sure, thank you. And so, yes, we've heard this evening and we've heard in the past, obviously, lots of concerns about contaminants and health and impact and things like this. And this is something that we are always trying to look at and improve and address as we have our synthetic turf field program has evolved over the last 10, 15 years. Actually, probably it's almost 16 or 18 years now because we're on second and third replacements on some of these. And so I think what it might be helpful is just to give a couple of very clear facts on the fields that we are using, the ones we have, and then sort of what we do for contracting, because that actually plays in how we manage our fields to address some of these issues. And so out of our 17 athletic fields, synthetic turf fields, we have 14 of them use rubber. But I want to be very clear that in Arlington County, there are no ground rubber tires as the crumb rubber infill. And that is all. We use what is called virgin rubber or EPDM rubber, and that is to reduce the risk exposure pathway of former rubber touching contaminants on the road and things like that. So we are not using that on the fields that we have. Our last three fields, which were spoken to earlier, were at the Williamsburg Middle School, the two fields there, and then one at Washington Liberty High School. We have moved to using the organic infill, which is generally, as Mr. Mingus had said, he has read our FAQ online, is made out of generally ground coconut and ground walnut, which is still evolving, but it is, as we are testing at those three fields, and that is to eliminate the issue of the I have to say this, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, or the PAHs that we have talked about this evening, and that is to take that out of the pathway completely with the organic infill. In that, the organic infill obviously has some additional benefits. One is we talked about the cooling. These fields are acknowledgedly hot. During the summer, the rubber heats up. The organic infill tends to retain moisture as opposed to rubber, and that helps cool that temperature. And so there are different things in the market about what they're saying about how much heat reduction can be given out of those fields with the organic infill. We have been running some comparative tests at our existing ones versus that, and we are seeing about a 30-degree difference on the hottest days, reduction in the heat from the organic infill. The organic infill, when it needs to be replaced, is compostable or is used on landscape beds in place of mulch. And so we know that that is a product now instead of rubber, which there was some questions about where it's going. We know where that will be going. Speaking of recycling, our contracts on our synthetic field replacements require our contracts to show proof of replaced materials either going to a recycling center or reused in other projects. There are programs in the industry that the fields are recycled into secondhand fields or padding that is placed under existing fields. So as in Arlington, we require proof of tickets that show these going to recycling centers or being reused. So we know where our material is going. It is not going to a landfill when we're doing renovation projects. And I think, the last point that I just thought might help clarify, we've heard a lot about per and poly fluoroalkyl substances, or PFASs. The fields at Williamsburg and Washington Lee, not only are they getting organic infill, but our material there is PFAS-free manufactured synthetic turf. So that way we're trying to continuously reduce some of the impacts that we're hearing from the community and other peoples have raised. All the while we are monitoring the various studies that are coming out to see where we can make some adjustments as we're implementing this program.
Thank you. I thought you would be helpful. That was very helpful. Appreciate that. And I'm not going to say, I'm going to see about other questions, and I will say, I think this is not to say that this has not got any effect on the environment at all, but I think life today, there are balances and there are trade-offs, and there are problems with young people not being able to play because the fields are closed, and we do have a small area. So I do see this as a bit as a trade-off, and we are doing quite a bit to try to be as environmentally conscious as we can, and we're doing even more than I thought we were. So I will be prepared to support the motion I made, but we will see if there's some other comments from colleagues. And maybe I'll start from this side and start with, you know what, I could start with Mr. DeFerranti, just for a change of pace. Mr. DeFerranti, have you got any questions or comments?
I have one question. I would agree with you that the comments on the environment that Mr. Veach just mentioned were very helpful. One of our speakers mentioned stormwater, and I recall at Gunston there's a stormwater system underneath. We may not be doing that in this case, but I do wonder if you could speak very briefly to the stormwater efforts so that we're not, leading to tons of runoff in the areas surrounding these turf fields. I think it's for Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Thank you. So all of our fields are required because they are not considered 100% permeable, if you will. They are required to have stormwater management systems in place when we utilize the synthetic turf fields. Some fields have a capacity built underneath them, like so for example at the TJ field, the upper TJ that was recently converted, there is a extra depth to the capacity of that system, so when the water comes in, it holds it and then manages the outflow of that water over time. Other systems that we have flow into sort of what we call a bioretention system that holds the water and then manages the water goes out. I will make a commentary. The synthetic turf fields in Arlington, while they're not grass, and as you would think of fields in areas of nature where the water goes in and percolates, our athletic fields, or grass fields in Arlington are such high hours of use that they are severely compacted. And so they do not percolate water, and you see it at our fields that are non-synthetic, lots of runoffs and rivulets and things like that. We have much more difficult time managing water at our natural fields. And I'm not saying that because I'm making an argument, but I think it is mindful to understand that the synthetic fields are engineered stormwater systems where the natural fields are based on use and the contours that are there. So it's just something to weigh.
Oh, very helpful. I can't remember, maybe it was from our staff said one time that some of our grass fields, they could be cement. The runoff is just as if they were cement. They're so compacted, they really don't absorb the water at all. Mr. DeFranti, does that answer your question? Do you have anything else?
That answers my question, and I'm thankful. I respect the views of each of those who spoke. I also want to conclude by thinking about the opportunity of these fields and what they might mean for many kids, many students, many young people. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham.
Great. I just have one set of questions about I lost my train of thought. So let me go back. During the capital improvement plan discussions, you all were super helpful at answering all of these questions that I raised last time, and I think that that's all posted online so we can point folks to that. I have heard this week from a few community members about couldn't we do super highly engineered grass fields like a NFL team might have? And I just thought I would give you the opportunity. To your point, that's not what Kenmore is like right now, or any of our grass fields. But could you share a little bit about, could that really happen, and at what cost, and how many hours of play would be available?
So I don't want to speak to specifically how many hours of play because I'm not an expert in any means on the engineered type grass solutions, which usually is a plastic mat that the grass is webbed through. But when you think of it that way, NFL fields are played on once a week, and they have full-time crews that maintain that amount of abuse that it receives for 4 hours. In Arlington, we program our fields every evening after 5 p.m., all day on Saturday and Sunday. And so the ability to keep a engineered grass field, I would question that. It is something we could look into, but it also, there's lots of other costs that come along with that, with continued upkeep and maintenance and staff to maintain, even on something that's engineered, because it still is a living base, basically, with the grass.
Right. Great. And that's my only remaining question, which is maybe a record. But I want to say a huge thank you to everyone. I mean, this is, though we made everyone wait until late into the night, this is a huge thank you to our parks team, to our parks commissions, to our partners who are making this possible for our community with philanthropic support and all the expertise of our staff and our bond support as well. So I'm very excited and plan to support.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Yes. Mr. Beach, I will align myself with everybody who is thanking you for a very, very, very long and thorough conversation on this topic, and on the use also, because for me the most important thing to understand is what kind of use and community demand is pushing us to a point where we have to take these, have to negotiate these differences. So one thing that I heard here time and again, two things. One is that that we have PFAS, and that probably the material of which the synthetic part of the turf is built. I don't know if this is some sort of nylon or polyethylene. So why do they need PFAS to begin with?
I've become much more of an expert in this than I have ever imagined, almost like noise.
I can imagine,
at
but
court
I was
facilities.
surprised to hear that even there we have PFAS.
We use nylon. I wrote this down someplace. It's sort of a nylon polycarbonate thread, basically. PFAS is used to coat that because it's a slickening agent, essentially, for most things. So, and obviously you can debate studies and things like this, but PFAS are used in everyday things that people use. They're used on floss, on cabinets, on all these things that you're using in your everyday life. And so it's a treatment to it to keep them slick and durable. But again, like I said, we're trying to move away from that with our last installations of using the PFAS-free.
So the manufacturer, the installer, they let us know about the chemistry that goes there, right?
Yes, it's all part of the specifications that we get with the fields, and we can require certain products that are maybe assembled in a certain way or not. And so this is how we've led us to using the organic infill and the PFAS-free carpet, if you will.
PFAS leaching into the groundwater, PFAS leaching into the Chesapeake Bay, as you know, if it's not regulated already, it is. This is coming, and so this may be a liability for us. So I hope that we are not using that, or that we are using it in a very controlled way.
I think you said that the new ones are PFAS-free.
Yes, hopefully.
So, yeah.
So
just checking.
Yes. So that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing that I wanted to ask you is, how do we control the decay of a field and the deterioration of the material? I understand that they're UV resistant, but they still deteriorate. So do we have an idea of what quality of plastic is and how brittle it is and all this?
So we are generally seeing that, I know you're familiar with our CIP, we have about an 8-year replacement cycle on that, and that is depending on the amount of use. We are seeing most of the fields, their durability is lasting just about that. Some may be a little sooner depending on how much play they have, but generally when the carpet replacements, it's not, the carpets start to break down a little bit. This is the carpet part, and they fray a little bit, but most of the issue with the carpets on the replacement is they become ripped. Or in locations from overuse or worn out. It's less a decaying of the material that causes the replacement, although, like I said, some of the the blades start to fray a little bit. But generally, it's because they become ripped or they start to wear out in certain locations. That makes it. The issue we have with the chrome rubber is that, and I'll be honest with everybody here that's raised this issue, is it does tend to move. And anybody who's played in these fields know it sticks to your socks or your legs and it comes with you. Or if you get a heavy rain and our stormwater management is not appropriate, it might move. And so that is a concern that we've always have to keep trying to deal with. Now, one of the reasons why on the organic materials people are using the ground up walnut shells and coconut husks is that as an organic material, the challenge is getting it not to float when it rains. And those, the way they are manufactured at ground, is portrayed as not moving. And what we have actually been seeing that is actually accurate to this point. Now, again, we only have about a little under 2 years of experience with this material right now. And so we were watching it to make sure we are not seeing it migrate as much off-site. But what we have witnessed and from observation, it's not sticking to people and things as much, so it's not moving quite as much. And the other, bring it back to where you would ask, we are watching the deterioration rate on the organic material because we don't know if that will be faster or not. And so that is one of the things that we have to watch out for. And so the end of my thoughts here is that the carpet is not really receiving it. Deteriorates a replacement. The rubber doesn't tend to deteriorate, it moves. And that is why we lose the volume rubber and things like that. And so that's what we have to manage. And then we are waiting to have more time on the organic infill to see the deterioration rates.
Thank you. And, other than that, we don't, from players, from people who are playing on these fields, etc., we don't have any other complaints. Just the general concerns that we've heard here about, health impacts, etc. But other than that, we don't have any other complaints about the use of the fields.
Not that it's something we could verify. Not that I'm aware of. I think that and again, to be completely transparent, I think everybody would like to play on a beautiful grass field. And so that is, everybody's dream when they're playing. But in the reality of the amount of hours we play in the fields, I think people's preference are to be able to play rather than have closed fields or fields that are not in service. And so the majority of the questions is around the heat and the rubber movement, but it's not as far as the way they play. Doesn't seem to be the majority of questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Coffey.
Great. We'll see if I can stay focused and quick here. So, like you mentioned, a beautiful grass field, an NFL-style grass field, those are really hard to maintain, and no choice is environmentally neutral, right? So grass takes a lot to upkeep. Do we have a sense of kind of how much water and other resources go into the upkeep of our grass fields?
We do. I don't have those numbers with me, but they were actually part of that CIP report that we put together for the board, and it had the tens of thousands of gallons of water and fertilizer and other things. I think was part of that report.
Yeah, and I know from my experience, it's really hard to keep the quality of field up, especially school fields, when they're getting daily use, both from usually physical education, PE classes, sports teams, people in the neighborhoods, everything like that. And deteriorating grass fields can actually be really dangerous. I have permanent ankle damage from sports injuries on grass fields that came from divots and things that, just were unavoidable. I think it's really important to, recognize that no choice is completely neutral here. There are costs on both sides, and there is, a level of certainty. Sometimes the certainties aren't our favorite things, but so we're committed that every turf field that is either reinstalled or newly installed in Arlington would be the PFAS-free material from now on, now that it's available, right?
As long as it remains available, I think that would be the direction that we would choose to go.
Great. I appreciate that. And I think the only other question I kind of have is around the ability to program a turf field versus a grass field. Like, what does the difference in availability of field time look like in a more practical sense?
Something like that.
So I will caveat this, that this is, we have a whole programming section that will have numbers and specifics, but I do remember when we were going into the public spaces master plan, one of those facts I can pull out of my brain, I think we program our turf fields something like 1,300, 1,500 hours a year, and grass fields were roughly half of that. And the question is, do they actually even have half that many hours? But we were programmed because that's what we had to play on.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think we are ready to vote. All right, I'm going to call for a vote. I'm going to make a few final comments. Just, Mr. Mingus, and for the sports associations, thank you so very much. I mean, we kind of forget this is a very generous thing that you all are doing to try to get these fields online. To the folks who are concerned about the environment, please understand it's a balance. Nothing is going to be absolutely safe, and actually grass fields have quite a few issues too. I was actually heartened to hear how much these fields have gotten better about PFAS and all of those kinds of things. So, and also I think when it comes to stormwater, much better management on the artificial, which is, it seems counterintuitive, but it's true. So for that reason, I'm going to vote for my own motion. All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
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 Thank you, Mr. DiFranti. All right, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. And then we move on to item 20, which is very similar to item 19. Would you please call the speakers? And if there's anyone who's already spoken and they'd like to just simply acknowledge that it's the same issue, that's fine. But if you want to speak again, you may. What?
The motion for the previous item that's on the table is ready. If you just
I think I'm going to barrel through this, if that's okay. Thank
let's
you.
do
Thank you.
20
Yep.
first, and
We're going to get to 20. We had the presentation, and now we'll have any speakers if we have some on.
Yeah, of course. And just for the record, before we call our speakers, item number 20 concerns the memorandum of agreement between Arlington County Government and the Arlington Soccer Association, ASA, regarding collaboration on synthetic turf field conversion of combination field number 1 and rectangle field number 2 at Kenmore Middle School, located at 200 South Carlin Springs Road, Arlington, Virginia 22204. Our first speaker on this item is Frank DeMarco, followed by Candace Bryan Abbey.
Thank you. Mr. DeMarco. It's on, I think.
Good evening, Chair Garvey, Vice Chair Carantonis, board members DeFerrante, Coffey, and Cunningham. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Frank DeMarco. I'm the Executive Director of the Arlington Soccer Association. I'm also a 20-year resident of Arlington County. I'm here today on behalf of the 9,000 children that participate in our programs on an annual basis. I'm obviously here in support of this agreement. I want to thank you all for continuing to make Arlington a desirable place to live, work, and play. Your dedication to enhancing our community and creating a strong foundation for this partnership enables many children to fulfill their athletic endeavors. This project is critical to our community for continued access to safe, reliable, and high-quality playing surfaces. As noted in my earlier letter, this conversion will provide year-round access to athletic fields for thousands of young athletes. We're fully committed to this project, and we are actively working towards our fundraising goals to help make this project a reality. Through this partnership, we can ensure that we're not only improving the field quality, but also providing opportunities to youth who are struggling today with challenges of inactivity, device addiction, and mental health challenges. Thank you for your time and consideration and for your ongoing efforts to make Arlington a vibrant, inclusive, and thriving community. We look forward to continuing our strong partnership with the county to create meaningful and positive change for Arlington youth and all residents of the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DeMarco. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Candace Bryan Abbey, followed by Bernard Byrne.
Hi, everyone. My name's Candace Bryan Abbey, and I'm the president of Arlington Soccer's Board of Directors. I'm here to speak in support of the Kenmore Fields Project MOA and to say thank you to the county board, to the Parks and Rec Department, to APS for your willingness to engage in this very important partnership with us. With over 9,000 kids playing for Arlington Soccer alone, we understand the demand for fields better than most, and we are thrilled to have the opportunity to work with all of you to provide additional playing spaces for our whole community. Because let's be honest, this project isn't just for soccer, and it's not just for baseball. We're thrilled to be working hand in hand with our friends at the Sports Foundation, but we know that these fields are going to benefit everybody in Arlington County, whether it's football or lacrosse or field hockey or ultimate frisbee. And whether it's kids or whether it's adult leagues, everybody gets to benefit from this. More field space that's usable year-round, rain or shine, is crucial to expanding the opportunities for our kids, our youth, our school kids, our youth, and anyone of any age who plays sports. Having a set of turf fields like the reimagined Kenmore facilities in place with up-to-date lighting technology expands our field inventory in a major way that will allow more people to play for a greater portion of the year. As a parent and as a soccer coach, I want to thank the board and Parks for moving in the direction of more natural infill in our turf fields, which I understand is going to be part of the Kenmore project based on everything that was said and what I'd heard before. Not only are there going to be less risks for our players, but the fields are going to stay cooler. And added bonus, I have less black pellets in my car and in my house. So again, I'm just here to say thank you for the opportunity and for trusting us with this partnership. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bernard Byrne, followed by Michaela Milton.
Yes, I'm not going to say what I said already, but heard Mr. Beach's presentation. I didn't remember him saying anything about the microplastics and all these things, believe me, microplastics into the air. And I still am not convinced that these microplastics do not have toxic things in them. That's one thing. But the bigger thing is the county has an Office of Sustainability. It's got a committee called Climate Change and C2E2. These people have experts on it. Why weren't these brought into the conversation either at the CIP stage or before this? Why was this on the consent agenda? Don't you think you should have used that commission, C2E2, to give their opinion? Because they have experts on this kind of thing. They can understand what studies are, what kind of stuff that Mr. Beach is telling you is just plain, salesmanship. Someday, probably, maybe not for you, somebody who's been playing on these fields for a while and then develops a cancerous or whatever disease is going to sue somebody. And then you will see what will happen. But anyway, you're basically, it's a new technology, but new technologies do not get evaluated very well. It takes years to find out. And sooner or later, one of these is going to bite you And this may be the one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. And Mr. Gary still hasn't joined us.
Mr. Gary won't be joining us this evening. He's submitted his remarks for the record.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Michaela Milton, followed by Michelle Duprat.
No, it's not. There should be a red light. Just a minute.
Red light on the microphone.
Apparently takes a minute.
Okay.
There you go.
Hopefully now?
Yep. You're on.
Okay. Well, I'm also not going to read my previous comments, but I have not seen any independent research tests showing that the blades and the backing have no toxins on them. And I think that would be needed to allay my concerns about the breakdown of the blades and the backing. So not just the crushed walnuts. And what I have managed to find in terms of studies show that the blades and the backing do break down into microplastics and that they do contribute to toxins on dust and the microplastics. I will also mention that the National Mall had turf the consistency of concrete. You know, all the demonstrations they get and all the visitors and festivals, that turf was as hard as concrete. And they have done a lot with using special turf varieties that can handle that and installing irrigation systems. So if the National Mall can create sustainable turf fields, I think we should look into that. You know, in this case, I feel it was kind of a done deal before we even got the opportunity to comment and bring some of these concerns forward. And, you know, the EPA is starting to come up with increased regulations.
Very shortly.
That could become a liability as we increase our plastic fields throughout the county. So back to the precautionary principle, if there's doubt, do no harm.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Duprat, and I believe I heard that Ms. Clement was speaking only on item.
Yes, she said she was.
In which case, Ms. Duprat is our next and final speaker.
Okay.
Hi again. Yeah, I think I would agree with Michaela. I think this was kind of a done deal before maybe public comment was available, or at least maybe that some of us knew about it. This is a $12 million project. As a soccer mom, I'm also, frustrated by the conservative decision-making around field closures in Arlington. I've lived other places and I've never seen anything quite so conservative here. And I just wonder, why couldn't we address that? Why couldn't we address kind of that conservative decision-making around natural field closures and the usability of those fields, and the process around those closures, instead of move to a $12 million project such as this one? In terms of the compacted soil, my thought is yes, of course, that's an issue on natural fields, but, aeration of compacted soil is a pretty simple thing, is my understanding. You just poke holes in the soil. And I also, I did a little searching around for when he was speaking about the PFAS-free turf, and found a couple cities, South Philly, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, which also bought into the PFAS-free turf, and then did testing later and found that it wasn't actually PFAS free. And so I would ask the county to consider, or maybe Arlington Soccer, doing some independent testing of this after it's installed to verify those claims. Over.
Thank you. And so that's our final speaker.
No further speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Cunningham, would you like to make a motion? We'll have discussion.
I sure would. I move that the county adopt the county manager's recommendation, namely to approve the MOA attached to the board report associated with this item, dated September 9th, 2024, between the Arlington County government and the Arlington Soccer Association for collaboration on synthetic turf conversion, and to authorize the county manager to sign the MOA.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion has been moved and seconded. Thank you very much. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think we've spoken quite a bit, so I am in support of this. I think we have done a lot of conversation during the CIP, and I think we will continue to with each of these projects. In fact, this project, as it moves forward, I appreciate the concerns, and I think that we will continue as a community to evaluate and to make the trade-offs that are inherent. I do ask Mr. Beach the point about testing, and I know you've been doing pilots and tests throughout, but I think the continued concerns, we are, as a community, eager to make sure that we know as much as we can, as soon as we can, and so I would second that request for additional testing, but I am in support.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey? No? Mr. Karantonis?
I have no more to add to the conversation so far.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeFranti, anything further?
No, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And I don't have anything further to say, although I appreciate the speakers coming in, those who are concerned and doing a lot of research. You're involved in the schools right now. Maybe you'd like to get involved in some of our own commissions. We do have a Sports and Rec Commission, and there are groups in E2C2 that look into this, so perhaps stay involved that way. We would always like to have your input from people who care a lot about this community. Thank you. Motion is before us. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mr. DeFranti?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passes 5-0, and now I think we return to the item that is on the table. And what's the proper language? I say I'm picking it up off the table?
Item number 8.
Yeah. And Ms. Kaur, I think you have a solution for us on what we might want to put as an amendment or how to make this motion.
Yes, I sent a motion.
I think your mic is maybe not on.
I sent some language, which is now on the screen, that can be used to substitute condition number 2. I'm sure you can read it.
So
Not too well. I think our applicant's right under the screen. You might be able to read it. It applies to you. Can you read what we've got there?
And then I also sent a motion that incorporates this language.
Thank you.
I'll read it.
We may want to
Yeah.
scroll the.
I think
you
you
have
want
to scroll it up a
let's
little higher.
scroll up.
Yeah, keep.
Very good position to read it.
Yeah, right. Keep scrolling. I think it's the yellow highlighted. Mm-hmm.
Okay, you ready? So it says in the highlight, but in no event shall these units be utilized as hotel units past September 17th, 2029, unless further extended by the county board. So, and that clarification, that is actually after we talked about this, is a request to 5 years, since the other precedence was 2 years and 5 years. And even though our leases expire in 4 years, we're going to be in that building for a long time as part owners, and all of our underwriting is factored in that we'll be there for a long time, but we would agree to the 5 years and then reapply if that's how we felt. And also the cost of this process between the zoning and the code enforcement things, so that's, there's some investment on our part as well that goes along and would cover the 5 years.
Okay. I'm okay with 5 years, but I don't know about my colleagues.
I'm okay with this. And it's a reasonable amendment.
Ms. Coffey?
Seems fine.
Okay. Ms. Cunningham?
Right, so
Yeah,
would
3
you,
votes,
would
so.
you read the motion with the substituted language? Because we had the previous motion on the table.
I can read the motion.
Yeah.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Are you okay with 5 years, Mr. DeFranti?
I can live with 5 years.
Oh, good.
We said 4. I'm a little befuddled that we're being told 5 now, but I can live with 5 years.
I think it was a bit of a negotiation, and I think we're fine with it. Thank you. Go ahead. Would
With
you like to read the
additional
motion?
consideration of the administrative effort here, I move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendation, namely to adopt the 2 ordinances attached to the board report associated with this item. That's item number 8, dated September 4th, 2024. To adopt the amendment to the Pentagon City Phase Development Site Plan number 105, and to adopt an amendment to the Met Park 2 Site Plan number 105 SP-9, to permit conversion from residential use to hotel use, subject to all previously approved conditions and amended and new conditions as reflected in the attached ordinances, with the following substituted language for condition number 2 on SPLA 24-00018. And the condition is on the
Right,
screen.
that's the language that's on the screen.
Thank you. I will second that, and I think I also need to verify, Mr. Carantonis, that you withdraw your earlier motion.
Yes, I have withdrawn my earlier motion.
Good.
I've
And who seconded
substituted
it? Who seconded that? Do we remember?
You did.
I
Madam
did.
Chair.
I'm good with the withdrawal. All right, we're good. So we now have this new motion before us, and it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Carantonis, is there anything more to say?
No, I'm
Excellent.
happy about the outcome.
All right.
and gives
I
us
think we're in a good spot. Anything more anyone wants to say?
Okay.
All right. All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Mr. I heard that, Mr. DeFranti. All right. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Glad we get through that. Thank you, Ms. Kaur and Mr. Schreiber, doing all of this on the fly. And I think without objection, I will say that the September County Board meeting is adjourned. We look forward to seeing everybody back at our regular meeting location at the Bosman Government Center in October. And again, thank our friends at APS. And thank you all way in the back. Thank you so much. We are adjourned.
I want to register my objection to the use of the word soccer to